trustee recommended the wall Pilates.
Okay, let me stop that there. I'm not even sure if they went to a commercial or what. So yeah, he's definitely up to something because this ain't the first time he's mentioned Brown versus Board of Education, and or these other past civil rights legislation. He is very, very, very clear in the things that he's saying that essentially he is wanting to go to a complete turnover of power from the federal government back to the states. And as Black America sits today, we have no power. We already don't have any power. We're scattered across the country. If we were in majority states, it would make a little bit of sense. You can make a little bit of an argument that, okay, this could probably work to our favor. But today, it's absolutely devastating. And again, it's probably going to take a few election cycles because this, the census kind of resets these districts. So the past 2 years, roughly 3 years, there's been all this litigation back and forth in all these different courts about these districts. So when we broke the districts down, we looked at them, we'll say, hey, well, even though it may say you're 55% Black majority raw population, in terms of once you take away how many people are ineligible to vote because of age or some other reason, you may only be actually 40% of the actual voting population. And then, to be quite honest, another step they don't take is what percentage of the population doesn't vote regularly, because they're only talking about people who are eligible to vote, not people who are actually registered to vote and who vote regularly. You may be down to 25% of the actual voters in a district that was on paper a majority Black district. And this is the biggest scam. This is the biggest scam on the planet, to be quite honest, because if you pay attention to these victory campaign celebrations when they're partying, these Black politicians are typically surrounded by LGBTQIAXYZ activists, and they're not typically Black Americans. Pay attention to these victory celebrations of some of these high-profile Black politicians, especially in these major cities. He's got another guy coming up. We'll listen to him, but then I'm gonna play another clip because that one seemed like it might get to the heart a little bit more. This is devastating. Man, I swear to goodness, this is outside of reparations. This is the only thing Black Americans politically should be talking about. Yeah, the census kind of reset the table. They started doing all these redistricting, and they've been in and out of courts. And this is the one place where the NAACP, a legal defense fund, has been extremely effective up until, I believe it was in Louisiana, where they started getting pushback, heavy pushback. And then we start to see these dominoes kind of collapse. In Alabama, they were getting pushed back. They're getting pushed back in Mississippi. Mississippi should have been had 2 Black majority districts, to be quite honest. And now with this thing right here, like, this is like the nail in the coffin of any idea of a Black majority voting district. Outside of, if it's already a Black majority city, there's 1,200, I believe, of those, at least north of 1,000. Black majority counties, there's roughly 100 of those last time I checked. So outside of those entities, there are no majority Black voting districts in the country. That means federal representation, which was always a scam, is just going to be obliterated at this point. They're not even going to pretend like there are these Black majority voting districts. And it's going to require probably an amendment to the Constitution at this point, because they initially got rid of where they were having oversight over, and that was in the Voting Rights Act. They got rid of that through a Supreme Court decision. where they had oversight over the former Confederate states. They got rid of that fairly recently. I'll say about a decade ago or so. I'd have to look it up to get the exact date, but I know it's fairly recent. And that really starts this snowball effect where they say, okay, well, once those chains, literally chains, are off, they can just start attacking everything else until they dismantle it. And at this point, a 6-3 decision dismantles the idea of a black majority district. Some of these districts where they were trying to put in a second one, they were carving them up in such a way that it technically, while they could say it's leaning towards black majority, it still wasn't. And again, on paper, it sounds good, it looks good, but it doesn't really exist. There are Hispanic majority districts out in California because they got some significant majority populations in a lot of areas of California. Their numbers are like in the high 60s in terms of population. I think when I did the research, Chicago with Bobby Rush, his was the only district that had ever got to 65%. And I think now it's down in the 50, 51, 52 area. And that's pretty much where they all remain. Again, you can take 10% off just from age, under 18, not eligible to vote. You could probably take 10 or 15% off right from there. So you're already right around 40% of actual eligible voters. You take off another 20% of people who don't vote. Now you're really, in the 30s if you're lucky. People say we got all this power. The black vote has all this power. We got all this power. And, along with everything else that they're dismantling, this is significantly brutal. And outside of everything that we talk about, black majority states actually getting in a position where you actually do have majority political power. You do determine who is your governor, who are your county executives, who are your mayors, who are your actual federal representatives in the Senate and the Congress, the House. Without that, at this point, it's like every individual family, individual person, individual household for themselves, and you're up against everything and everybody else with absolutely nothing in between you and all the devastation that these people want to bring crumbling down on top of us. To be quite honest, it was always a charade. It was always a mirage. And when the people who have maintained this mirage for decades have finally said, we do not give a fuck anymore, we're taking off the mask, we're stepping out in our white hoods, we don't care if you know about it, we don't care if you see it, we're still going to play, it's the red versus blue, Republicans versus Democrats, conservatives, they're still going to play those games because they know that people have kind of bought into it. The reality is we can't, we really cannot get past this point scattered across the country. You got incumbents that have been in office for decades that don't give a fuck about the people in their district. That's never going to change until they die. They're going to try to pass that over to a child or some other confidant that they have in mind lined up for their seat. And if they're successful in transferring that power, then you got another generation or two stuck under the weight of this individual who's just using that seat for their own personal gain. Yeah, this is sad. Let's play some more of this. I gotta get the volume up.
To that Clarence Thomas's last name is Tom. He's probably an uncle to somebody as well. It is a very egregious, obvious animus towards his own race of people. To speak, he always has said that Brown versus Board of Education was a wrong decision, saying that there was no suffering that Black students had by not being allowed to attend the better funded, better resourced white schools. And that, so in his world, in Clarence Thomas's world, there should still be to this day completely segregated schools. That's the world in which he lives. He then speaks literally, as you mentioned, against one person, one vote. He thinks that is not necessary. Luckily, like you mentioned also, this is just his opinion that he's putting out there. It's not the ruling. The ruling does already crumble and completely crack the ability for courts to throw out racist maps. So that is horrible, but mind-boggling that Thomas wants to go even further. He even in his statement said that the court should never have been against malapportionment, which means that literally not only can they now with this ruling put people of one race all into one district or into fewer districts to reduce the amount of their vote, the power of their vote, but they can have districts malapportioned completely different sizes. Like, for example, in 1960, the population of Vermont's House districts ranged from 38 people to 33,000 people in districts, to that much weakened. So the people in the smallest district, their vote counted 868 times more than that of a resident of the largest district. And they would, of course, do that along racial lines and try to take all power out of Black people's vote. I mean, that's so egregious. That's not even three.
I've got to rewind that part. And shout out to the brother Art, because he talks about some of this in terms of how the representation is, 700,000 people to one representative is grossly negligent, and that there should be more representatives to make it a little more even. But he's talking about, I guess, in the past, a time when they could have a district of, I don't know the numbers he said, but let's say 1,000 in one district, 1,000,000 in another district, and these 1,000 people have more power than the people who are the 1,000,000 people. It'd be similar to that Baton Rouge situation, or Atlanta, where Buckhead wanted to secede from Atlanta, and then they take their wealth away, and they essentially create an extremely powerful district around their one little small community. I'm telling you, like, people don't know what's going on. This is bad. Let me see if I got the good spot for it.
People in districts to that much weakened. So the people in the small,
I got to go a little bit more here. Let's go back a minute.
Said that the court should never have been against malapportionment, which means that literally not only can they now with this ruling put people of one race all into one district or into fewer districts to reduce the amount of their vote, the power of their vote, but they can have districts malapportioned completely different sizes. Like, for example, in 1960, the population of Vermont's House districts ranged from 38 people to 33,000 people in districts, to that much weakened. So the people in the smallest district, their vote counted 868 times more than that of a resident of the largest district. And they would, of course, do that along racial lines and try to take all power out of Black people's vote. I mean, that's so egregious. That's not even 3/5. That's 1 in 868. Talk about a fraction that just completely disenfranchises, disrespects, and destroys the ability of somebody to feel represented in this country that's supposed to be a representative democracy of all people, a government of all people. It's so confusing. It's so disgusting, and no surprise that the dynamic, corrupt duo of Alito and Thomas are in lockstep with this, and Thomas pushing him to go even further. They're probably going to have a barbecue together this weekend with upside down hanging flags about how this country isn't what we all believe that it is. And maybe it's not, if these two are 2/9 of who are in charge in our highest court of the land. It's disgusting. It's frightening.
So damn sad.
Let's get term limits in these courts.
Yeah, it's like they're getting prepared for a Trump presidency because their decisions are reflecting his policies. Clarence Thomas.
So that last part where he says term limits, man, that is spot on, bro. Like that requires some type of constitutional amendment to change that. Man, this is craziness. What's going on, Black American Homeland? How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing, Black? And I see Rella's on here, and Black Idaho, and Siva, and Second Piece, and DJ. Yeah, everything's doing pretty good. And MF Kush, everything's doing well here. So yeah. How you doing, man?
Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Just resting as always on the weekend. Doing everything that we normally do here. But these you could kind of sense that this was coming because of again, the U.S. Census, redistricting, gerrymandering. They're in and out of the court. It's like every week, 1 week it's the local court or whatever shut down. And as a matter of fact, Detroit's another city that's been going through this back and forth, where they get a victory, then it goes to another level, and they're like, no, you can't do that. And then matter of fact, Detroit, I think they've had to redraw that map several times. It keeps going back and forth, but then once it gets up to this federal level, it becomes so if it's just at the state level, right, and you lose at the state level, okay, cool, that only affects that state technically, right? But once you get it to the federal level, and now this is a federal ruling, now it affects all the states equally. This is dangerous because he talked about somewhere in Maine, I guess they had a district of 38 people and one of 33,000. Like, how could that even be? Like, you're headed towards, you talk about the 1%, you talk about global elites, you're talking about absolute insanity, because you'd have a district like again, let's say Buckhead, where that town, which is a very wealthy town, would have the same power as the entire city of Atlanta. And likely more, because it's only a few of them and they can get to know the representative on a personal level. Man, that is so insane and dangerous. While the million whoever in the other larger district will have very little opportunity to get to know their representative on a personal level. And man, I oh God, like what are you to do? Like, all we do is keep saying what we need to do, and people are catching up, people are getting on board. I got a DM, someone said, hey, I'm in Delaware now, we're doing this thing, we're creating this this, I don't know what to call it because I haven't really had a chance to break it down, but essentially an organization that is for our people. And I'm like, man, congratulations, salute, that's awesome. I'll try to stay informed, keep me in touch, or keep me informed. Had a conversation with someone who is on the ground in Delaware. They I think they went to college in a southern state, and then they came back home. So he sounds like he may be interested in at least getting up to speed on the information. I got to be honest, like, whatever's happening in November is really not as important, other than the fact that they're saying, okay, well, this is what Trump wants to do. Project 2025, dismantle the federal government, eliminate some of these offices, eliminate some of this infrastructure, move it outside of DC, place it around the country strategically in majority white areas, if we're going to be honest about it. eliminate the black wealth that's in the DC area, the Maryland area, because that's literally what they would do by taking these offices out of DC. There's a lot of duplicitous and diabolical schemes that are on both sides of the table, and they're both destructive and anti-Black American as can possibly be. And as a population, yeah, we are stuck between this rock and a fucking hard place. And you know, no one seems to really want to do the thing that we could do that would actually put us in a much better position. And that's kind of depressing, to be quite honest.
Hey, Black, you know, I remember reading about 10 or 12 years ago that about 18.5 to 20% of the federal government workers are Black American.
Yeah.
So if they try to, you know, get rid of, you know, some of these government agencies, definitely Black Americans will be affected. So, so I really don't agree with, you know, moving or abolishing these federal agencies.
Oh man, it'll devastate. It'll devastate the wealth, black wealth in that you know, one, I guess you could call it the DMV, yeah, the tri-state DMV area, because that's where a lot of the wealth is in these government positions. It's man, I mean, dear God, people don't even. And here's the thing: they're so methodical and strategic and willing to go like just pass it down generations slowly but surely. We're gonna carve away at this thing. We're gonna keep chipping away until the flood waters start to rain down on top of these people, and we'll be their saviors. But you know what? This time we're not even interested in that. We don't want to be their saviors. We're gonna replace these people permanently. And that's the only kind of thing that, you know, is in the realm of reality. Like, that's the only thing in the realm of reality at this point. I got a bunch of these bookmarks. I'm going to try to get to them. But yeah, because I want to, you know, we're going to do chapter 5. We might as well do it from the start to the finish, just to get it all in on one clip. And then I want to do some 14th Amendment stuff, because, you know, I've heard about different cases, this case, that case. But when I was kind of going back and trying to look at them, it's like, well, damn, when are these things ever used for Black America's benefit? Because, you know, been in the spaces and people say, oh, these are, you know, Reconstruction Amendments. This is for us. Not really, unfortunately. Do we have any leverage to try to force them to use them for our benefit? No, unfortunately, no. You know, I gotta be like, man, oh my God, this person put out the whole thing about the freemen, and you know, kind of put that nugget out there, like lineage. He kind of opened up the door, and then KBJ and what's the other, the one white guy, Brett Kavanaugh. They kind of all have mentioned that in, I want to say that was last year's round of these SCOTUS decisions. And so it was looking like, oh, okay, man, maybe these people kind of get it. Maybe they're gonna move in a direction that is kind of outlining some type of protection. Everybody's excited about it, people that are paying attention. And now you see, like, it's like they just lit a grenade and walked away, like in slow motion. Black America has no national political anything anymore. It's done. It's over. Again, it was always a mirage. It was always a fantasy, to be quite honest. And now it's just done. But people are not going to realize it until you go through a couple of election cycles and witness it. And then you're probably not going to feel it this one, because this one's kind of already set. So, you know, most people don't vote in midterms anyway. So you got 2028 and then what, 2032? By that election, it'll be so freaking clear as how fucked up of a situation we're in. And it'll be so late. It'll be way too late at that point to do anything about it, other than migrating as fast as you possibly fucking can, with the hope that, you know, you can quickly get into position and reverse this shit, at least in the states that we could become the majority. But outside of that, it's nothing. It's total devastation. It's total devastation. There's a documentary that's being done with the brother Mark Carter and some white guy. I'm gonna try to find those videos because they're really interesting. It's actually multiple people in Chicago that are being interviewed, teachers and different people, pastor, and they're all essentially saying the same thing. This city is one violent action away from exploding. It is we're headed into the summertime, and essentially I think the words that they used was one child dying from some type of you know, violent incident, and the whole thing could erupt. You know, and so you know, it's like, okay, ready for war. Well, the population that that they highlight is Venezuelans. I guess for whatever reason, the Venezuelans are the largest group that they're flooding into Chicago, and that can't be coincidental. Like, we gotta understand, like, none of this shit's coincidental. It's all design. It's all a plan. It's all intentional. And while, you know, it's easy to say, well, Chicago's a war zone, yada, 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 bing, bang, people ready, whoop-de-whoop. The motherfucking Venezuela's been at war for decades. Like, literally, I remember, what was it, just 3 summers ago, they were burning every fucking thing up in that country because there was no food. The United States tried to implement a coup, and it failed miserably, horribly failed. And the price of oil plummeted, and then the food started disappearing, and they just started burning shit up. These are the fucking people, you know, MS-13 and all these other fucking violent cartel members that you got in Chicago. So, you know, it's a situation where it's like, okay, it's a war zone. It could potentially pop, but they ain't going nowhere. Like, those fucking people are not leaving. They're there. And hope as you may, pray in Santa Claus or Tooth Fairy, whatever, Trump is not going to be able to get them motherfuckers up out of there. I just don't see that happening. There's so much shit going on across. You got Taiwan, you got China fucking encircling Taiwan with their fucking ships. And essentially, I think they just told the United States to stay the fuck out of Taiwan. Do not visit the country. Like, yeah, okay. So let's play this. This is MSNBC. They kind of go into this Terrence Carter thing a little, or not Terrence Carter. Carl Thomas. Why did I say Terrence Carter? I must be thinking about Terrence Howard. I got to get through these commercials. Yeah, my bad. This YouTube I got on the laptop is not subscribed, so it's always got these weird commercials. But yeah, let me play this, because man, this is just devastating.
President Biden is blasting the Supreme Court for overturning a lower court ruling in South Carolina and creating a new, much higher standard to prove that a congressional district has been racially gerrymandered. The president saying in a statement that the decision, quote, threatens South Carolinians' ability to have their voices heard at the ballot box, and the districting plan that the court upheld is part of a dangerous pattern of racial gerrymandering efforts from Republican elected officials to dilute the will of Black voters. Joining us now is former federal prosecutor and Georgetown law professor Paul Butler, and Shania Nelson, president and director counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, a group among the groups that argued against this redrawn map. Paul, first to you. Justice Alito, writing for the majority, said, quote, without an alternative map, it is difficult for plaintiffs to defeat our starting presumption that the legislature, it referenced the South Carolina Republicans, acted in good faith. What does this mean for redistricting? For them to say, for the High Court, for Justice Alito to say that they should presume that they acted in good faith after the history of racial gerrymandering and discrimination against Black people in the South?
Yeah, so
in particular?
Yeah, so this is South Carolina, where Republicans control 6 out of 7 of the congressional districts. There's one district that is led by an African-American Congressman, Clyburn. Nancy Mace, the Congresswoman, won this district in 2020 by just 1%. So the Republican lawmakers in South Carolina wanted to make it a safer district for Republicans. The way they did that, according to 3 federal judges who heard evidence, was they bleached the African Americans out of that district. They moved them to Congressman Clyburn's district. So that's what the Supreme Court was considering. Again, 3 federal judges had already—
Federal South Carolinian judges.
Yes, federal judges from South Carolina had said that, again, they had heard evidence to lead them to the conclusion that the motivation was race. And what Justice Alito said in his majority opinion yesterday is it was politics, not race. And even though they're closely intertwined, if it's politics, then the Supreme Court shouldn't intervene. It's all good, is what the court said.
Because if it's not race, it doesn't violate the Constitution, allegedly. Shania Nelson, the LDF, the Legal Defense Fund, argued against this newly redrawn map before the Supreme Court. Your reaction to this ruling, a 6-day ruling, Elena Kagan wrote for the dissent. But it's just stunning considering the trajectory of voting rights in our country in the last, since 2013.
You know, it absolutely is stunning. This was a clear case of a racial gerrymander.
A Black.
Yeah.
I think you're in the Matrix.
In the Matrix.
Yeah, it sounds like it's in the Matrix. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll go back and come back in. Let me go back maybe like a minute. The woman that they have from the Legal Defense Fund, NAACP. This woman is she's a very competent and credible attorney. She gets shit done in this particular area of law. She was getting victory after victory after victory. It's pretty straightforward based on the way the law is. They've essentially made a decision that changes the law, changes the interpretation of the law. And he came up with the bullshit of, while race and politics are closely intertwined, if it's politics, then the federal this federal Supreme Court has no business in being involved in it. So we know, because I don't know if we know, I posted about it, we talked about it. Clyburn's assistant was in talks with the Republican Party to eliminate the ability to put in a second Black district. There's all types of news reports about that. And dear God. So even in his district, what they ended up doing, according to this, is they just moved the Black people out of the closest white district and moved them into Clyburn's district. So he essentially made this behind the scenes deal with these fucking people, which by all accounts are the enemy, not just the enemy politically, but the enemy of Black Americans in South Carolina, to take those Black people, move them into his district so he can continue to fucking ignore and neglect and abuse them. That's the same way he's been doing it to the people in his own district. And then now they can wash their hands of the Black vote in these other white districts in South Carolina. This shit is diabolical. But let me go in and come back out, and then I'll restart it up here. Man, Shit is diabolical, bro. Shit is fucking diabolical, B. See if I can get in the normal way. Okay. Alrighty. Okay.
Yeah, this today's Sunday here. What is 10:17 a.m. Sunday, and it's been raining pretty hard for the past few days, and who else do we have here? We got brother Muko here. Got One Love here. There's One Love right there in the house. AKA Sister Rilla, that's here. Muko in the house. Silver. We got our brother DJ. You know we can't forget DJ up in the house. The late night DJ of all DJs. That's right. And who else we got down there? I can't see everybody for some reason. I might end up having to drop down too, everybody. But anyway, shout out to everybody in the space tonight. Shout out to all of y'all.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to all the folks in the space. Let me go ahead and get this thing going again. Is it sounding pretty clear?
Yeah, you clear, bro. Go back. Can you go back about 2 minutes? Is it 2 minutes? Yeah, go back about 2 minutes if you can.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, because this is actually really important to understand this. Okay, because like I said, 2032, that'll be 2 years after the next census. The gerrymandering after that is going to be insane. If this thing holds up, I don't see why it wouldn't, because they're not going to reverse their decision. So let's go. Here we go.
President Biden is blasting the Supreme Court for overturning a lower court ruling in South Carolina and creating a new, much higher standard to prove that a congressional district has been racially gerrymandered. The president saying in a statement that the decision, quote, threatens South Carolinians' ability to have their voices heard at the ballot box, and the districting plan that the court upheld is part of a dangerous pattern of racial gerrymandering efforts from Republican elected officials to dilute the will of Black voters. Joining us now is former federal prosecutor and Georgetown law professor Paul Butler, and Janai Nelson, president and director of counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, a group among the groups that argued against this redrawn map. Paul, first to you. Justice Alito, writing for the majority, said, quote, without an alternative map, it is difficult for plaintiffs to defeat our starting presumption that the legislature, it referenced the South Carolina Republicans, acted in good faith. What does this mean for redistricting? For them to say, for the High Court, for Justice Alito to say that they should presume that they acted in good faith after the history of racial gerrymandering and discrimination against Black people in the South?
Yeah, so
in particular?
Yeah, so this is South Carolina, where Republicans control 6 out of 7 of the congressional districts. There's one district that is led by an African-American Congressman, Clyburn. Nancy Mace, the Congresswoman, won this district in 2020 by just 1%. So the Republican lawmakers in South Carolina wanted to make it a safer district for Republicans. The way they did that, according to 3 federal judges who heard evidence, was they bleached the African Americans out of that district. They moved them to Congressman Clyburn's district. So that's what the Supreme Court was considering. Again, 3 federal judges had already...
South Carolinian judges.
Yes, federal judges from South Carolina had said that, again, they had heard evidence to lead them to the conclusion that the motivation was race. And what Justice Alito said in his majority opinion yesterday is it was politics, not race. And even though they're closely intertwined, if it's politics, then the Supreme Court shouldn't intervene. It's all good, is what the court said.
Because if it's not race, it doesn't violate the Constitution, allegedly. Janai Nelson, the LDF, the Legal Defense Fund, argued against this newly redrawn map before the Supreme Court. Your reaction to this ruling, a 6-day ruling, Elena Kagan wrote for the dissent. But it's just stunning considering the trajectory of voting rights in our country in the last, since 2013.
You know, it absolutely is stunning. This was a clear case of a racial gerrymander. We gave extensive evidence at trial of the fact that the court, the lawmakers relied on race. They had data in front of them as they were drawing these maps, and they were looking specifically at Black voters to create a partisan advantage. And so we know that 8 years ago, the Supreme Court backed away from adjudicating any partisan gerrymandering claims, but they did say that if there's a racial gerrymander and it violates the Constitution, that is justiciable. That is a case that they will take and look at. We made the strongest case possible with over 600 exhibits, over a dozen witnesses, days and days of trial, and we received a unanimous judgment from 3 federal judges who saw the evidence and said, this is clearly a racial gerrymander. And when the Supreme Court reviewed the case, their only task was to determine whether these 3 federal judges clearly erred in their judgment. And the idea that they did based on the volume of evidence that we presented is just preposterous. This is clearly a politically motivated decision, and it's extraordinarily disheartening considering the crises that our democracy is facing.
And also, Janae, something that really was striking to me is Justice Clarence Thomas, in his concurring opinion with the majority, he also went after Brown v. Board of Education, saying, quote, such extravagant uses of judicial power are at odds with the history and tradition of the equity, power, and the framers' design. Now, Clarence Thomas took the seat of Thurgood Marshall, who argued Brown v. Board for the Legal Defense Fund, this landmark case that changed America forever. And so I can't get over that. Tell me what your reaction is.
Well, we know Justice Thomas took the seat, but he did not fill it. And what he did in disseminating disinformation about a landmark decision whose commemoration we just honored this past Friday, 70 years since Brown, we see a Supreme Court justice who benefited from Brown, as did every American, castigating that case and misconstruing it and suggesting that it stands for something that it does not. Brown requires that we provide equal access to our democracy through education, and it's anchored in the idea of citizenship. Brown said that one of the most important functions of local and state government is to provide an education for purposes of citizenship. And citizenship could not be more clearly exercised than through the voting process. And what the Supreme Court has done in Alexander versus South Carolina is completely distort that process, manipulate it, and allow partisan actors to completely capture that process in a way that directly harms Black voters. It's an invitation to exploit Black voters for partisan gain.
Which could, of course, affect in a closely contested House, could affect other states and could affect who controls the House. Just one quick footnote, and I don't know if this is fair or not, but it's certainly been talked about. Elena Kagan, in her dissent against Justice Alito's majority opinion, twice used a phrase, not a commonly used phrase, of that this is an upside down way of thinking. Upside down. Could that be a reference to the flag?
In dissent, Justice Kagan used that phrase twice to describe Justice Alito's reasoning. Again, it's an uncommon phrase. Supreme Court justices take months to draft opinions, so maybe this was written a long time ago. Could she have taken it out, given the recent news about Justice Alito's upside down flag? She could have. She chose not to.
Bob Butler, Janae Nelson, I can't think of two better people to talk about this case, this decision. Thank you.
Yeah, so Black male and Black female, Black American, I hope you could see they were visibly shaken and almost ready to cry, like tears in their eyes as they're talking about this situation, because they are attorneys. They understand how fucking fucked up this is. And again, it's not going to be till 2032 that we're going to really understand how devastating this was. 2028, you'll probably get, you'll start to see real signs of it. But by 2032, it's over. It's a wrap. It's done. And they'll have a whole new census with a whole new level of Hispanic numbers that'll probably be twice what ours are at that point. Especially if this undocumented immigrant wave continues to happen. Man, like you couldn't ask for a worse decision out of the Supreme Court than this, to be quite honest. Brother Moko, I tried to get Brother Moko up. Sometimes it seems like whenever I try to bring people up, to either drop, sometimes it kicks them out of the space. I don't know what it's doing. Let's try to add Brother Moko again. Looks like you can speak now. Okay, you got it, Brother Moko.
Hey man, can y'all hear me clearly?
Yeah, there's a little music in the background, but I can hear you.
Okay, that's my daughter. She's listening to my thing, so I'll step out. I'm gonna say first of all, Twitter, you thank you for doing this space, Black Majority. Twitter is fucking with you heavy because you are raining on their parade of race classification being the goddamn crime. We really, as victims of racism, white supremacy, need to pull our heads out of our ass before we hear something snap. And I'm not talking about my fingers. This is immediate proof over and over again that race classification is the crime. They're trying to wipe the evidence slate clean. You know what I'm saying? To do what they're doing on the census is proof to everyone that niggas, we are committing racism on y'all by way of race classification. Period. That is the crime. This is the proof. They would not be changing the census if the census was doing something perfectly legal for everybody. But it's not. It's actually implementing the crime. The crime of what, Brother Muko? The crime of race classification. Race classification is the crime. If we in spaces arguing about I'm a nigga, I'm a freedman, guess what? That's the crime. For them to even classify you as a freedman, a slave, any goddamn thing is the crime. This is the only way that they can practice racism, white supremacy. What Black Majority just played for us is goddamn proof in your face. And that's for all the naysayers saying it's bigger than racism, white supremacy. Oh, the niggas shouldn't say this. Oh, you shouldn't call a freeman that. All of the Astro motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They're acting like they don't know race classification. It's the crime. I swear, Black Majority, I think you need to play that clip again, bro. Because I really don't think everybody get it. I really don't, bro. I love you for playing that clip because this is the proof. This is the smoking gun. Race classification. We shouldn't be arguing about nothing about how we identify. Because the fact that we identify as anything is the goddamn crime. I just want to land there, man. Thank you for playing that clip. And I think you should play it again, bro.
Yeah, hey, 10-4 on that. They are absolutely intended on, a colorblind, I'm not going to say society, but a legal framework where color's not recognized at all, which means that the disparities are not recognized at all, which means the harms are not recognized at all, which it really means you on your own. You got it, hold your own nuts and all of those slogans where you really are, it's you against them. as individuals, as families, as communities, as organizations, and they really don't care. You know, like when I'm looking at this dude, man, wow, bro, like, you know, in other countries, other places, like people would have been tearing shit up. Like people would have been tearing shit up. There ain't no telling if this person would survive, to be quite honest. Like this decision is beyond devastating. It shatters the mirage. The political theater is over. They are not interested in making you feel good anymore, making you believe that something is what it's not. They're just simply saying, we don't care. We do not care anymore. I'm trying to find.
They doing the Debo. They doing the Debo effect. Black majority. They like, yeah. I mean, I think it's past the blatant in your face. It's like, yeah, nigga, we're fucking you. What are you gonna do about it?
What are you gonna
do? You know what I'm saying? It's like that now. And the fact that they're even gonna change the census and well, I say refine the census into just like you said, making this a colorblind situation. Bro, that is just to ignore the rape. They're refining a way to eliminate supremacy in such a way, not to replace it with a just system, but to refine it to its ultimate corruption. And this is what they're doing. They're trying to do it so that it won't be reversible. You know what I'm saying? So there won't be no repair. We are going to be, what Claude Anderson was saying, this is double that. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be the permanent fuck class. Fuck the permanent underclass. We're going to be the permanent class, the people that get fucked by any and everybody. Where it's going to be like, nigga, bend over. You know what I'm saying? And now I don't care who you are. I don't care if it's your daughter, your son. All of y'all bend over and we're the fuckers and you're the fuckies. This is what's going to happen if we keep, walking around here with our heads up our ass and keep arguing about dumb shit. This is what they're doing to us, and we're going to be fucking, man. We're going to be slaughtered. We're going to be slaughtered if we don't start paying attention right now, and I mean like last year, right now.
To be honest with you, Rose. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to cut y'all Black Majority, but I'm just going to say. To be honest with you, Brother Muko, Black Majority, Black Homeland, WPI, everybody in this space, our people have slept too long, which is why we are in the situation that we are in. That's why we are having to deal with what we're dealing with, because we have overslept years ago. And it's coming back to get us in every which way you can think of here. Because while we were sitting back thinking things were hunky-dory, the hunkies were plotting on our asses and been for the longest while they were smiling in our faces. And we was, of course, smiling because we thought that we had equality. And we thought that we had achieved some level of status in society. The whole time they were just sitting back, thinking about what they could do to bomb us in all different angles that they can, and that's what they're doing. So I'm gonna land right there. I just wanted to put my input on that because we've been asleep too long.
Yes, sir, absolutely. We got Who Did You Boycott? Then I'll play. This is from TYT. It's called The Damage Report. This looks like an Italian guy, but it looks like he kind of explains it a little bit further. It's good to get different opinions on it. Again, this is devastating. Like politically, it's devastating. You got it, Miss Who Did You Boycott? And shout out to Miss Who Did You Boycott? She's been promoting Black Majority State. I reposted. If you see her posted, please repost it as much as possible. I really, really appreciate it.
Okay, no, thank you, Black Majority State Migration and your support team. I ain't never had a problem putting aside disagreements for the greater good of the collective. When anytime I can catch your space, I'm gonna stop in my tracks and do it. I heard some of the replay. It's devastating. We're beyond crisis mode. But I wanted to come in and add that something that I discovered from La Farmer's space, Ari, when he was reading the Civil Rights Act of 1964, when the Jews used a section of that Civil Rights Act of 1964, it really made me stop and listen. But what also adds to it is Black American and African American on that census report do not have one of these three things. They do not have an identity or ethnicity. Number two, they do not have a national origin. Number three, they do not come from a nation. What America has done is pretty much what, in a sense, what Brother Muko said, but it's worse. We don't have an identity. We don't have an official identity in this country. Every immigrant on that census report have a recognized identity, ethnicity, however they want to slice it. They can call it identity, they can call it race, they can call it ethnicity, but it don't apply to us. They have a national origin that they recognize is connected to their ethnicity. Jamaicans are connected to a national origin, Jamaican. They are connected to a nation. So they are bamming the nails in the coffin for all of us. I heard in somebody's space maybe a week ago, I got in the middle of it, where the guy was saying something about it's going to come a time when somebody's going to walk up to you and ask you to verify your citizenship. This is dangerous. They're talking about mega prisons, tournament camps, and we are walking around without our identity. No, I'm a Negro. I'm going to stay a darn Negro. Y'all can fight it out if you want, but I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not going over that darn cliff. Y'all can sit up here and fight all you want, but Negro is the only thing that gave us any protection. So y'all folks can fight it out. They don't put every Black American and African American on the continent. That's what they have done. While they didn't sitting here sending out these coons and gatekeepers for all of these talking points, they have removed every one of your behind and placed you on the African continent. So you don't need to have no voting rights in America. You don't really need to have any. Now it makes sense why the immigrants say they built America, that America is built off of immigrants. They have been getting priority for 54 years. They have been getting priority. So they setting it up. They setting it up really nice in a boat. Just for y'all folks to know, they better get their behind to one of those 8 states pronto. Because these folks ain't playing around. They are not playing around, and every ethnicity is carving out their share. And we the only one on that census report that don't have an identity, that don't have an ethnicity, that don't have a national origin, that don't have a nation. And I'm willing to bet my life on it that the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment is worded the same way like Black majority state mentioned at the beginning of the room. I'm willing to bet my life that it's the devil is in the details. And that wording has buried all of us. That Civil Rights Act of 1964 don't apply to Black Americans and African Americans. It does not. I have sent it to a lawyer in her DMs. I'm going to follow up with her. But my common sense, I'm not the smartest person. But if I look at that wording in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the ancestors got sabotaged and we all got bamboozled. It doesn't apply to us. It applies to every immigrant that come to America. That's who it applies to. And I'm willing to bet all these laws and policies are worded the same way. They really did a job. They really did a job. Yes, Lord. Folks don't think that this is critical. Yeah, give it about another year. They need about another year or two to get things in place. It's going to be locked down. They only need about 1 to 2 more years to get everything in place that they need, and it's over. Like black majority states said, yeah, y'all folks, y'all been led over the cliff. And I've been shouting this for the longest on my broadcast. I've been shouting it for the longest, for the last 6 months or year. Why are we listening to these people tell us to go vote? We need to gather up every penny, nickel, and dime and quarter and sell everything we can sell and get our behinds to one of these 8 states. If we don't do that, it's over. They got majority in 25 states. We don't even have a population in 25 out of 52. And out of the 27 that's left, like black majority state, migration broke down. I went and researched it the other day. I did the first research in 2020. It's worse than I remember. We don't even have a population in 25 states. So how you gonna play their game when you don't even have a population in 25? That's at the federal, state, and local level. They own those 25 states. They own them. They own them. And in the 27 that's left, they already done decided that they're gonna combine their population, Caucasian, Asian, Latinos, and Mexican, and shut us out. So the writing is on the wall. No, sorry, y'all know how I get, but I had to come in tonight. Normally I stay out. I just keep my presence in the door because I'm not dealing with folks. I can't even go in spaces anymore. Really, not even the Caucasian ones. They must have did some detective work on me, or they must have liked some of my titles lately. I don't know, but shout out to black majority state migration and his support team. I pray to God that enough folks can get this message. Like last week, we are in bad shape. Bad shape. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Man, when you look at the people who look like us, who come from our lineage, who get some level of wealth and fame and success, they're silent. These other organizations, these other people, they have all their issues. They get them to go on TV, post something for their benefit, say that they're standing with them. And the people who look like us and come from our lineage are absolutely silent, except for a few. There's probably a handful, and shout out to them. I think we all know the few who do actually stand 10 toes down and kind of get in the trenches a little bit with the folks. So shout out to them. But all the rest of them, this person, this Supreme Court justice person is really, 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 really someone who probably, you kind of go back in time and say, man, I wish Anita Hill would have been effective. I mean, what else can you say at this point? Because they painted him as a negative person, kind of went along with it, kind of felt like, okay, what's wrong with this? Did somebody drop him on his head? Does he have this vendetta against us? And then you started seeing glimmers of hope. And then immediately he starts punching down on the victim, re-victimizing the victim. So let's listen to this guy and his assessment on it. And just be aware that this will change everything. This is a permanent change, just so we all understand. This is resetting these districts back to a time before Reconstruction, literally. And I can only assume the way that Clyburn was able to, make deals with these people to keep his district and make it even more and make it even blacker, which is insane. The other ones will be lining up to do the same. They're not going to be lining up to create policy, to create legislation, to make these laws permanent at the federal government, to take it out of the hands of the Supreme Court. They're going to be lining up to protect their own districts. Okay, so here we go. This is TYT. This guy's name is the Damage Report.
Clarence Thomas did what he did best, other than being utterly corrupt. No, he gave a horrible reasoning on an absurd opinion on a terrible ruling by the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court ruled yesterday that South Carolina Republicans did not, in fact, engage in racial gerrymandering when they redrew the map of the state's first congressional district. Basically, they said there was no evidence that they were motivated by racial bias when they took 30,000 predominantly black residents from the first district, the district that Representative Nancy Mace represents, and then just threw them into another district so that they would have a better chance of winning in that race. Apparently arguing that's not racial bias, that's just political bias. And thus, obviously that should be allowed. It seems crazy to me, but here is what Clarence Thomas had to say about this. He doesn't just think that they were fine to do this here. He doesn't think this is something the court should ever consider. He said, in my view, the court has no power to decide these types of claims. The Supreme is literally in their name. Does he know where he works? Drawing political districts is a task for politicians, not federal judges. There are no judicially manageable standards for resolving claims about districting, and regardless, the Constitution commits those claims exclusively to the political branches. The court's insistence on adjudicating these claims has led it to develop doctrines that indulge in race-based reasoning inimical to the Constitution. So the fact that the Republicans were using race-based thinking to give themselves the white electorate that they want to protect an incumbent, that's okay, that's fine. It should be the people whose jobs depend on the maps that decide on the maps, not the court. And that is what he believes. Hey, I'm glad you're here. Listen, in order for the Damage Report to keep on going, we need viewers like you to become a member on YouTube. Can you click Brown v. Board of Ed?
Just trying to skip past that commercial.
Thank you. He goes on to effectively demonize Brown v. Board of Education, which perhaps we will turn to. But Brett, what do you make of this?
I mean, yeah, we all know, Clarence, Your Eminence, that, like, yeah, the Supreme Court, I disagree with Jones' characterization, just because it has the term supreme in the title, that it gets to, make any decision it wants and weigh in on all kinds of stuff. It is only the top. But that's just what the Supreme Court does before they make their decision. They decide whether they're allowed to decide that decision based on whether the other people have standing or whether this is a constitutional question at all. But what my key thing is who's gonna do it? It seems wildly insane to assert that it makes sense for the politicians to decide their districts. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes sense. And the effect of it is detrimental to democracy, as the founders themselves, they had a lot on their plate when they were deciding how to set up the way things work. And some forms of corruption were basically the seeds were there, but they hadn't been invented yet. This is one of those things that got invented later that we need to fix, gerrymandering. It's the way around it. Now, I understand generally the thematic concerns of should race factor into a form of discrimination or an action by the state? And the answer in many cases is no, it should not. But as we're going to get into with Brown versus Board, that was a unanimous decision where they said, you are creating a situation where people are being discriminated against based on who they are. And the lone dissenter in even the separate but equal decision, knew what it was. We can't have these kinds of discriminations in America.
Yeah, look, the reason that he has taken this position is because while both parties engage in opportunistic gerrymandering on a macro level, it is not equal.
And when you log like the states and you look at the percentage of congressional districts or, state house districts or whatever that go to the Republicans and what their share of the actual vote is, it is so wildly out of step. It mirrors, in effect, how they don't need to be that popular across America and still regularly could win the Electoral College. Because those things serve to protect Republican interests, Clarence Thomas, who is not truly a legal being, he's a political being, is okay with it. If that flipped, then they would be against it, and maybe we would have reform. And I would like to think that if it flipped, the Democrats would still be willing to be consistent on it. And if not, then the Supreme Court, again, should step in. You should have people whose future employment, their money, their access to power is not based on manipulating the electorate. And it's just super convenient that that's the position that Clarence Thomas takes.
Right. The specific, there's things we can't, there's things we can't have in America. We can't have situations that happen all the time. We can't have a situation where the gerrymandering is so bad that even though more people vote for, say, Democrats in a state, there end up being more Republican representatives to the point of a supermajority. That has happened in America.
That has happened.
That happens all the time. And it flips vice versa. But no one's going to unilaterally disarm in this system, except Andrew Cuomo, when it's going to hurt them in the long run. And potentially, it's going to be the Democrats who do it. And the Republicans aren't going to do it because they did the Mitch McConnell thing with the Supreme Court nominations. It's just really bad. And these guys are going to take advantage of it until it ends up ruining everything. And again, Brown versus Board was unanimous. It just wasn't enough people on the Supreme Court. Everybody said that was the right decision to make.
Okay. 2030, another census, the new classifications and or the amalgamated classification. More immigration over the next 6 years. And then it comes to a point where they are always making these maps. These maps are changing pretty much regularly, not just during the census, but it does ramp up because there's all these new numbers. It kind of gives them a reason to do these districting. But I suspect after this ruling, you're going to see a lot of these districts challenged in court. So this is really going to be up until the next, again, 2030 you're going to see a bunch of challenges in court. And if this ruling is the ruling, the law of the land, then a lot of these districts are going to disappear that are supposedly Black majority districts. You're probably going to be lucky to have one Black majority district in the states where we do have some significant population. That's it. I mean, yeah.
Hey, I'm wondering, is there a standard population size of a congressional district? Good example. South Carolina has about 5 million people, and there's 7 congressional districts. So if you divide 5 million divided by 7, that's 714,000 people per district. Now, I'm wondering, can they do something where, let's say, they put 2 million Black Americans into one congressional district, and then they might have white congressional district where they only have 300,000 people. I'm wondering, can they legally do something like that, or should all congressional districts be around the same number, like 700,000 or 715,000, like that? You ever thought about that?
Yeah, I had always thought that the number was roughly 750,000, and it could be between 700 and 750,000. That's what I always thought that it was. Technically, I thought that's the number that they were working with. But according to, the previous thing that we listened to, I guess again, I think it was in Maine. Now this might have been on a state districting, because that's different than congressional districts, where they had one district that was 38 seats or 38 people. So it may be a thing where the federal government does have their number that they kind of are comfortable with, but at the state level, it could be something completely different. And that's where, again, because we need to control states, we need Black majority state control. They if they start to manipulate the numbers at the state level, that could be equally devastating, because again, federal government is what it is. They don't represent us anyway. The Congressional Black Caucus doesn't represent us anyway. So they manipulating, gerrymandering, doing a bunch of shit with these districts is just going to increase the harm, but it never really was going to improve anything for us, if we're being honest at this point. At the state level, if they start playing these games with the numbers, that's where it could really, really hurt. And I don't know if there's a standard at the state level. Every state could be different. They may not even have to be even close in terms of population. You know what I'm saying? Like I've never taken the time to look at a state and try to figure out if the districts population wise are all, you know, relatively similar. So I think that's where the major damage comes in.
Right, like what I just did. Right, I divided the United States total population, 330 million people. It might be more now, but I'm going to just use 330 million, and divided by 435 congressional seats. Right. And that's 758,620 people per congressional district. So you mentioned 750,000. So that's I would thought around 750,000 as well. So
yeah, like I said, brother Art, he'll probably be in the space later if he comes in, but he always talks about this, the fact that there should be more, like, in other words, instead of 435, maybe it should be a couple thousand representatives, so that you don't have one person for every 750,000. Maybe you got one person for every 200,000 or whatever, to give better representation. And I understand that argument, but then it becomes, logistically, how do you get to? I mean, not that it's impossible to get 2,000 people in the state or the Capitol building, and to have them all operating for the good of their constituents. It does increase the pay. And I mean, it increases expenses, but if it effectively brought better representation to the citizens, it makes sense to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, now the state also has their own. You have your own state legislatures, right?
Right.
So I need to look at the numbers again, but I looked at it before, and it seemed like when it comes to state legislatures, there's like one state legislature per, I think, 200,000 people.
Mm.
So you got your federal, so you got your congressional representatives on the federal level, then you got your state legislatures that represent you on the state level. So usually RE doesn't mention anything about representatives on the state level, but I think representatives on the state level is just as important as congressional representatives on the federal level.
Yeah, I think it could be more important, again, because all politics is local. Your state rep is the person who's involved in what happens at the state house. You know what I'm saying? and likely involved in the budgeting and resource distribution and everything else like that. So I would say equally important. And I'd be curious, because one state could be different than another state as far as the numbers, because population is different. When I look at the sizes of these state houses, they're certainly different from every state to another. And so they've got to likely come up with some formula. I'm trying to think about Delaware. I think the number was 20 and 40, and it's about 1 million people there. And well, 20 is the Senate, 40 is the House. So that sounds like what, 25,000 or so. Just trying to do the numbers off the top of my head. So that would be significantly different. If you saw one that had 200,000 per district, that would be different. So yeah, I'm sure every state's going to have a different number that they come up with. The question is, again, or inside these state districts, is it based on population? Is it based on land? Or is there some other factor that they use to try to balance it out? And or do they even take the time to balance it out? Because it may be a thing where again, if you have a district that has 38, I can't even imagine. I mean, if it's 38 farms and they got to be huge farms, somewhere in the middle of Texas, maybe that sounds like it makes some sense because they're covering like large swaths of land. But outside of somewhere like that, I just can't imagine how that would be legal. But he said it was legal, in that state. So, bottom line of it is the erosion of the idea of these black majority districts, that we have some type of political power. Because again, they've been, that woman from the LDF fighting her ass off. Every time I see her post LDF and NAACP Legal Defense Fund, she's fighting her ass off against these states and these district maps. And very intelligent. She said, she had convinced these 3 federal judges that, yeah, this definitely was race-based. And it clearly proven. And then you go to the upper level, and they say, oh, no, it's political. It's not race-based. And this white guy who said, well, how is it not race-based when you created essentially an all-white district and gave the whites an advantage? And then you're just assuming that black people are voting Democrat. I mean, that's the only way you could say it's political, because you assume that these black voters are voting Democrat. And that to me sounds that should be unconstitutional for a Supreme Court justice to make that assumption and then try to make it a political thing without actually having a conversation with each and every single one of those voters to determine whether or not they are in fact Democrat voters at all. Yes, it's just sad, and again, that district, if that woman only won by 1% of the vote, think about that. If she only won by 1% of the vote, and there's 750,000 people in that district, removing 30,000 black people, while it could increase her voter margin, there certainly were more white people that were voting Democrat as well. There had to have been. Just based on a 1% margin. So none of it sounds constitutional. It actually sounds insane on so many different levels. The more you look at it, the more you think about it. But these people make the final fucking decision until Congress, which ain't going to get together because they run the shit anyway. Like, let's be real. The red and blue party, the uniparty, the duopoly run the fucking politics of the country anyway. And this is what they really want. They don't want the federal government involved. They want to be able to make these backroom agreements and negotiations so they can keep the shit going the way they already have it. And again, these congressional black caucus motherfuckers is going to lay down and let them do whatever they want as long as they get to keep their little piece of the fucking kingdom. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Black.
Okay, Brother Moko, you got it.
First of all, again, I want to shout out everybody in the space. Kush, who did you boycott? Thank you for speaking. Always a pleasure to hear you speak. And whenever I have a space, you can definitely jump in. I will say that, you know, Black Majority is making some real good keen points, but I want to make another point. I did put in the purple pill the meaning of Congress. We are really Congressing right now. You know, this meaning is so convoluted and confusing, but I'll just give a second short meaning. A formal meeting or series of meetings for discussions between delegates, especially those from a political party or labor union, or from within a particular discipline. We, my fellow victims of racism, white supremacy, we are within a particular discipline. So this counts as congressing. And really what they left out of this meaning was a group of people or in a formal meeting. See, white supremacy always leaves out the most important parts, which leaves these meanings of these words that we use to describe these individuals doing the exact actions that Black Majority just said. We kind of forget, just like we forget the white supremacists and the room instigating everything, we forget how the important role that we play in these actions of these words. The reason why I bring up Congress is because Black Majority has said that word probably counting after maybe 30 times. And when we use words like this so loosely and forget to add ourselves in this action and what we're doing right now, I have to say that
breaking up, bro. No, you're breaking up, bro. You're breaking up pretty bad.
It has to be the one's decision. You know, and I mean, political party or any group of people within a discipline, and we're trying to implement the discipline of justice. You know what I'm saying? Words are very important. I just want to keep reminding people that the way that we use these words are...
It's breaking up really bad. I don't know.
Racism by way of race classification. Oh, innocent white. You know, that's a crumb. It keeps coming back to it. Just like, you know, it's avoided. And again, and I'm Mike again. Can't hear anybody speaking.
Okay, yeah, your man, your sound was kind of going in and out a little bit. I'm not sure if you're moving or anything. Okay, yeah, drop down, try to bring you back up. You know what it is. You know how they mess around with the spaces. I put a lot up in the Jumbotron, and a lot of these are state, like, you know, this is where the authorities in the state, right? So a lot of the stuff I put up in here is state authority, state authorized power that you can see. I'll go through them at some point, but I just want to let people know if they do take the time to look at the Jumbotron. You got it, Miss. Who did you boycott?
Well, thank you. I was trying to listen to Brother Muko, but it was breaking up a little bit. But I was just trying to sit here and think about what we can do to support what you have worked together with your team. And only thing that come to mind, this information has to get put on blast on all of these social media platforms, because so many of our people don't know this is being orchestrated behind the scenes. It's like we're being led to the slaughter. It's like we're literally being led to the slaughter. And our folks are just looking forward to voting. It's just so bizarre and sad. Like the black, I can't say his name. Let me look at his name right quick. Black American Homeland said, I mean, words, maybe we just hear them said and let it go through our ears, but it's really, really sad what we're up against. It is very, very sad and dangerous and fearful. I never thought I would live to see this day. Turning 62 just in April, it's just hard for me to even imagine what life is going to be like for the children who are 20 and 30 and 40 years old. It's just hard to even imagine what kind of future do they have. Us elders, we about to kick the bucket. There's not much more they can do to us that they haven't done for the past 54 years. But we got to put this on blast. We have got to find a way to reach as many of our people. It has to be put on blast 24 hours a day if necessary. I'm going to spread it on all of my social media platforms and websites. I am working like a Trojan, building websites and building platforms to get the message out. But we need all of us using every bit of our timeline on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever you operate from. This is doomsday for us. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. We got our back against the wall. We're not gonna give up. We're not gonna just throw it in towel. But it is getting really, really dangerous. The way they are putting things in place like a piece of a puzzle to make us a permanent subclass. Every immigrant will continue to have priority over us. And just never thought I'd see the day. Just never thought I'd see the day when I first started voting and learning about the history, that how our ancestors and them fought and died so that we could just have an opportunity for some semblance of rights. Now it's like Black majority state migration said, they're turning back the clock. They're literally turning back the clock in front of our eyes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You said something very profound. This is a citizen in Chicago, and I'm gonna play a bunch of these Chicago videos. They're doing a documentary. I think it's called "This Is Treason," and they're doing a segment on Chicago. But this is a elder saying something that almost mirrors what you said. It's 17 seconds, so hopefully you guys can hear this fairly clearly. Turn the volume up. Okay, here we go.
Don't let the Democrats have that stupid convention here next year. That's it. Enough's enough. All I see, right, is the citizens of Chicago marching to the gas chamber. Ever since these scumbags came across the border. Don't let the...
He says, all I see is the citizens of Chicago marching to the gas chamber. Man, like, yeah. I got a bunch of these videos because these are people on the ground in Chicago that are essentially, you know, telling these people what's going on. One of them is Ryan Matta, and then the other one I think is JJ Keller. I gotta get his name just so I have that right. JJ Carroll. So JJ Carroll, I know, is a former border agent. He's sort of the one who's on the ground. And then this Ryan Matta has this platform. Ryan Matta Media is where he's posted some of these videos. So yeah, let's get into this, because again, my understanding after watching a few of these is in Chicago, they have the feeling that all it's going to take is for one violent incident of something happening to a black child for the city to explode. No one wants that to happen, obviously, but it is summertime and it kind of is what it is. And you have all these people there who shouldn't be there, obviously. And they're essentially saying that it's only going to take a spark to ignite the situation there. I got a bunch of videos, so I want to make sure I kind of go through and make sure I don't replay any of them. But if anybody, okay, Professor, you got it, and then Brother Moko, you got it again.
Yeah, thank you, that Black Majority. And once again, shout out to everybody in the space. I've been sitting back listening and getting all of the information that I need to carry on to people here in Alabama. Who did you boycott? Thank you, sister. I love sitting back listening to you. Brother Muko, you know, I always love listening to you. But let me ask anybody in the space right now, I'm just curious, Black Majority, because we know in Chicago, and not just Chicago, but other major cities and other areas outside of major cities, law enforcement also plays both sides of the coin. And one of the things that I have always heard about Chicago Police Department is that they do stir up the pot in that city. Whereas I think at one time where gangs were actually trying to bring peace amongst themselves, Chicago police would try to do things to stir it up even more so. Such as put on black faces, as we know this is happening in the country, y'all, where law enforcement will put on black face or put on masks that look like black people and go out and do shootings. See, this is how you keep stuff stirred up. And I'm just wondering, do we figure this into what's going on with these immigrants? Because we know it's eating up. Like you said, Black Majority, with the migrants being there, will the Chicago Police Department do some kind of COINTEL type of deal to really stir it up? Because law enforcement in this country, we know, do this type of stuff. Remember, all of this is controlled by white supremacy. So we have to sit back and look at all of the stuff, how they play the game with us. And I just want to hear your take on that, Black Majority, Brother Muko. Who did you boycott? Whoever, okay? Anybody can answer that question.
Okay, so I think it's going to be in this series of videos where they talk about the police have been told to hands off of the illegals. They are driving cars with no license plates, no registrations, no driver's license, and they're told they can't stop them. They can't get involved in it. I think it's in these series of videos. And if it's not in Chicago, it's definitely in New York, because I know I've heard that somewhere in the past couple of days. But we'll see how they take that. I'm going to say I hope that in Chicago, where they probably have a significant amount of black police officers, that it's not necessarily the case. I think that from what I understand from watching these videos, that Black Americans in Chicago are very aware that things can explode at any moment, and everybody's kind of preparing for that. I don't know if you get in a situation where the police are going to defend these illegals. They got families that live in the city too. You know, they have hopefully they have some type of community ties, and they may essentially take the path of, you told us not to interfere, so we're just not going to interfere. But again, I think that you're dealing with violent sociopaths anyway. You know, whoever these illegal immigrants are, they're coming from places where they're very violent. Like, these are very violent people. So I don't know necessarily that violence is going to deter them, or violence is going to make them want to pack up and leave. I just think it's a very it's an unfortunate situation, but it's almost like the perfect storm where you have populations that have been around violence, kind of desensitized to it, and that if something is to spark off, you may have generations, just like in California. I mean, to me, this is like California was maybe in the 80s, I guess, where you just essentially have this, or Miami, Florida, with that immigration wave that came through down there. I think it's the same basic idea. You have all this violent immigration violence, gang culture, cartel culture, whatever. And then they come into the community and they have access to the drugs. They have access to the weapons. They may have police on their side. Let's be pretty, real about that. They're likely to have police on their side. They're likely to have people in the community, because my understanding, Chicago already had some type of Hispanic Latin population already. So if they're able to link up with the people that are already there, because in this video, they talk about Latin kings, they talk about disciples, like they're talking about the leaders of these gangs ready to pop off. Now, which side they're going to be on is up for anybody's to debate that part. I'm not on the ground. I have no idea. But the way they talk about it in this video is, it just sounds like it's going to be every man for themselves, maybe neighborhood against neighborhood, or something of that nature. And again, all that does is set up is like generational trauma, generational harm. It doesn't remove them from the situation. The federal government is not going to remove them from the situation. And we see them, like, they're getting arrested for violent, like all I see is violent rapes, like just violent charges of little kids. And it seems like they just kind of walk out of prison. It's almost like, to me, at this point, it's the Wild Wild West. You kind of got to take your chances. If someone harms your child, you might have to do what you have to do and then deal with the courts afterwards or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't seem like the courts are really dealing with it on the same level that they should. So yeah, I'll let Brother Moko go, MF Kush, and then DL. I think DL is in Chicago. He might have a better perspective. Brother Moko. You got it, Brother Moko. If you can come off your
Thanks again, and shout out to everybody in the space again. Uncle DL, who did you boycott? Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Twitter is fucking with me. I'm gonna try this one more time. You said like.
Oh man, yeah, bro. I don't know what.
Brother Muko, you there?
You can't hear.
Yeah, I can't hear you now, Muko. Yeah, Muko, I think you in the Matrix, man.
Motherfucking Matrix, bro.
Okay, So Muko probably just went down, everybody. I think he just went down. He'll come back up.
Yeah. Hey, Black, you know, you mentioned about the Latin Kings, right? The Latin Kings are mostly Puerto Ricans, if I'm not mistaken. So if most of these illegals are Venezuelan, I think I guess I'm it's just my opinion. I don't think the Latin King would support the Venezuelans, but they do speak the same language, so it could be very interesting.
Yeah, let me look on and do some research. Like I said, maybe if DL's from Chicago, he might have some insight. We'll let MF Kush go, and then DL.
Thank you. Peace, power, reparations for everybody in the room. Professor, I came up here to answer your question, kind of, sort of. I hope it answers what I'm about to say. You know what I'm talking about? But I think, look, the reality of it is that they've already made it easy for the illegals and the immigrants be able to basically set up shop, right? They're saying they are able to be part of a police force, even though they may not be a legal citizen. They've also made it easy for them to obtain firearms. You know what I'm saying? They're able to set up shop in our neighborhoods. What else more deals do you need to be comfortable in a place that is not yours? They have an easy access to resources and money flow that we don't have. And that right there is an issue. What a lot of us are not understanding is this. This is going to be the opportune time for you to understand that you got to defend your family at all costs. That's what a lot of people don't want to do. And I don't get why you don't want to do it when you already understand how the outside world is already looking at us, right? I don't always want to have to get my hands dirty, but if that's what I have to do to protect my family, that's what I have to do. Now, the issue for me is that I think a lot of us as Black Americans have to get on that. We have to get on that page. I don't know why some of us don't have Bang Bang Pop House. I don't know why, right? I don't know how some people are not stocking up on ammunition. I don't know why people are not taking those classes, you know, those gun safety classes. I don't know why. But I am going to say this, though. When they barge into your house and they get to doing whatever they're going to do, what you going to do, man? What you going to do? What are you going to do? Like, so I think that's one thing that needs to be understood when we're talking about the invaders coming into our country and our neighborhoods. You're gonna have to get your hands dirty one way or the other. Nobody is ever in that mindset of us as Black Americans as like we're gonna just start taking motherfuckers out just to start taking people out. That's never our goal. That's not who we are as a people. But we will defend ourselves at all costs. So it really, I guess you could say it's more of a priority thing, Professor. Some people don't see it as it being an issue. Some of us do. So it just all depends on where you stand with it, to be honest.
Well, thank you, MF Kush. And that's exactly how I feel, too. We're going to have to defend at all costs because we are in a state of emergency, a crisis, whatever you want to call it. Yes, we're going to have to defend at all costs. And Black Americans, I've been telling y'all in previous spaces about getting those guns and being ready and being prepared.
Oh, wait, also, and I just wanted to add this too. Wait, is he talking?
Yeah, I was. Can you hear me?
No, she can't hear you. No, you're good. She can't hear you, but that's okay. You got it, MF Kush.
Oh, and I also just want to say this too. Think about who you're defending your family against. Some of these people are coming over and they're no rapists. You know what I'm talking about? Like they're not in no system nowhere else and where they're in their homeland. These may be people that are really ready to harm your kids, take away your kids at all costs. Because you know that the fact that they are allowed in Chicago to be on a police force, you know that they're not going to push any crime that concern Black kids in general. They're not going to be as concerned about it as us. They're going to be concerned about their people and the issues that are going on in their community, and that's the issue. So they're giving people authority, power of authority. They've never had that before, and they're gonna basically be drunk off that. So yeah, we just got to be prepared, man. That's all I'm saying. I think all Black Americans need to be armed and prepared and take chain of casters to protect your family. You're gonna have to do what you gotta do, man. But I'm sorry, that's all I'd say.
Yeah, and as you said, they have the legal right to carry a weapon. That was another Supreme Court decision recently, that these illegal people have the constitutional right to carry a firearm, which is utterly
Hello, can I
insane.
be heard?
Yeah, let me run through this here. So according to
I
Wikipedia,
can't hear anybody, Katie.
okay, DL, let me see. I'm gonna drop you down and bring you back up. Let's do that. So according to this, they have Caribbeans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, and it says they have factions in Canada, Ecuador, Italy, and Spain. Ecuador is a South American country, for those kind of keeping track. So, yeah, the language probably unites them in ways that we can't possibly imagine. And I think if the decision is if they're going to be, because man, what was I listening? I was listening to something that was talking about prison rules, and essentially the thing about that is, and I think it was called a prison program, is how the guy stated it. But essentially, what this is, and quite literally in these prisons, people align themselves with their race. And so he was talking essentially about how that prison program is going to start to show up in the streets and in communities more and more often. You're going to be separated by your racial makeup. And I think if there's a decision that has to be made by these Venezuelans, are they going to be on the Mexican Hispanic side or on the black side? I think it's an easy decision for them in terms of, you know, what they're used to, what they're comfortable with, where they would end up in prison, quite literally, if they ever get charged with any crimes that actually stick. Because how many of these violent crimes have we seen? Have any of these people actually been prosecuted and convicted? I see story after story of them committing these violent crimes. I can't say that I remember a story where they said, okay, this person got 25 to life or anything like that. So is it just they're able to come here, commit as many violent crimes as they want, as many petty crimes as they want, and they keep getting arrested over and over and over again, but they never actually do no serious prison time? Okay, let's go to DL and then Brother Moko.
Hey, thank you, Black Majority State. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, shout out to the room, share everybody in the room. Yeah, it's interesting you talking about, you know, my city. I am in Chicago, South Side.
Oh man, you
just is being infiltrated and with people from, you know, South America, and they don't have any problems representing their countries. You know, Mexican flags everywhere. I mean, literally everywhere. It's not like they coming here and trying to assimilate to America. It just seems like they coming here and occupying. And it's almost a sign of saying traditionally, like, we're going to take this country from you all. You know, I seen a young woman today of Latin descent walking around out in the streets with an ankle. So some of these are criminals. I mean, just walking around freely, but she got an ankle bracelet on, like she being monitored and things of that nature. I was doing some work for a friend who recently purchased a condo, and I'm doing some work in the bathroom. But anyway, I was just dumping just some minor debris in a garbage can in the alley, and one of these Mexicans came out and tried to, you know, like reprimand me from throwing things, he called it construction stuff, in the garbage can. I just told him, mind your fucking business. You know, but they are flamboyant here, man. You know, they really are. They are flamboyant. They don't have no shame in coming over here and representing themselves as if, you know, I don't even know what to call it, being illegal immigrants or whatever the case may be. They don't have no shame. You see them all the time convoying in carpools with Mexican flags, all, high and whatever the case may be. It's just crazy, man. It's sickening. The South Side is being infiltrated. I'm seeing Mexicans and people of Latin descent walking in neighborhoods I never would have anticipated that they'll be walking in. They are literally taking over the South Side. I don't know too much about the West Side, and I'm a shut up. I'm not a long-winded person. I just want to say this: the guy was talking about police, and MF Kush just mentioned it. The police don't have to necessarily come in our communities because they are hiring them. They are giving them the authority to come in our communities as police officers. Number one, when it comes to the gangs, yeah, you have Mexican Latin kings, and you have Puerto Rican Latin kings. The Mexican Latin kings ride under a 5-point crown, and the Puerto Ricans ride. When I say ride, they represent a 3-point crown. That's how you know the difference. So you do have two different factions of Latin kings here. But yeah, it's just crazy, man. It's heart-wrenching to me to see Black Chicago turn into something that I never would have anticipated in my life. And with that, I lay down the mic. Thank you.
Damn, man. Hey, thank you so much for that. Like I said, I got about eight little short videos from people on the ground in Chicago. You'll probably recognize some of the names.
You're in the Matrix, bro.
Matrix. Okay. All right. Well, let's let Brother Moko go, and then MF Kush, and then I'll pop in and out.
Just real quick before you go, Moko, so everybody here already know what time it is, every time.
Yeah.
Minimize all these other apps except for Twitter and restart your phone if you need be, and it'll clear everything out. Social, SOXCIL.com, SOXCIL.com. Make sure you make an account over there. Newstotter.com, NEWSTOTER.com. Newstotter is the largest Black curated news on the web. Also, make sure you support Brother Moko and his t-shirts and all our Black businesses. Shout out to Kush, gonna have the Black Business Space coming up, I think, on the 28th. I think that was the date. And also make sure you support ML3 Fragrances right here on X. ML3 Fragrances right here on X. Don't be walking around in summertime stank, family. But go ahead.
Yeah, and I definitely want to give a shout out to DJ, #1 tech support on the universe. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. You know what I'm saying? This man is working 24/7. I mean, he supports and promotes Be More Codified. Don't ever ask for any motherfucking thing, even though I hit him off. You know what I'm saying? And I wish I could hit him off more, but that's my man in the paint. Definitely does the most work, the most, and definitely Kush with that business space generates a lot of positive results. And look, she connect a lot of families with that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, let's get into the habit of supporting us. You know what I'm saying? And so I want to get back on topic, just not to lose focus. Professor, you definitely raised a very, very good point. The police does play both sides of the argument. White supremacy plays both sides of the argument, just like in the uprisings here, or what they call uprisings here, that took place here in Baltimore. Stephanie Rawlins Blake, who was the mayor at the time, told the police to stand down. They had people here out of state. You might as well say they were illegals because they were doing illegal shit. I mean, and I was walking through when it happened. I had to walk and get both of my children from school and Head Start. So things were shut down. I seen how deliberate and how treacherous local governments can be and federal governments can be. So with that being said, I
we here in Baltimore, I witnessed and taped and posted on my page how they took the rocks from downtown Baltimore and planted them up here in Mondawmin Mall, where it's a bus station / subway station where all the children have to come from at least 4 or 5 high schools to get home through this transportation here. They had it blocked off before the children even came up there. They had guards up there, had the rocks up there so the children can throw them at the officers. See, this is the type of government, and I got my air quotation fingers up, that we work with. So shout out to the DL for definitely putting us down with that, because some people will have you thinking that, you know, hey, Chicago's doing the right thing. You know, we on the way. You know, black supremacy is the way. So shout out for DL for being honest with that. And this is the same thing that's happening here in Baltimore. We have an enclave of Hispanics, or illegals as we call them. You know what I'm saying? And yes, they are driving without licenses, some without tags, and nobody's getting pulled over. And the ones that do get arrested, nobody's doing hard time. Just like any jail, if anybody has ever been in jail in this space, I have no problem with stating what, my issue. But yeah, I've been in jail. I've been in jail. And one thing that I noticed in jail that takes place in jail, out of jail, it don't matter where you are, that if you come into an institution and you by yourself and you ain't got your folks in there, you real humble. But when your folks start coming over in numbers and there's more y'all, what start happening? You start acting an ass. Oh yeah, we control the yard. And this is what's happening. Kush made a very, very valid point. They started making it illegal with the first place they started in Texas. You know what I'm saying? We still got to go through paperwork, fingerprints, and all this other shit. And they could just go right in and buy their firearm. You know what I'm saying? No problems, no harms done. You know what I'm saying? And then go shoot up a mall, shoot up a school. You know what I'm saying? I mean, right now, we are already past 365 mass shootings already. Now, I haven't even checked on the numbers, but we were past 365 mass shootings in March of this year. I'm just talking about this year. So yes, white supremacy plays both sides of the argument. And again, this is racism practiced on the victims of racism, white supremacy by way of race classification. See, we're never going to get away from it. And I'm going to keep mentioning it. Every time black play a video, every time somebody come up here and speak about their personal lived experience, guess what? What you're describing and what you're experiencing is racism practiced on you by way of race classification in all areas, whether it's in a hospital, whether it's on a street, whether it's in a strip club, market, or goddamn car release. It don't matter. All of it is practiced on you by way of race classification. They got to classify you as a nigga to treat you as a nigga. Not because Brother Muko said it. Look at the evidence. Black Majority says something else that was very profound. The harm. This is generational harm. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Who the hell ever heard of passing down generational harm? Look at that. This is not normal, y'all. This is not normal, and this is something that needs to be dismantled. You know, we're talking about Congress, and we're talking about this government of injustice. Guess what don't happen in a government of injustice? Justice. Okay? Again, not because Brother Muko said, fuck Brother Muko. For real, fuck that nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's because the evidence says that. And what it boils down to is exactly what that nigga be saying in my profile pic. What you gonna do? What you wanna do? You know what I'm saying? You wanna be a coward? Do you wanna show your children? Yo, cowardice is the way to be. What you wanna do? I'm gonna keep that profile pic up there. I said before I was never going to take my profile pic down to me and Claude Anderson, but it's still in the chamber.
It's still in the chamber. But see what this brother for, what this brother here in my profile pic is for, he's the coward shamer. You know what I'm saying? Look, I ain't got to shame you. You got to deal with your cowardice yourself. I don't want no parts of it. You feel what I'm saying? If you even thinking about being a coward, if you even thinking about harming a victim of racism, white supremacy, and you ain't give two fucks about the white supremacists that's making it hard for your children, that's going to make it hard for your children to eat after your ass is dead in the casket in the ground, this ain't the space for you. You need to move on to a fuck-off space. And I would prefer you go to one of the white fuck-off spaces, at least come back with some goddamn evidence. You know what I'm saying? But right now, look, the time is of the essence. You know what I'm saying? Time is of the essence, and the time is right now. Who did you boycott? Said, yeah, we need to go full-fledged on all these social media platforms. I agree. And I say we need to go hard in the paint with our personal goddamn care units, our families, the ones that don't know, the children, the teenagers, the ones you say, oh, them niggas, they something else. I don't know where they come, this generation. You need to talk to them. Because guess what? They ain't walking around here sexually confused for nothing. These niggas ain't our younger generation ain't walking around here angry for nothing. They angry because they see the evidence ain't matching up for what's being told to them. Guess who was in that position before? All of us that been teenagers before. All of us that been teenagers before. Because all of us in this space, and I ain't got to know each and every one of y'all to know when you was a teenager. Hell, I ain't even got to be in your generation. But I can guarantee that your ass was lied to when you was a child. I can guarantee it. Matter of fact, I bet my motherfucking whole earnings that they are on it. I put $1,000 on it right now. Anybody tell me they wasn't lied to when they were younger? And if you're just trying to do it to get the cash, I'm going to tell you you're a goddamn lie. And I'm going to ask you to show me some evidence. Because everybody in this motherfucker was taught that George Washington was the first goddamn president of the United States. Everybody in this space was taught that. Everybody was taught that Thomas Jefferson did something positive for the United States of America by signing this Declaration of Independence. Yeah, they tell you that. You know what I mean? And they lied to you. So if we all know that we was lied to, and if we all know that we have a liar that lied to you in the beginning, look, all you need to know, when you know that shit is in your midst, all you need to know is know it's shit. You don't need to pick it up. You don't need to squeeze it in your fingers. You don't need to taste test the shit. You know it's shit. All right? We need to start doing this with white supremacy.
Amen.
We need to. And we need to learn what this shit is and how it works. And stop being willingly ignorant to the situation that's harming you and your children. So we got to get codified in our language and start talking about racism that's being practiced on us by way of race classification. And stop arguing about fucking classifying what we classified as. We classified as fucking victims of racism, white supremacy. Whether that be Negro, freedman, nigga, slave, whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? It ain't white. And white is the only supreme position in the system of white supremacy that's only in place by race classification. So we got to start talking this shit and being codified in the way we talking it. And guess what? We got to start repeating it. And if it get on your fucking nerves, guess what? It's supposed to get the fuck on your nerves until it change. And the only way it's going to change is if we keep speaking that shit into existence. And the first thing we got to do, and I'm going to land here, is start being honest. Because when you're not being honest, guess what you won't do? You won't change the situation, because the words that you spell and speak are the only way you're going to change, you know what I'm saying, what's happening to you. Because the only way you're going to change what's happening to you is by action. And action don't follow
Action, words don't follow action. You know what I'm saying? That's never the way it's been done. Your words come first, and then your actions come. Always. I'm going to whip your ass. Then you get popped in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? You got to do something to get popped in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? It's so we really got to start being codified with this shit, with our words and the situation that we in, and start calling it what it is. It ain't police brutality. It ain't a motherfucking white person not liking you. It really ain't even immigration. What it is racism being practiced on us by way of race classification. These illegals are being put in the midst for a reason. They are being furnished with an economic floor. Does this sound familiar? They're being furnished with an economic floor to do what? To motherfucking make life hell for us. How you gonna be here illegally, but you can be a police officer? Crazy. How can you be here illegally, but you can attain a firearm without even a fingerprint check? Insane. These things are crazy. How can you come in? How can you be here illegally and you can get a goddamn license to be a plumber, a HVAC, without paying? But the people that were born here have to pay for it. I had to pay for my HVAC license. You know what I'm saying? I had to pay for my so-called education. You feel what I'm saying? These people don't have to pay for that. I was down there in Annapolis when they were up on the hill and discussing these. I was in these spaces telling you, I was just up there, and the one thing they wasn't talking about is my children. I'm up here trying to get fucking drone jobs for veterans and black people and black children here, and they ain't talking about none of that shit. But they talking about weed laws. Weed and illegal aliens getting licenses. And goddamn, they can get the licenses right now. Because guess where they not at? They not in front of Home Depot no more. But guess who is in front of Home Depot? The Haitians, the Africans. Yeah, I posted it on my page. This is racism, white supremacy being practiced on you by way of race classification. They switching it right in front of your face. And then to add insult to injury, they said, you know what? We're going to classify you niggas as nothing. Now what? And guess what we did? Went right back into space and said, don't call me a Negro because I'm a freedman. Don't call me a freedman because I'm an Indian. Don't call me an Indian because I'm an other. I'm an other. Come on. We got to stop dancing with the devil in the pale moonlight. Real talk. This ain't a goddamn cartoon. This ain't Batman, Superman, Robin, or Wonder Woman. We got to start being real with this shit, with our language. Yo, this is racism. Practice on you by way of race classification. I don't give a fuck how you feel about the words I'm saying. It is simply what it is. Until you change it. It is what it is. And look, don't argue with Brother Muko. Because Brother Muko, that nigga ain't got no smoke for none of you victims of racism, white supremacy. But I got all the fucking smoke for the racist white supremacists. In and out the room. In D.C. and out of D.C. You know what I'm saying? I have no problems going down there stomping on the ground, on the grass, on the fucking pavement, in the goddamn office. I don't care. But let's get the job done and be serious about it. Let's start being serious about serious shit. And let's continue to stop being silly. You know what I'm saying? And stop being serious about silliness. So I just want to give everybody a shout out in the room again, because I know I done rambled on, but Professor, you are right. Like these officers, everybody, all of these white supremacists and their collaborators are trained to play both sides of the argument. That's why you can no longer go with a Democrat or Republican. That shouldn't even be coming out of any of the victims' mouths. But what should be coming out of your mouths is shout out to the Redemption Party. I'm going to support anybody in a Redemption Party. If you're running on a platform that has showed us evidence continuously of harming us,
I cannot support you, brother. I cannot support you, sister. Run on the redemption party. The party that's unapologetically about punishing white supremacists, and not just punishing them, but guess what? And at the same time, simultaneously changing this system of racism, white supremacy, dismantling it, and creating a new system of what? Compensatory justice court systems. You don't hear no other party talking that shit in front of white people, and you don't hear no other party coming in a room full of victims of racism, white supremacy, saying it unapologetically, except Senator Nichols and her few colleagues that she got. You know what I'm saying? But we need to start putting our support where our hearts are and stop being on a hamster wheel. Look, the answer ain't in the independent party, the Republican Party, or the fucking Democrat Party. Fuck the lesser of two evils. I don't give a fuck what Trump is offering. I don't give a fuck what Biden is offering. How about this? Fuck y'all, and we going with a redemption party or the peace party or whatever the fuck party. Not them parties. And be unapologetic about it. Not giving a fuck about who's saying what. Getting out of our feelings. I'm gonna land there because I can keep going, Black, and I just appreciate y'all for having this space, and I appreciate the people that's showing up in the space. I hope everybody take a mic, and if anybody want to take a mic and need somebody to step down, I will and come back up, because this shit needs to be handled right now. They won't let us get a piece of a crumb. That's the title of the space. And that's not the title just for shits and giggles. That's the title because that is the truth. And the truth is simply what is. And if anybody want to argue with the truth, push motherfucking Muko, brother Muko aside. Whatever you read, Muko brother Muko, push that nigga aside and get busy with the evidence. Start fighting the evidence. That's what I want to see people do. If you don't agree with a victim of white supremacy, argue with the evidence. Don't argue with the victim, because the victim is just the victim. We just guaranteed to be victimized 100% of the time, whether by way of confusion, by way of fucking killing us, by way of replacing us, or by way of racially dislocating us, aka they call it relocating, but it's dislocating, you know what I'm saying? By way of race classification. Look at that. See, I ain't never gonna stop using this codified language. I'm addicted like a goddamn fiend to being codified. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna land there. I love y'all.
Okay, shout out, Pete. Man, thank you so much. A lot of powerful statements, a lot of powerful words there, brother Moko. Appreciate you. We're gonna go ahead and get MF Kush, then DJ, and then we'll get into the Chicago videos.
Thank you. I kind of want to bring this back on the economic level, right? So y'all know I love black businesses, right? You know what I noticed out here in Indianapolis? For every 1 or 2 Black American businesses that end up closing, there are 2 to 3 more non-Black American businesses open up in Black American neighborhoods. Recently, there was just a bakery that just recently opened up over here. That's a problem. You know why that's a problem? Because that's another resource that's gone. That's another property that's gone. That's your generational wealth literally in front of you being taken away. You got some of them being able to buy rental properties up here in Black neighborhoods, right? How you get here? You ain't been here 15, 20 minutes. How all of a sudden you get property and land? You know what I'm talking about? You got all of a sudden now you got the funding to fix up that little rental property, moving all your family members up in there. Come on now. They telling you what they doing right in front of your face. And maybe some of y'all don't see it, maybe some of y'all do. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody. But I'm telling you this right now, that they're making moves on a monumental scale. And it's a group effort that's being had in order to have them in. Remember that everything that was done, like Carl Anderson said, everything that was done to us then, now, was and still is a group effort. So in order for us to counter this, we have to get together in a group effort in order to shut this down, because I don't get how that's okay. Like, they're playing with your future generations right now. That duplex that was probably around the corner that was abandoned and now it's taken up, that could have been yours. You know, that little building space that's over there that was up there for lease, that could have been yours. But you have to have the willingness in order to stop it. There should be no way that they are able to succeed and excel on the level that they are excelling without somebody allowing them to come in and allowing them to do what they do. So if you don't see this as being serious, I understand. Whatever, that's your opinion. But for me, we've been under attack for years, and it's time to put an end to it. It genuinely is. It's time to put an end to it. It's time for you to start taking back your neighborhoods. It's time that you start to facilitate what is yours and take back your birthright. This is yours. This land is yours. And nobody has the right to come in on this land and play with it in front of your face and take it away from you and stop you from getting what is rightfully yours. That's partially why I like holding the Black American business spaces. Because the honest conversation is this: we already kind of know what's going on. Some people do, some people don't. But my goal at the end of the day is to encourage more Black Americans is to get out there and start speaking out and start standing on Black American business. And that includes being able to take back your neighborhood. But you got to understand who's allowing them to come back in, who's allowing them to set up shop, who's allowing them to be able to get positions of authority, who's allowing them to get guns. Like, come on now, like you telling me that they're able to get guns, but the Black men that have been victims of mass incarceration under bullshit charges can't get their gun privileges back? Like, is that what we're saying? That's the state of what we live in right now here in America. So it's time to get right. It's time to start fighting. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, baby. But I land there. Thank you for letting me.
What you gonna do?
Okay, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I know what I'm gonna do. I know what my husband and I are going to do. We'll be fine. But I am concerned about the rest of us as Black America who are not prepared. But I'm sorry. I actually land there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna throw these numbers out here. This is the Hispanic population. These were projections that were likely done. Let me see if this is 2017. So 2017, they had projections. 2017, the Hispanic population was 60 million. And then they essentially had it growing about 6 million every 5 years. And again, 2017. So we know Biden got in 2020. They projected it to be at 62 million. We're in 2024 now. By next year, they said it would be at 68 million. The problem is that Biden has flooded the country with tens of millions of these fucking people. So they're actually way ahead of the projections at this point. So that means that this 6 million jump would probably have to increase because of procreation. And so if you did it every 5 years, by 2060, they had it at 111 million people, 28% of the population. Again, this has been accelerated. Even though in the news reports they say, "Whoa, the numbers are down," in comparison to this historical fucking flood that they've been flooding the country with. So yeah, maybe the numbers are down now. Maybe they've gotten all the people that have made the trip up to this point, but I don't think it's going to stop. I don't think it's going to slow down. The legislation that the Republicans and Democrats had was for 2 million legal immigrants every single year. That's 8 million every 4 years, which would be 10 million every 5 years. So in the same time period, regardless, you're still talking about from 2030 to 2060. You're talking about 6 times 10. You're talking about 60 million people that are just going to come across the border and be legal citizens here.
And you might as well round that number up to 120 million.
Well, the overall point is Black America can't really compete with it based on our procreation numbers, based on everything, as scattered citizens scattered across the country with no power. They've been destroying affirmative action, DEI. Now they just destroyed these so-called black majority districts. In my opinion, when I wrote this was just a couple of months ago, because you could see it, the writing on the wall. There's really nothing left other than he's talking about Brown versus Board, but the reality of that is the schools are already more segregated than they have ever been in the history of the country. That's the reality of the school situation, because people have already taken their kids either to private school, or they have this redlining by zip code, which essentially says affluent areas can build their own schools, and then they don't really have to deal with public education in the sense of it being integrated. And so, that to me is kind of a moot point, to be quite honest, that he wants to strip Brown versus the Board of Education. And if we do come together and we do start to fill up these states, it would have been a moot point anyway, because we would already have these majorities, and we really wouldn't need Brown versus Board as much, because we would control the education system within the state. That's kind of the whole point of it, is to get in a position to where a lot of these issues kind of disappear, because we are the majority voting population and we are governing ourselves at all these different levels of government. I don't know what else they could possibly do other than what Joe Biden said. They gonna put you back in chains. Like, that's the only other thing, to be quite honest, at this point, that is of the federal level. Because I know I sat on these spaces for a couple years, and people were screaming for federal protections. And if you really understand what's happening at the Supreme Court level, they are not moving in the direction of federal protections. They're actually moving in the direction of removing whatever federal protections were in existence. That's a devolution, and a devolving of whatever protections they pretended existed. Again, I just think they are at the point where they don't want to pretend anymore. So we got DJ, and then we're gonna play some of these Chicago clips.
I don't even know why I had my hand up, bro. Keep it real, you know what I'm saying? I'm just in the background listening to y'all speak, man. Shout out to the room. I see is a shooting at the Seaside Shore over here in Jersey. That's what I'm over here looking at. But I'm just looking for any instances of the white supremacists ready to blame. Look at the niggas. Look at the niggas. Well, held up. It's just as many white folks out there, but they still gonna find a way to blame us, family. You know what I mean? But I guess, let me see. Title of the space. They won't let us get a piece of a crumb. Say that 3 times fast. Bleach blonde, bad Bill Bush body. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's true. But not true at the same time. You already know. We gotta just pretty much create our own piece of the pie and not even ask for these folks for anything. That's really what it falls down to. So it's like, when Kush talk about this black business, and I talk about business, and everyone's talking about what it is we need to do, a lot of our folks just really don't want to engage the process. That's what I'm really starting to understand and realize. So that's why I back up, and just play the background. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time to be arguing and none of that other stuff, going back and forth with folks about stuff that they wasn't even in the room prevalent to. Shout out to that space I was in last night, for those that heard that shit. You know what I'm saying? Some folks are just agents of chaos, man. So with that being said, yeah, I agree with you with the courts are doing. That's bullshit. But, at the end of the day, what can we do about that? I think black state majority, regardless of all of us actually want to get up and leave or not, your homeland, which is your state. You know what I'm saying? I don't really care about traveling up and down I-95. I've been as far as Maine and as far as Florida. You know what I mean? So it really don't matter where I land at, because I most likely land at a family member house and shit. Hey, cousin, pulling up. You know what I'm saying? I don't burn bridges. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, as Black Majority has said and Black Homeland has said, shout out to Black Homeland, Philippines in the building. You know what I mean? We only need about 2% of our folks to make this shit happen, man. You know what I mean? hey, it's a possibility you may not even be able to make it to Delaware or back into a black state if you all the way on the West Coast, because shit is already fucked up for us. Financially fucked up. And health-wise too, because a lot of our folks have passed away from COVID. You know what I'm saying? They saying COVID is back. My great aunt calling me like, yo, such and such and such and such. 3 of my family members got COVID, coming off a cruise ship. But hey, I could have told you not to go on a cruise ship. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all think it's about having fun and all this other shit. Learn to have fun locally. You ain't got to leave. You know what I'm saying? Because if you leave, guess what? You might as well start getting yourself inoculated, yo. COVID vaccine, flu vaccine, whatever vaccine you need to inoculate. You're going over to Africa, you need a tetanus shot, malaria shot, hysteria shot. You know what I'm saying? I'm not pumping myself up with that. You know what I'm saying? You got to be crazy. You know what I mean? Because you don't know what the side effects is moving forward. You know what I mean? So with that being said, a piece of a piece of a piece. I think we is getting a piece, but we we got that live like the Joneses method, you know what I'm saying? The aka the Jeffersons, you know what I mean? So we don't know really what to do with the piece. Another perfect example. Did y'all know NVIDIA stock just hit $1,000?
Wow.
NVIDIA stock is damn near at $1,000. Wow. So most of us ain't got $1,000 in the bank, you know what I'm saying? But maybe you got $10 laying around. I got a stock option for you right now. And I don't even play the stocks. I just watch it. You know what I'm saying? I just watch the shit because I already see where it's going to go. So Lionsgate Cinema is coming to Newark. So when they say we don't get a piece of a piece, again, Lionsgate Cinema, that's the movie production company, Lionsgate Cinema. I want y'all to go look up Lionsgate Cinema on your Wall Street blog, on your S&P, you know what I mean? On your Wall Street, whatever it is you look at for finances and stock market. It's about $10 a share. That's the same amount of share it was when GameStop was about to go under. And some regular Joes just bought that shit up and to turn that shit and reinvigorated GameStop when they should be closing out of business because the powers that be were trying to put GameStop out of business. So if you got $10, which I'm about to go do, and this is how I'm gonna play the stock market, I'm about to go buy me a couple shares of that Lionsgate Cinema. Why? Because it's coming here to Newark. So when you say, hey, they don't give us a piece of a crumb, ain't no one here that I know of other than myself and maybe a few other folks that have skills in audio engineering production, movie production, lighting technician, just whatever you could think of when it comes to film, music, movies, whatever, right? DJing, whatever. You know what I mean? I've been at this shit forever. I don't know too many Jamals or Rashidas on the block that know this same skill, you know what I mean? And could do it fluently. I know how to work a Pro Tools machine. But I don't even like Pro Tools, so you'll never catch me working on one. You know what I'm saying? Even though that's $100,000 a year business that you could be making as a Pro Tools engineer. $100,000, yo. And this shit don't take but a year or two to learn. It may take 10 years for you to catch on and get a good job making $100,000. But at least this way, you ain't got to do all this college shit that you're going to wind up in debt for nowadays. So if Lionsgate Cinema is coming to Newark, well, everyone in the tri-state needs to dump $10 in the Lionsgate Cinema. So that way you could be control of the board. You know what I'm saying? You have a say because you are a shareholder. You know what I mean? And you also will have a say in who the hell is getting hired at this particular job. But until we start advocating up here in the bricks for training to be displayed across all of New Jersey and the tri-state, because, we're right here next to New York and Philly and all this other stuff. Yeah, just come up to Newark and come to Lionsgate and shit. You know what I mean? You can get your movie or get a job or whatever, but a lot of our folks ain't gonna get them jobs, man. You know what I mean? They coming with their own people more or less already. You know what I mean? And then the jobs that will be available, we're talking security, maybe a cook there. They got any type of facility there that you could go eat as a restaurant and stuff like that. Janitor, those jobs gonna go to the Mexicans too, aka the Spanish people. So it's like we're pretty much shit out of luck on a lot of things. So the only logical thing for us to do is invest in these businesses that these Mexicanos is working for. So, hey, you got $10, $20 every week, buy a share of this and a share of that, a share of this and a share of that. You know what I mean? I know it ain't a lot. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget the penny stocks. You ain't even got to have a physical dollar. They got penny stocks. Sometimes penny stocks will make you a millionaire if you know what you're doing. Got to get on it. You know what I mean? So I think our piece of a crumb is they're not giving it to us. We kind of got to create it, yo. You know what I'm saying? and you know how to manage it like a business. You know what I mean? So as far as them not giving us anything, well, you already know. I've done talked about that a billion times. They don't give us any bank loans, home loans, auto loans, any type of loans. Matter of fact, somebody just went ham on Wells. Matter of fact, Dr. Cornel West, or I guess presidential candidate Dr. Cornel West, he said, hey, yo, go take your money out of Wells Fargo. So if any of y'all banging with Wells, you already know, man, there's day one slave trader, you know what I'm saying? So go take your money up out of there. And I know it's going to be like where to put it at, you know, like bank and all this other stuff. Yeah, we're going to have to start coming up with some better financial solutions on where we storing our money at, because it's getting to the point that they're just using our money to do one thing I just literally told you to do. Take your shares of, or your deposits, your deposits of your money, your 100,000, whatever you got in the bank, and go play the stock market with it. That's how a bank makes money. 9 times out of 10, they just playing the stock market and invested in stuff that you probably utilize every day, but never thought about. You need to get a dividend return on the shit. Hey, you went out and bought $1,000 iPhone while you don't got stock in Apple. See what I'm saying? Same thing with me. If I'm buying all this fucking DJ equipment, I need to have some stock in one of these fucking spots. You know what I'm saying? So, but when you say they don't give us a piece, this is what they never gave us: financial literacy. Yo. This is why we need reparations. This is why we need Black State to protect all this shit. So I'll yield there. As a matter of fact, you know what I meant to say? Hey, Black Homeland, if you listening, anybody could be a Latin king, bro. I done seen Black Knackers and Mexican niggas, so it's like whatever, you know, with that gang shit. Anybody can rep whatever set they want to rep, as long as you repping the set. You rolling you down or what? You know what I'm saying? Or you getting out the car queue. You know what I'm saying? Let us know.
Okay, facts. Yeah. Financial literacy. Man, there's a brother who was on KBLA. He was talking reckless, sound like a straight moron. You know, this many years into the reparationist conversation, for people to still be saying what he was saying, it's just sad. It's depressing. It almost is like, you know, where are these people? Where like, are they under rocks? Are they living on a different fucking planet? This information really ain't getting out of the circle of people that are on Twitter, as far as I can tell. I don't know what's going on all these other platforms, but it seems like this information circulates really, really well in this community, but it doesn't really seem to disseminate outside of it. And you know, that's kind of eye-opening when you think about that. But you got a Brother Moko, because I want to get to these Chicago videos.
No, you can get to the videos. I'll go after the videos, because I know you've been trying to drop them for a second.
Drop them.
All right. Hey, let me say something real quick then before you get to the videos. Again, family, you already know what time it is. Advertisement gang, come on up here, help and pay these bills. Make sure y'all get in the Jumbotron, get in the chat. Come up on social, y'all. Funded socially. We have our own Black American network. Own Black American network. We have multiple of them now. So that's the funny thing about that, too. So come up there, make an account on social. You can go live. You can put all your posts that you normally put over here. You can make articles if you're a journalist, blog writer. There's a lot of stuff you can do on social that you can't do on other platforms too as well. But I ain't going to tell you what that is. You got to come find out on your own. Again, when we talk about financial literacy too as well, Newstotter, NEWSTOTER, the largest Black curated news on the web, has over 30,000 articles, mainly pertaining 9 times out of 10 to us, Black Americans. So we need folks to start doing more podcasting, for the simple fact everything is turning digital. I've been in this business for a very long time, and I don't really have a digital footprint because I have a physical footprint. You feel what I'm saying? I got today in the 2,000 contacts on my phone. I could call people and say, hey, I got this new CD or this new music, or come up here and look at this. And hopefully I'll get paid some way in the background off of it. You know what I mean? So with that being said, go get one of them articles off Newstotter and come over here, do some podcasting, download your Twitter data or wherever you're going to do your podcast at. After that, download it, screen record it, and re-upload it to YouTube and all these other podcast sites and start monetizing yourself. Because guess what? In California, the T-1000, aka the Terminator, that's the robot, is flipping your burgers, man. Down in Arizona and Texas, they have already mapped majority of both states mainly Arizona, but they got half of west side of Texas, yo. The entire majority west of Texas, yo. Mapped autonomously for trucks to transport goods with no operator in the cabin. No operator will be in the cabin. At best, you will have someone at home or in the office with a PlayStation controller controlling that truck. Why ain't it you? Brother Moko right here always talking about, hey, I will teach your kids, or even you as an adult, if you want to learn, because most of our folks don't be wanting to learn this stuff, man. Hey, come be a drone pilot. I can teach you how to get your pilot's license. It's real simple and easy. Guess what? The demand for drone pilots is in demand. All these natural disasters happening around the world. You saw that, what was the Iran president? He died. They couldn't even get to him in time to probably try to save his life, even if it could have been saved. You know what I mean? Because they couldn't get through the mountains because of all the fog. We could have sent some drones over there. You know what I mean? Oh, we right here and shit at this pinpoint. The iPhones wasn't working. None of that shit was working in the mountains, yo. So this is stuff we got to start thinking about. Hey, if we own 50,000 plus patents, I think we need to be on the ground and start reinvigorating and getting another 50,000. And matter of fact, it was something about that you said too, Black Majority, where you said China need to stay out of Taiwan's business, or America need to stay out of China's business with dealing with Taiwan. I got to get some pushback on that for the simple fact the chip was created pretty much in America. And there's no way we could do business with each other moving forward in this digital age without chips. So the one good thing Jim Crow did do, he forged that CHIP Act. So hopefully this Taiwan, what is it, TSMCU or TMSCU, whatever the plane called, company is coming over here. They're the #1 chip manufacturer in the world. They leased the deal out in there in the desert of Arizona. So, you know, again, NVIDIA got $1,000 stock option right now, and they need those chips. To one day, guess what? That stock gonna be $2,000. So if you got 1,000, get in while it's low now, and at that point, because guess what? We missed the ball 10 years ago when it was $10, yo. To get in, you know what I'm saying? So it's like we're gonna have to start finding ways to, solutions and ways to really start waking up. Hey, look, you may not even have your job tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Because automation is taking over, and these corporations that own everything, they just want cheap labor, and they really just want us gone. They want us erased, fam. The only time you're going to be reading about black people in the future, 50 years from now, is when you go to the fucking Black History Museum, aka the Martin Luther King History Museum. That's when you're going to know about it. It's like, damn, what happened to black people? What happened? You know what I'm saying? And even then, ain't nobody even going to care because we're going to be gone. Ain't nobody gonna fight for us. It's either do or die right now. But go ahead, fam.
Okay, we got someone else who came up. I can't. It's gonna be hard for me to pronounce this. AUHS. You got it.
Ashu or Joshua. That's Joshua backwards.
Okay, you got it, Joshua.
Brother had his hand up before me, but I just want to piggyback off. Fam, listen. Pay attention what's going on around us. I'm telling you now, they're going to start with these restaurants because those are easiest to start with. AI is going to be taking your order. Then they're not going to go full cashless yet. But like when you go to the stores like Walmart, Myers, or whatever, they have card only lines open. Right? They have more of those than cash lines open. So just pay attention to that. When you go to state parks, you paying a card. When you go to any stadium, you're going to be paying with a card. So they're going to be taking but it's going to be more job sectors opening up, but you still have to pay attention. They're going to try to go cashless. I'm not saying it's going to happen like right away, but they are. The Federal Reserve, they came out with Fed now. Any new businesses opening up, you're going to have to deal with them, and you're going to have to use their system. So just pay attention because they is trying to take us out of the game.
Hey, just let me say this real quick. Hey, you about a decade and a half too late because let me explain something to y'all again. And I'm with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I've already been living like that, bro. Straight credit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no cash on me. You know what I'm saying? Even though I try to keep it on me and shit, just to have it on me. But it's been like that.
80 to 90%.
Cashless society.
Yeah,
it's been like that.
It's
the Fed's about to have their own PayPal, Cash App, Venmo thing. You see over the last.
It's fed now. It's fed now. They already said it. It's so it's this video. If you go look it up on YouTube, just type in "fed now." It's this white lady. She gonna pop up. She look like the Crypt Keeper. You gonna know exactly.
Oh hell no!
Look, you look exactly like that, right? She look exactly like that.
Get the holy water, niggas.
Look, so they already try to blame it, even though they had this since 2013. They had these plans since 2013, but she blamed it on everybody everybody spending their stimulus checks so fast. But what she didn't say is they gave these stimulus checks out 7-8 months after everybody needed them. So of course everybody was gonna spend those joints right away. Right? So that's what they trying to blame it on. But they already had these plans since 2013. And every goal that they set, y'all can watch the Federal Reserve talk about this stuff because it's all in the open. It's just so many people don't care about how money works or what money's doing, or the people who make our money, what they're doing with it or saying, that they don't watch it. They don't pay attention to it. But they already said the Federal Reserve and more than 10,000 banks, they're all going digital.
Right, facts on that. And look, at the end of the day, again, it's been like that. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, that was the precursor to all this stuff. So if you've been using that all this time, 9 times out of 10, more or less, you don't even got cash on you right now. You ain't got a George Washington in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? But you got a Cash App card or a regular credit card, a bank card. You see what I'm saying? You got that already, and we've been rolling like that. You know what I mean? So even though I agree with you from a retail perspective, everything is turning into card only, no cash or whatever the case be. But I think what we're gonna have to do, honestly, is reverse the system. But you kind of can't right now. It's already too deep. LL Cool J. You know what I mean? Where it's like maybe if we can't reverse it, we definitely better be on it. Same thing with this BRICS money. All I see is blogs talking about BRICS cash this out. They're not using this no more, American dollar. You know what I mean? This country want to join BRICS. That country want to join BRICS because they're using a Bitcoin system.
No, BRICS, they going to have their digital currency too. But people got to understand, ain't nobody competed with the dollar like BRICS is doing. Right. So with BRICS, it's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Those the 5 who started it, right? So with India and China alone, that is 20% of the world population that's going to be using this currency. That's 20%, just them two. Because they go back and forth, 1 and 2 population. So just them two alone, 20% of the world population. So if people think, and then if people think that BRICS is not going to take down the dollar, they're sadly mistaken. It's too many countries is starting to use the BRICS or joining BRICS. At first it was just them 5. Now damn near all the countries that surrounding Israel, they're joint BRICS. Venezuela. It's so many countries that the UAE, Saudi Arabia, they're all going to use BRICS. And the reason they joined BRICS is because they tired of the United States putting sanctions on them. That's what they're tired of. Right. So they're trying to, when they put sanctions on them, they trying to hurt their economy. So now they like, oh no, we not on that. What South Africa's doing, they're trying to get the whole continent of Africa to use it. So they like, hey, we not about to allow no minerals up out of here, no metals, no rocks, no sand. If you want that type of stuff up out of here, you gonna build your company here in Africa, and then we gonna send that finished product out to you.
Right.
Hey, my brothers, let's let Black Majority get to them videos so we can get back to the debate once he gets done with the videos.
For sure.
Yeah, Brother Moko, did you want to jump on this one as well? It's all good. I ain't in a rush, bro.
Nah, I'm gonna let you get to the videos, but I just want to say for everybody real quick, DJ brought up a real good point about the investing. You can even do that on Cash App. I have bought shares on Cash App, not even paid attention to them for a couple years, and cashed them out when I needed them. So the shit is really easy, y'all. But yeah, get to definitely drop them videos.
Hey, just real quick, just to piggyback off of that, stop doing that. And I ain't saying there ain't nothing wrong with it to get a quick hustle, but if you really want to go invest, go to one of these places where you could call a motherfucker and say, hey, yo, how my money doing? Because you can't call nobody through Cash App, yo. You know what I'm saying? On that note, you know what I'm saying? Hey, look, that's the number one tip that investors always give you. Make sure you could call for your money, you know what I'm saying? And you know where to pull up at, you know what I'm saying? Because you got to have a physical location if I'm giving you my bread. But yeah, that Cash App shit do work though. If you trying to get some money real quick, go ahead.
Or just go learn it yourself. It's not that hard. It only goes up and down. If you gamble, the number one thing that the best result that you can have at a casino is roulette. You got black or red or even or odd. So that's going to be your best bet if you go to casino. With the stocks, crypto, or Forex, all that shit is doing is going up or down. Once you learn how to use your indicators, because your indicator is going to tell you if it's going up or if it's about to go down. Right? So it's not 100% sure, but your indicator is going to give you a better idea of what it's about to do. And then once you learn the candlesticks, you're not even going to need no indicators at all. But go ahead, Black. New information after.
Okay, so I'm going to divert to this story because this is going to be two quick videos. But this piece of trash, 20-year-old, I mean, he's obviously lighter complected, so he could be he could be Caucasian, he could be Mexican, I don't know. He's in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And I believe our sister MF Kush is in that general area. Matter of fact, Fort Wayne is where I have a cousin and an uncle. Uncle left Detroit a couple years ago to go retire down in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So I got some family down there. This was at a Kroger in Fort Wayne, Indiana, unfortunately. This psychopath said he wanted to shoot 11 people. He appears to be in a restroom inside of the Kroger. I'll let the videos kind of explain what's going on from there. This is the first one. This is the news report.
Shots were fired inside the Georgetown Kroger last night.
Police arrested 20-year-old Richard Claff Jr. He's now facing 3 attempted murder charges.
Allen County Superior Court documents released today give more insight into what happened and what led up to the shots being fired. Win 15's Mia Pettigrew went through those documents, talked with police as well. She joins us now with what she's learned. Mia.
Dirk, Alyssa, according to these court documents, Richard Claff allegedly told police he, quote, always wanted to kill someone. An FWPD officer wrote in the documents that Claff recorded himself attempting to murder 2 employees and an unknown customer. In that Facebook Live video, you can see a gun brandished around as the man walks down the frozen food aisle. We are about to show you a short clip of that video. We do want you to warn you, this video is not suitable for everyone.
I'm going out with a bang.
That Facebook Live video, which has since been removed by Facebook, went viral. It shows a man who appears to be Claff in the grocery store bathroom, threatening to shoot 11 people, loading the gun and going out into the store. We are not showing you the full video on air or on Wayne.com because of the shooter's intention for publicity. According to the court documents and in the video, Claff walked around Kroger saying racial slurs and saying, quote, so who am I choosing? Let me find someone good real quick. Police say Claff then fired 6 shots in the direction of a black woman and 2 employees. He then ran out of the store and was caught by police at a nearby business. The court documents say Claff told police he changed his shirt in the nearby Dollar General store and dumped his black and gold .40 caliber handgun in the back dumpster of the Fifth Third Bank. Investigators found Claff's cell phone and wallet along with the gun. Investigators asked Claff if he was searching for someone in particular to shoot, to which he allegedly said he didn't want to shoot anyone old and that he's always wanted to kill someone. Police told us last night they didn't think there were any other suspects and they didn't think there was a threat to the community. A representative with Fort Wayne police attribute their ability to apprehend the suspect as quickly as
New information after shots were fired.
Okay, so that is the news report. I want to play the actual. It's about a 2-minute long video of this guy in his sociopathic state. Doesn't appear to be drunk or high at all. Seems to be very cognizant, very aware of his surroundings. He does end up shooting in the direction of a black woman who appears to be in white pants and white shoes and a pink top, which is, from my experience, a medical personnel, maybe a nurse or something like that, attire. It says that there's two people. She's at a deli. She's at the deli counter, so it sounds like there were also people behind the counter. It's a little hard to make that out because when he starts firing in the direction of this black woman after he's walked past multiple white people, like literally multiple white people, you see him walk past, brush past, and when he says I found one, it is in the direction of a black black woman. This could have been so much worse than it turns out to be, and only because the grace of God, these bullets did not land into a human body. But yeah, I'm gonna play this. It's about 2 minutes long. This is where when we say pray with your 2A, stay with your 2A, 14A over 2A, it's something that if you have the ability legally to own a firearm, it is a requirement at this point. It doesn't matter where you live at in the country, a suburb, it could be the nicest neighborhood on the planet. At this point, it is mandatory for everyone who is able to carry a firearm, licensed. I was coming back from a delivery, and of course it's a biker, whatever. A guy on the biker, he had in his holster, it was a revolver on his right hip. It was visible that you could see as he's on this bike. It's motorcycle. It is mandatory at this point to have a firearm if you can legally purchase one and you can legally get the license to carry it and conceal it. Because at this point, nowhere is safe, especially if you go out into the public just to shop. I mean, this is not like you're going somewhere that is a public event, even 4th of July, whatever, get together. Large gatherings, I personally choose to avoid those at all costs, but simply going to the grocery store, this is really, really sad, but it's something that we gotta take extra serious, because you have these people, they're demons. There's no excuse for it. I would have loved that someone else had a firearm and put this person down, so that he never was able to take another breath. But here's this video.
And I'm gonna shoot 11 people. Watch. You guys better watch. Come on, mom. Screen recording shit. Screen recording shit. Watch. Hold on, let me light the flash real quick. Watch this. Screen recording.
The fact that this was on Facebook Live, I didn't know that part. They should have been alerting authorities, the people watching it.
It's kind of static and like that audio sharp, man.
Say it again.
That audio is sharp, meaning like the high frequency pitch, you know what I mean? And it's like hard to hear, bro.
Okay. Well, let's play through it. I'll turn it down a little bit. That should help. You hear him racking the gun slide, and he's loading bullets. Now he's walking out of the bathroom into the store.
Hold on. Let me find someone good real quick.
Again, I'm seeing a bunch of white people that he's walking
don't
by.
walk through this bitch with it on me, nigga. I'm going out with a bang, nigga. Baby, watch.
Yeah, there goes the racial slurs.
Watch. Fuck, nothing but old men over there. Hold on real quick.
He's just walking past. Everybody he walks past is a white person. I'm gonna keep it real with you. He's just walking past white people.
One, wow. I see one. I see one. I see one. Bitch, nigga.
Oh God. So he says, I see one. There's a black woman with her back turned at the deli counter and again in her nurse uniform, best I can tell. And then he starts shooting, and then he says, bitch nigga, as he runs out of the store. You know, there's another post where they show him, I think I put that in the Jumbotron, where he's got looks like an AR-15. He kind of has that Wigger, Eminem-ish, what's the one sociopath, Tekashi 6ix9ine type of, you know, person who probably does nothing but listen to fucking rap music all day, every day. But then when he is attempting to do harm to innocent, hardworking people, he targets a black woman in that situation. Again, this person shouldn't be breathing, as far as I'm concerned. They are charging him with 3 attempts. Doesn't sound like there's any hate crime being mentioned at all. And 3 attempts, who knows what that could be? I mean, he could be out on the streets in less than 5 years. Yeah, so this is what is going on in the real world. You know, this is not an isolated event at all by any stretch of the imagination. And from what I can tell, what summer starts next month, right? It's like the 20th, 21st or something like that. So we're not even into summer yet.
Wow, but that was real triggering to listen to. I appreciate you for playing that and giving us, you know, frame for frame information like that. I wanna definitely quadruple down on, y'all, this is harm. You know, this is harm 100% in the flesh. This guy deliberately hunted out a victim of racism, white supremacy. That is practicing racism, white supremacy by way of race classification. And that's according to the evidence. Again, I don't care about your feelings. I'm not into what you believe. This is what it was. And Black presented evidence of that. This is evidence also that a protection act will not protect you in a system of white supremacy. I'm going to repeat that, okay, for everybody, even myself, because I even have agenda apparel saying, make black people a protected class. This is proving that in a system of racism, white supremacy, that even the victims of racism, white supremacy that were or are not classified as black or any people. Now, see how we use that? This is evidence that racism is practiced on us by way of race classification. Wow. Just in the area, in all areas of people activity. But in this case, this is just living. Wow. I want to be involved with a party that is unapologetically ready to punish individuals and or systems that support or go light on individuals like this. I don't see that coming from a Republican or Democrat or independent party. Shots out again for the, I don't care how many of time, to the Redemption Party. That party that is unapologetically talking about punishing the white supremacist system and individuals and collaborators of such that participate in racism, white supremacy by way of race classification on the victims of racism, white supremacy. Words are important. Language is important. I hope this is a constructive space for everyone. Again, we should be retweeting all of these articles in the Jumbotron and the Purple Chat, and definitely getting your account on Funded Socially Social if you haven't already. And this is 100% evidence on a lot of things, but this is the most important thing, and I'm gonna land right here, and I'm gonna definitely come off my mic again. This is evidence that a system of justice that guarantees the safety of everyone and guarantees that whoever needs constructive help gets the most constructive help all the time is needed. Because this is the system that I need my children to grow up in. I will not rest until that system is in place, and hopefully I will not die before it is done. So hopefully with every victim of racism, white supremacy that can hear my voice and that's in this space, we can just start doing justice. This is the answer. I trust, according to the evidence, that this is the answer. We cannot wait around for anybody to do it, to practice it. We can't even wait around for a person to show us what it looks like. We got the meaning of what justice is. I just gave those 2 guarantees. If you don't, and if you need to get familiar with those 2 guarantees, you need to go to producejustice.com, purchase Neely Fuller Jr.'s Word Guide, purchase Neely Fuller Jr.'s compensatory, United Compensatory Concept, and also purchase Francis Cresswell's and ISIS papers. And while you're at it, make your last, and not last, but in this order Black Majority's book, Black Majority State.
Brother, you still talking?
Yeah, I'm still talking. If you can't hear me, you might have to go down and come back up.
Drop down.
Yeah, but purchase those books in that trifecta and start there, and just do justice. You know, do justice the best way you can where you are, and guarantee and guarantee the safety of the ones that are around you that you can, and guarantee that whoever needs constructive help, if you can produce that help, you get them the most constructive help all the time, every time that you can, and don't worry about so much who isn't doing it, but you know, just practice it and do it. Just do it. You know, this is some Nike shit. You know, Nike is a big ass conglomerate now, all because they said just do it. You know, go out there, just dunk the ball. You know, look, just do justice. You know, I'm gonna land there because I don't want to keep rambling on because wow, this is crazy. Shout out condolences to the family that even went through that scare. Wow. And just like Black Majority said, it's not even the summer yet. We're just not even into the 6th month of the year yet. We're not even technically halfway through the year yet. The hotter months are coming. We're just getting a glimpse of heat, and they are on the prowl, ready to go out and hunt. This is something that white supremacy breeds on, hunting. They practice it. They teach their offspring to do it, hit targets that look like victims of racism, white supremacy. They're not shooting at aliens. They're not shooting at pictures of calf. They're shooting at black targets. So I just want to remind y'all, we are always at war, physically, but more important, physically, mentally, financially. Yes, everyone needs to invest. The younger you are, invest in IUL insurance policies. Okay, we need to get we really need to get an understanding that your finances has to be used as your protection as well. Okay. That goes hand in hand. Is your finances are for shit that you want, but it's also used to protect you. Y'all know, for all y'all that know in this space, you know, Biggie's song, "More Money, More Problems." You know what I'm saying? That's the truth. You know, with more money comes more problems, but also comes certain protections. So. Wow, everybody, this is, wow, get that life insurance and just keep your head on a swivel for individuals like this that may be looking strange. Always look behind you, especially when you're in a mall and you're going to your vehicle. Look around when you go into your damn vehicle. You know, look around before you put your key in your goddamn vehicle or you open your door. Make sure nobody's behind you, ready to run up on you. But you know, we have to do this because we are victims of racism, white supremacy. Race classification is in place to practice racism, white supremacy, and it's also put in place to confuse the victims of racism, white supremacy. Because you'll be walking around here thinking you're something called a freedman, thinking you can't get harmed. You know what I'm saying? You'll walk around here thinking you're protected under a protected act, and you're still getting harmed. So I just want to thank Black Majority State for just keep pounding on that 100% in the paint and not letting up off of it. You know, the main gripe that the victims of racism have is we are being harmed in every area of people activity, and it's guaranteed, and it's going to stop. We want it to stop, so it's going to stop by all and any means necessary. And that simply means dismantling the system of racism, white supremacy, and getting the system of justice going on. So let's just start doing justice. I'll land there. Thanks for letting me speak, Black Majority.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, that could have been anybody's mother, anybody's sister, anybody's auntie, anybody's daughter for that matter. And it is frightening. I mean, it's point blank. The guys at the other end of the aisle, I'll say, distance wise, and the people who are at the counter, this black woman at the counter, the workers, they're certainly not aware. And just out of the blue, 6 shots in their direction. Um, can't even imagine. I mean, I've been shot at as a teenager. It is what it is. Thank God she had presence of flight, because she instantly reacted to get out of the path of this sociopath. I remember being shot at, and it was probably like a 22, so a really small caliber, and not having a reaction. I was in a group of maybe 4 or 5 people, and just hearing that pop pop, and not even really reacting to it as if it. And we did carry, and during that time, but it was just so. It almost like a firecracker type of sound, but not enough to like startle anybody. And then when you realize, oh, these people are essentially performing a drive-by, the people who had firearms pulled out and was ready to return fire. But um, it's happened so quick in this video, and like I'm saying, thank God that she had the presence of mind to get low and to run away. And thank God again. This only God, and I got to give it to God. Only God could have stopped those bullets from entering a human body in that situation, because there was nothing to prevent those people from essentially being shot in the back, at least the woman. So yeah, being aware of our surroundings is vital. I mean, that is probably the most important thing, is being aware of our surroundings, kind of not having our back to anything if possible. um Man, because this is one of those your guards down moments, soft target, all the things that these cowards look for. um so man, dear God. We got a new speaker, Kate Lanier, and then Professor.
Thanks. Yeah, I joined this one, I think, right when you started the video, and I felt compelled to speak just because I am a political activist. I'm also a competitive shooter and a strong advocate, therefore, of I guess, just for shortness of words, what I'll say, Second Amendment rights. And I don't know who was saying it right after, but yes, I just want to second that of, get trained. This is unfortunately the world that we live in. And I think a lot of times we hear a lot of political BS about how guns are not safe. But when I take my wife and my girls out, I would rather come back home alive than listen to some politician. And I think a lot of people on this space right now may live in states where they don't necessarily respect that right. And I would just say to you to talk to those politicians. I'll go to one's office in a heartbeat and sit on their couch until they get there. Because it doesn't help the Black American community at all. Gun control. It harms us because, as you see, we are hunted. And then you have someone say, no, sit down and be quiet. We know what's best for you. You don't need to protect yourself. Let me do that for you. I don't know how that feels for any of y'all, but If I ever heard someone say that, I would probably carry 2 guns. So, yeah, and I did want to let everybody know there is a rather large Black American following for firearms. So it's mainly on Facebook. You can look it up, Black American Outdoorsman Firearm Association. There is, I think we are about 16,000 strong. And then there's a greater just outdoors to include firearms and all things outdoors. Black American Outdoorsman on Facebook that is around 90,000 strong. So look into it. If you're new to firearms, it's not my community, but I've been in it long enough, and there are some really good people out there, because just like any other education, it hits a little different when it's another Black American teaching you, because they know what you're going to face. They know how to instruct you on those threats, as we saw or heard in that video. These are definitely things to pay attention to, and I appreciate you bringing this topic up. That's all I got.
Thank you so much. We say 14A over 2A. We say pray with your 2A. We say stay with your 2A, because, as you said, it's at this point you be better off dealing with the aftermath of you defending your life and your family than if you don't have the ability to defend your life and your family and something awful was to occur. That's the path and the plan that we all need to get on. Firearms, they have some relatively affordable manufacturers who do make 9mm firearms that are not that expensive. And so please look into it. They can be very expensive depending on the brand and depending on how accurate or whatever technical they are. But you could find a really good handgun for probably $300 to $400. I suggest, because this is based on my experience, if you purchase a firearm, try to purchase it from a dealer who does the repairs on site. Because if there's some reason the firing pin mechanism isn't working, and they have to ship it out, then you will be without your firearm while it gets shipped off to be repaired. So that's something to think about. Something that I went through years and years ago, and having a on-site authorized repair person, again, just makes it extremely convenient if you do have an issue in the future. So we'll go to Professor.
Thank you, there, Black. And I've been sitting back just really enjoying the space, man. I'm glad everybody's coming up, speaking on every issue that's facing our community. I do want to say, from what I'm seeing, Black majority, it seems to be these white supremacists are ramped up the attacks on children and Black women. I want to make you understand, sisters, and that's not to say they're not attacking Black men, because they doing that too, but they have ramped up the attacks on you, because now you are considered the easiest target. So sisters, when Black majority talking about get that 2A ready, yes. It's something that I've been working with my sister on. Also, other women in my family I've been working with them on is learning how to use the gun. You need to know. If there's a member in your family that can take you out to the shooting range or the gun range to practice, go out there, let's get that practice in, because these guys have attacked. They are attacking more women now. And if you haven't heard about the recent stories of Black women that are being dismembered, you might want to go out there and just read the stories, read it for yourself, where black women have met up with white men from online dating sites, and they're being killed right there on the spot. So that sounds more like a setup where they saying, hey, okay, we'll meet up with these women, but then we're going to kill them, or whatever the case may be, and then we're going to dismember them. So it's different ways these white supremacists go about doing their attacks, y'all. They just trying to do what they can to eliminate black people in any fashion, any way they can. And they don't care how they do it. So what it looks like they're trying to do now is say, hey, well, let's try to go after the weaker of the two. You know we can go after black men, but let's go after black women because we know we can get them. So I want sisters to stay on point. Stay on top of your game, stay alert, look at your surroundings. Brother Muko was talking about making sure you look at your surroundings as you go into your car, because these folks are everywhere. They are looking to attack us at any cost. And I'm going to tell y'all how I know this was going to go down years ago, because there's a book out there called The Turner Diaries, written by William, I want to say William Turner was the guy's name. This guy was like the father of white supremacy in America. He wrote what they called the Bible in America, right? Called the Turner Diaries. And if you remember that, I think it was 1995 when they blew up the federal building in Oklahoma, the guy named Timothy McVeigh. He did that based on that book, the Turner Diaries. This guy, William Turner, is the father of white supremacy. He was talking about how the black population was going to take over, and the white supremacists have been worried about that ever since. So I'm letting you all know they kind of flipped the game a little bit. It seemed like now, at first I think the target was mainly black men, but now it seems like they kind of flipped it and say, well, let's actually go after black women because they carry the children. And then we can stop that population growth right there. So they have ramped up the attacks on you all. Now, and some of you probably don't realize it, but you better take a look at some of these stories that are going on out here. So sisters, stay on point. Get that 2A up. Be ready. I'm going to land right there.
Okay, 10-4 on that. Yeah, so I think it was about a week ago in my area where a guy, after killing his older cousin, an elder, ended up in a church and pulled the gun on the pastor and tried to unalive him, squeezed the trigger multiple times, and was the deacon was able to tackle him from the back. Thank God the gun didn't go off again. Thank God the gun did not go off, but it was point blank range again. And then I had a story that I saw last week down in Louisiana, I'm sorry, at a Catholic church. There was a gunman, a teen, who had entered that church. And same thing, people are, excited. Now this situation, they got seemingly some man comes up to this Catholic priest, whispers in his ear, hey, there's a gunman, there's somebody in here with a gun. Now this is where, again, I would never go back to this church. He starts to tell people to pray, and people are like kind of getting the word. You see murmurings and people are like, what's going on? The last thing that this leader of this church, with who knows how many people in there, hundreds of people in there, should be telling these people to freaking pray. Like, come on, man. Like, let's get the men and women and children and let's kind of start moving in a direction where we at least can get to shelter or whatever the case may be, or get in some type of defensive posture But to just tell these people to pray is utterly insane, in my opinion, in this situation. But I think they said they were going to have armed security after this event. All of these churches, no matter what the cost, all these soft targets, this Kroger, in my opinion, is liable in that situation for the trauma that Black woman and their employees suffered under. These soft targets have got to have some type of security system at this point. As encumbersome as that may sound, we're really way past the pale here. It's essentially going to be a situation where you're going to go to church, you're going to go out to go shopping, you're going to sit down at a restaurant, somebody's going to die, and then the lawsuits are going to make it to where it's almost going to become a requirement for these businesses that attract a lot of people, thousands of people, to have some type of security at the door, at least as a deterrent. Even though we know that, unfortunately in Buffalo's case, there was an armed security guard, an ex-police officer, and that person, that piece of shit, did surveillance and intelligence gathering ahead of time, and was able to unfortunately unalive that elder security guard. However, that's probably a very unusual sort of a situation where most of these are going to kind of be like spur of the moment, random psychopaths just doing violence for the sake of doing violence. And so having a security guard on site, in my opinion, is almost mandatory. The picture of this guy holding this gun, aiming at this Black pastor. It's a Black guy aiming a gun at a Black pastor, and he flinches and he's putting his hands up. It's a frightening image. Like, this is in a church, place of worship. It's so disturbing. It's so demonic. We're just living in some very, very horrible times at this point. We got DJ and Brother Moko, and then I'm gonna get into the Chicago videos.
Hey, Professor, don't tell me what to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm a strong Black woman. You know what I'm saying?
Well, black women are the what is it? I want to say the quickest demographic of gun owners in the country. Since COVID, they are purchasing guns at an extremely high rate, which is a good sign, to be honest. I think that's the fastest growing demographic. So there's a woman named Nina. I wish I knew her whole name, but she's a female gun instructor, and she does get Black women together to train them. I'm sure there's others, but she's the one that's off the top of my head. So,
Monster Ray.
Yeah, Maj. Shout out to Maj, of course. Yeah, but he's not a woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking of the women.
But right now, that's a brother that can send you to a female that got some guns, though. But there you go. And shout out to Black Rainbow on YouTube. We got the most guns, yo.
Right, you right, They are, and shout out to the Black women that have gone out there and got these guns. That's why I said for all our queens in these spaces, stay on top of it. Keep going and get those guns and keep practicing, because, like I said, what these idiots are doing is targeting what they consider to be the weaker sex or the weaker target or softer target, because they want to take out who they think controls the population, which is going to be you, Black women. That's what they decided to do. Now, like I said, read the William Turner diaries, and you see how this has been planned out, by the way. That's why I'm telling y'all to read that book, because that is their Bible. I'm sorry, Black Majority. Go ahead, man. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you got it. Brother Moko, you got it.
Actually, this is Mrs. Codified, and hello, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see everybody. Hello. I definitely wanted to say that I definitely noticed, especially I have that, super heightened sense since having my daughter. And I've noticed in public, especially with her, like even just yesterday, luckily it just happened to actually be, a guy that was a Uber driver. But even, unfortunately, even though he was black, I could tell he was a tether. But even though I was still very aware, and even though I was, letting her walk some energy out, I picked her up. And he did approach me and ask me for directions. And where he asked me for directions, I kind of slow walked until he drove off past there because I still didn't trust it. But I'm just very aware. Definitely always been someone that's paranoid of vans and walking next to him, parking next to him, getting in my car next to him, getting out my car next to him, any of the sort. But I've definitely noticed. I think I noticed kind of a slow creep up. I think the first event that really stuck out to me that I remember it was in Texas. I don't remember the exact year, but I know I had just moved to Maryland, so it was sometime between 2005 2010 most likely. But a guy, and it was so weird to me because it was a black guy, but he had cooked his girlfriend. And I think before I moved to Maryland, a chick got burned with acid by her dude that she had been begging for a restraining order from. So I definitely was like kind of aware, and unfortunately had to experience my own situation with somebody. But I definitely think that it's definitely structured. It's a structured attack, and I don't think it's as new. I think that, I guess, in retrospect or respectively, it is kind of recent because I feel like definitely the 70s, but even before that, back in slavery times, they had their own ways of breaking the men, but they also had ways of torturing the women by using them for scientific experiments. Gynecology wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for the black women that were subject to that torture back in those times. So I definitely think that it's definitely been a consistent attack. Just, sometimes we see it more prevalent on the men versus women, but I definitely agree that now it's very hard to ignore that it's they're attacking on both sides. So I'll land there, and we'll go. He stepped out of the room, but he'll be back momentarily, so he'll probably raise his hand again.
Okay, 10-4. Thank you for that. That van, I was going to mention it earlier, but since you mentioned a van, there was an immigrant that had basically a rolling torture chamber that they caught up with.
Yeah, that's crazy. Thank God they caught that bastard, but go ahead.
Yeah, thank God they caught him because they're going to kind of look like workers. They might be roofers, they might be whatever, some other trade, and you see them at Home Depot, they're in these vans, and it's kind of like, okay, well, it becomes something that people kind of get used to. And then someone like this will use that work utility van as and I think they found blood in there. I'm not sure if they found a victim, but women gotta be like, just extra cautious, especially when you're talking about these foreigners who, again, they don't have no concern or care for any of us. If anything, I got to think, if I was going to another country, I kind of would either be very, very humble or very aggressive. And I got to think that here they have, like someone else laid out, they have everything given to them. And I think that would lean towards the more aggressive part of just the human psyche. The feeling that you can get away with anything, there necessarily won't be any repercussions. And obviously, because all I see is harm to children and women, and just crazy amounts of violence, like all these knife stabbings, just crazy violence from these people. Dear God, hopefully they don't get their hands on firearms, because I think it'll just ramp up to a whole different level. But yeah, I guess we are where we are. We got to protect ourselves. We got to protect our families. We got to be aware of our surroundings. We got to do all those things to keep ourselves safe, keep our people safe. If you can afford cameras in your vehicle, cameras at your front door, back door, all of those things. I mean, that's the society we live in. And it's going to become more and more important, increasingly important for us to have all of those tools at our disposal. So you got a DJ, then I'm definitely starting with the Chicago videos.
Shot right. But no, Martin down there want to speak, but I'll talk after that. Martin, you here?
Yes, sir. Can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
Actually, I'm in Chicago, so I'll actually wait till the video's done if you all don't mind. I'll listen.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, now it's 10-4. What you call? I was gonna say something too. So, yeah, if you're in Chicago, make sure you come up on social, get in the Jumbotron, get in the chat. Come up on our Chicago blog. Shout out to Mark Carter, you know what I mean? And Arthur Ward too, and all the folks out there. Y'all, shout out to all the family out in Chicago, you know what I mean? Dang, it was something I was gonna say too. Oh yeah. Social again. We talking about the Pist House, you know what I mean? 14A over 2A. Make sure y'all come up on social and get in our 14A over 2A community. 2A, obviously your Second Amendment, your right to bear arms in that sense. And obviously if you're a Negro freeman from the soil, you know what I mean? It's your 14th Amendment to actually protect yourself by any means fucking necessary. Fuck that shit, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, that pastor, he crazy. I saw that video praying and shit. Man, listen, tackle this motherfucker or run for your life. You got a choice, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck you gonna do, you know what I'm saying? And I'll just say this for the record. Yes, black women, you know what I'm saying? I know I'll be busting your chops. Don't be sending me the thumbs down. All y'all black women, y'all beautiful. But yeah, I'm sick of talking to y'all knackers. See, professor gonna be nice to you. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Go get your pistol license, because don't call DJ when the shit hit the fan, nigga. You better clap that motherfucker, stab 52 block gang, you know what I'm saying? You do all these nails, you better keep it sharp for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Cut a nigga eyelid right out, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Survival, your human body is meant to survive until your organs just give the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't nothing left, you know what I mean? But when you're being intact, this is why they want to have these little kids. You see what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna wake it up on this level. But go look at the TV show Preacher. They want that adrenochrome. They want you scared so they can fucking suck your soul out, literally, yo. Real shit, you know what I mean? But ain't no need to be scared once you know what the fucking rules is. Once you figure that shit out, it's over. Black women, you know what I'm saying? Real shit. Hell yeah, you know Kevin Sanders right. Kevin Sanders is right, yo.
Okay.
Don't worry about it, ladies. Don't worry about it. I will be your Machiavelli. You can call me. Don't worry about DJ. You can call me. I'll be your Machiavelli.
I'm just saying, don't call me because you 30 minutes away. That's all. It ain't like you're around the corner 3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'm walk running up the street. That's different. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to get there. I'll probably get there before the police do. Still, nowadays, think about that shit, Leo. Police don't even show up no more, fucking more. Even when there's something as simple when a cat's stuck in the tree, they not coming out no more. It's over. All this unqualified immunity and defund the police. Yeah, this shit is all trick bag shit, because ain't nobody wanted to know the police defunded in their fucking neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? 90 to 80% of us go to work and school for a living. There's only a small minute of us are criminals. You know what I'm saying? I was once that nigga. You know what I'm saying? But I'm refined, Lord. Thank you, praise the Lord. You know what I'm saying? I ain't a rotten nigga no more. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, criminals got guns. This is why New York, New Jersey, you got shot down inside of the Supreme Court hearings. Hey, you can't tell you.
Oh man, you went into the Matrix.
DJ, you there?
Yeah, you went into the Matrix.
Bar 12, how you fuck you want it? Or judge bar 12, carry bar 6, whatever you want to look at this shit, you know what I mean? And I'd rather get the judgment, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, if anybody wants to get hooked up with another
14A over 2-way, 14A over 2-way, come get your gun advocacy rights, y'all. Go get your gun license, list, fellas, and everybody. Take the kids too, because these white folks be taking their kids too. So you already know what time it is.
Okay, Lanier, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know you were. It cut out there. I didn't mean to speak over you. But yeah, if anybody wants to get hooked up with another black gun instructor or something, shoot me a DM, and I can connect you. That was all I just wanted to add in there.
Okay, appreciate that. This is going to be the first Chicago video, and there's a bunch of them. This is the brother Tyrone Muhammad. He's with JJ Carell. This documentary that they're doing is called ThisIsTreason.com. And I'm, broadcasting this from the Ryan Matta Media, who is.
Hey, I got him up on social. Shout out to Ryan.
Yeah. Oh, for real, Ryan Matta. Okay, cool. Yeah. So he's whatever. This guy's political. The JJ Carell is a former border control agent, and he's talking to multiple people in Chicago. Some of these names you're obviously going to know. Tyrone Muhammad is an activist there, so let's see what he's talking about.
You locked me up for saying no migrants. The police locked me up for saying the migrants shouldn't be in our schools. But then they turn around and say they're protecting the justice and all. See the hypocrisy of it all. North Shore, Highland Park, they're going to get murdered. We getting murdered already. Yeah. We die every day. Is we immune? Like, we threw 21 years in prison. Like, white folks, most people most black can't suffer a 9x12 cell for 2 decades. 9x12. So we already equipped for war. We've already been conditioned to die. And you make it through that, and you go back to these neighborhoods, and you wonder why. Because if I make it through that, and I go through these neighborhoods, and you look at recidivism rates, now you understand the hardened criminal. Now I'm top that off with starvation, lack of housing, lack of transportation, clean water, food, right? Topped all that off. On top of all of the other things that push against us, policies, taxes, tickets, lights, gas, and then police. But they're frustrated. They on the other side, opposite spectrum, have to now police the ills and issues that they didn't create. You gotta be out your mind. And the thing I fault them for is that at what point food are you gonna wake up and stop playing victim? Like you allow, just like I'm ignorant to what's happening to me, they are just as ignorant as the tool they are being used to crush the potential rebel. That's why police is on the front line gonna get murdered first. Because you keep running into a fire that they set. And you don't own the building, let that fucker burn down since they said it. How are you gonna be the hero and go run into a burning building that they set and then tell you to go check and see why it's burning? Man, the police have to think more in terms of a revolutionary approach that I need to line up. That's why I don't have issue with police, because I understand when they try to confront me about me standing against the powers that be, I tell them, go home to your wife and kids. Don't get involved with that because that's petty and you become a them against us. And at the end of the day, you got to go back home to your family and they'll be sitting somewhere on a perch or behind a desk, pushing paper while we fight and kill each other over issues that they created. But I uphold the oath to, no, you didn't uphold the oath to do that shit. No, we have to. You didn't uphold the oath to ethical boundary and standards to say, hey, no, that's not what I signed up for. I signed up to be a constitutionalist, to fight and defend the Constitution. At this point, I see my fellow citizens being violated for standing against foreigners who have invaded their schools, who have invaded. You locked me up for saying no migrants. The police locked me up for saying the migrants shouldn't be in our schools. But then they turn around and say they're protecting the justice and all. See the hypocrisy of it all. When you start focusing on the various,
I believe
it becomes crazy.
I believe law enforcement is at a point that because we've all been trained, like pounded in us, you have a moral obligation and you swore an oath you are not to take unlawful orders. And we are, Border Patrol agents are, ICE agents, police officers are taking unlawful orders. And we all know that it's unlawful.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
But they do it.
I've had them so they become hypocritical.
Okay, that was Brother Tyrone talking about the situation with the police and the issues that he's had to deal with the police. This looks like this is a black woman. I can't tell who it is. Chicago Teachers Union.
We know.
I'm gonna rewind it from the start. This is the second interview. Again, this is called thististreason.com.
For someone who had nothing, they all have new cars, right? I can't even park on my block a lot of times coming from work. They have all the parking spaces. And then you see them once a week with these same cars unload boxes and boxes of perishable foods, right? Immigration situation. It's like they were preparing for this. It's disturbing. It's disturbing.
So you're seeing personally your life change.
Of course. It's a genocide. It's really a genocide on black people.
The man accused of this crime is 19-year-old Jason Lazaro, and he appeared in court on Wednesday. Lazaro told the judge he's from Venezuela and arrived in Chicago last October. He's facing multiple charges, including kidnapping with force or threat of force, aggravated battery in a public place, and unlawful restraint. Court records indicate he was on pretrial release on a retail theft charge at the time of the attack. In court, prosecutors say the victim was on her way to pick up a friend to take to the airport when Lazaro said hello. Prosecutors go on to say the victim told police she did not respond, but Lazaro started following her, and it's when she called a friend expressing she didn't feel safe. Prosecutors allege Lazaro grabbed the victim, putting one hand over her mouth and the other on her waist, and dragged her into an alley. Prosecutors say the victim dropped her phone but managed to bite Lazaro's index finger. Prosecutors also say Lazaro then threw her to the ground, injuring her cheek, elbow, hand, and knee, but she was able to get away. Shortly after the attack, CPD released surveillance images of a suspect. Prosecutors go on to say Lazaro was identified by someone who knew him from a shelter. Lazaro was arrested last Wednesday, not far from where the incident took place, near Sagman and Lake Streets. According to the arrest reports, he lives at a nearby migrant shelter and works as an Uber Eats delivery person.
It is to completely annihilate us, completely wipe us out. We found out that CTU members made a trip to Venezuela in 2019. And on that trip, they praised the government, they praised the teachers, the students, the economic stance there, which we know was horrible, but they glossed it over. This article was in the Chicago Tribune. They released it, I believe it was August of 2019. In my research as an elected election coordinator, I started paying attention to the election book, because they started making small changes that I think a lot of people was not really paying attention to. And the biggest changes that stood out to me regarding this subject matter was as far as homelessness, which is a voter's block. It's been a voter's block for a very long time, but a lot of people either ignored it or they were unaware that that was such a voter's block. Well, in 2019, they started playing with the residency. So at one point, it said, what is the residency of a homeless person? It said park bench, under the viaduct, right? In 2019, it changed, and then it started saying homeless shelters. In 2020, if I'm not mistaken, they added tents to it, right? Yeah. And then next year, last year, 2022, what happened? 2023, there was an influx of tents everywhere, right? All set up, purposely set up. So it makes you wonder what's really going on here, right? I don't believe in coincidence, right? So that's something that, stood out to me as far as the whole immigration situation. It's like they were preparing for this. And because we were not paying attention, it came right up under the radar. You asked Devin, why is this happening? Why are these people doing this? Again, those people are not of us. You have elitist blacks, right? You have what are referred to as bourgeois. They exist. Just because they're black, that does not mean that they're actually for the black community, right? What is the quote? All black folks, not kin folks. That is a real quote, right? So it's a lot that's starting to make sense, and we are being pushed out. We have been pushed out. I live in Auburn Gresham. I have Venezuelans on my street. For someone who had nothing, they all have new cars, right? I can't even park on my block a lot of times coming from work. They have all the parking spaces. And then you see them once a week with these same cars unload boxes and boxes of perishable foods, right? There was a shooting. One shot another one. He's back in the neighborhood, So it's disturbing. It's disturbing.
So you're seeing personally your life change.
Of course. You have these areas that are, there is crime. I don't care what they say. They do per capita. Right. There is crime, right? We know this. But then on top of that, when you feel that the system is failing you, right? And then they come and then they place more people who are not like you. And you literally see them doing everything under the sun. And it's going unchecked. And it's like, okay, at least if you're gonna let them be American, they should follow the law of America.
Yeah, man. So shout out to her. Let me get her name because that's important. Kuna K. Winding. And she says she was in a part of the election apparatus. Okay, here's the third one, and this is someone that we all know, and some appreciate, some have whatever different opinions, but shout out to the brother Mark Carter. I got an old Mark Carter video from, I think it's like 10 years old, and I was in a space with him where he was talking about intellectualizing. And I've made posts about this. You cannot intellectualize your way into power with these people. They don't give a fuck. You could have all the right answers. You could have all the moral answers. They do not care. Back then, Brother Mark was way more intellectual with the information. So it tells me that he's been at this for a very long time. He knows all the fucking facts and figures. And he's come to a conclusion after all of this time put in that it doesn't fucking matter. They do not care. So let's play this one.
And it's going to be a bloody war, especially in this city. Yes. That quietly has set up these beachheads as if they bring these people in here to go to war with us. Trump is child's play compared to Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Rahm Emanuel. Cities for Action.
So they dovetail into New America. They're working hand in glove.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Yes. So all the mayors in these liberal cities are working alongside of Barack Obama, Rahm Emanuel, Joe Biden to eliminate Americans.
What is New America? You think that's the goal? Is to, because when you look at their charter, you look at the
name says it all.
New Americans.
The name says it all. I mean, what more do we need to hear? To call for uprising against this.
Yes.
We cannot afford. You haven't seen crime.
No.
You haven't seen murder. Most of what you see happening in Chicago's politicians want to paint it as gang problems. This is not a gang problem. There are no gangs in Chicago any longer. This is where they've starved the people into savagery. They starved the people into having to go to the streets to find any way to survive. So from robbing people to stealing, this is what the poor people resort to because of the Democrat Party.
Yes, it is all Democrat.
Trump is child's play compared to Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Rahm Emanuel, the Black caucus in this city. They are the racists.
Yes.
And as long as Trump doesn't have people like us who can give the real story, then they'll continue to use the media to paint him in a way that culturally will make Black Americans run away from him. But really, in actuality, the person they should be fighting is Joe Biden.
Yes.
This is a fact.
We're down in South Side. I'm saying about 1 in 4, 1 in every 5 buildings, home residents, businesses shuttered.
Vacant.
The other 4 out of those 5 or 3 out of 4 are dilapidated to the point that I would never live in them. The average American, you would say, okay, you're going to pay. You'd be like, look, kidding me?
Barack Obama commissioned 47 or 50 mayors, right? By 2018, 200 mayors and county executives that jump on board. Now, that's just Cities for Action. Google sanctuary cities, counties, and states.
They're all over. What are they?
When you look at sanctuary cities, counties, and states, this is the entire country.
Yes.
That quietly has set up these beachheads as if they bring these people in here to go to war with us and take over the city.
What does the sanctuary city mean? They take any?
They protect them if they break the law. Just more so than anything, if they break the law, nothing is going to be done. Like you see what's happening in New York, where they can assault a police officer and walk right out of the police station.
What if America did that?
Oh man, we go straight to prison. I mean, we've gone to prison for less than that, way less than that. As America,
you said something that I've heard for my 3 days here. War.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
we're in a war.
Oh man, and it's gonna be a bloody war, especially in this city.
Okay, I'm gonna play one more, and then if anybody would like to, comment on these things here. So again, this is another one, Mark Carter. It appears they had went into one of these high rises, a building that was renovated to house these migrants. So I think in this video he goes inside and kind of confronts this particular staff in this building.
Ask you shit.
I'm not asking you for a second. I'm gonna please step.
Don't ask me nothing.
I'm gonna ask you to please step out.
Oh what?
I'm gonna ask you to.
Oh what?
Or I'm gonna call the police.
I'm gonna call who the fuck you want to call.
Go ahead. Hey, call the police for me real quick.
Yeah.
Go to
Who the fuck you think you talking to? I don't care who you call.
911. Just call 911.
We're walked out. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving.
Who the fuck you want to call?
Thank you, sir. I understand this.
You get what you're looking for, fucking me. Oh no.
I wish you touched me. I wish you touched me. I wish you touched me, sir. Can you please step out?
No.
Step out of the building. Don't worry. Just call 911. That's fine. That's fine. It's no problem. Hey, you're no problem. You're no problem.
You're looking at a 12-story minimum, 12-story building.
No. Way tougher than tough.
Excuse me, sir.
Way tougher than tough. Way tough. Keep talking. All you gotta do is keep talking.
Sir, you gotta get the door.
You know what I mean?
Come on, you step out of the property, please.
Message is right
I'll
here.
show you what a tough guy looks
My
like.
name's Arturo.
I'll show you what tough
Step
guy
out of the
looks
property,
like.
sir, please.
Oh, you gonna do what?
Let's just step out of
Call the police. That's all you gonna do.
That's fine.
You gonna call the police.
That's fine.
Right, exactly. Stay in your motherfucking place.
This is America. This is treason. This is exactly. But see, these guys can walk into our building we pay for, but we can't. You want to understand what treason is, America? This is what's called treason, right here.
This whole building has been renovated to house illegal aliens.
Yes.
We just came several blocks away from it. U.S. citizens sleeping in redundant, torn down tents. You got a 15-story building they renovated. We just walked in behind two illegal aliens, they look like they're from Venezuela. They get to walk in, and then we get accosted and yell at, curse at.
And then they call the police.
They call the police, and we just walked in thinking, well, can I have some of this free shit?
Right.
Can I have some of it? You and I spent $1,000 at an Airbnb. Can I stay in one of those rooms for 3 days for free?
Oh man, so they're I think earlier, because I saw this one before, they say that they're close to, I want to say it's the Department of Human Services, but this building is in downtown. It's close to another government building, and it is this is a huge fucking, it looks like a luxury hotel, to be quite honest, that they renovated in order to house these people. And he's saying and it was in the other clip, they're basically near a tent city of Americans who are living in these fucking tents on the street or in these little lots, to try to, kind of give you a visual of the difference of the way they're treating these fucking people versus American citizens, some who may be veterans, et cetera, et cetera. So those are the first 4 videos from this thisistreason.com. And so anybody would like to talk about that, there's what do you got? I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 or 5 more after that, so we can talk about what was said so far. People like Mark, who's been in spaces, have told us what's going on there. Seeing it, hearing it on the ground is a little more realer. You get a much more realer impression as to what is actually going on, a much more realistic impression. And the woman who was just talking about these Venezuelans moving into her neighborhood, they all got cars, they're taking up the parking, one shot another, he's right back on the streets. This crime wave of violence from these people. They're getting all this money, billions and billions and billions of dollars being funneled into these people, and the people who have lived there for multiple generations since the Great Migration are being replaced, quite literally being pushed out, and set up for replacement. And it's all being facilitated by the Democrat Party. Martin, you got it.
Thank you, sir. Peace to the panel. Just wanted to second everything that everyone has said here on the panel tonight. Listening for a little while now. Being in Chicago for decades, I've definitely seen everything that Mark Carter's talking about. When Black people in Chicago are at meetings talking about with the mayor, different other people who are imposing this treasonous act upon Chicago and New York and other cities, and just Black people in general, all around the states and all around the world. I've seen it. I'm looking at it right now. I'll start as close to home as possible. The neighbor downstairs, I live northwest a little bit. Definitely. So the neighbor, I've noticed where there's these people that come in with a cart, and then the hallway will smell like food for like a day, and then they'll come in with a cart, like 6 or 7 males, speaking, a type of Spanish. I had to learn Spanish in school. They said years ago, "Oh, you should learn Spanish." I never understood why. Now I'm kind of getting it. But she'll make food for them, and they'll come and they'll pick it up and put it in styrofoam containers, like 80 or 90 of them, and pack a van up and drive them away. I've lived here for almost going on 4 years. Never seen this before. So then I can just drive down the street, and you'll just see groups of, let's say, between 18 to 22, all walking in brand new Jordans, Nike hoodies, like every brand name you can name, they're walking in them. But then they'll always have their cell phones out, and then they're looking for directions, and they just move. You go to the malls, they're there at the malls. You go to the bank, there's you have to push your way past females and strollers with babies to get inside of the damn ATM. Excuse my language. But it's very obvious, it's very blatant. I don't want to use a metaphor, but they're directly attempting to replace us. This is a attack. Erasure, yes, sir. Erasure. Not replace at all. Erasure. I would say the final stage of racism, white supremacy. It's more than obvious. I heard Rahm Emanuel named. He closed down 50 schools between the late 90s and the early 2000s. A lot of these so-called migrants, fraudulent immigrants, are in these schools that used to house black children that used to be able to learn a little bit of something, but not anymore. This plan has been on the books for, I would say, the past 50 years. I'll just land there. Thank you all for your time.
Hey, thank you, man. And that's interesting insight. You know, you say they're everywhere. And is that so there always was like some type of Hispanic population there though, right? I mean, at least that's my understanding.
See, where I'm at, I grew up on the South Side, but right now I'm 50. So I'm on the northwest side in Humboldt Park. So this is traditionally a Puerto Rican neighborhood. But a lot of them still give shelter and refuge to these so-called migrants because they're getting a check. So how much is my neighbor getting per month? Even up the kickback of just cooking food. I noticed one day I was coming home maybe 3 months ago. It's maybe 2 in the morning. And I look and I see it's this place called the New Life Church. No, it's New Life Covenant, but kind of missionary whatever, church whatever. And I see these 2 vans, and all these kids are getting out. Let's say between 12 to 17, and it looks like kind of like it's a soccer team. They all like the string, like Nike backpacks. You go and you buy some shoes or whatever, but it's not. It's a bunch of kids getting loaded out of these vans up into the apartments above the new Covenant shelter or church facility, whatever they want to call it. So there's also the aspect of when you multiply the numbers, they're also bringing in all these children as well. So you have to deal with the whole family system and then the system that's supporting all this. So yeah, I'm gonna land. Thank you all for your time. Very constricted space, very codified space. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We got Pat Turner who came to the stage. Did you want to add anything before I play the next 5 videos?
Man, hey, how y'all doing, man? What's up? So first and foremost, man, gosh dang. So me personally, I don't care about Mexicans, no Italians, none of that shit, bro. So let me stop. Look, bro, y'all is wailing, man. Yeah, wailing, man. These folks, the Mexicans, the first thing they do, they set up a church, bro. They set up a church in your school, in your district. Then they set up a school. This what they doing, bro. Me personally, I have no ill feeling toward Mexican
immigrant or anything like that. But yeah, it's up though. Like these folks really took over my kids' school district, right? I'm telling you that she went there from kindergarten to 6th grade. Man, I'm telling you, it's 80% Mexican, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro. And if y'all don't understand this, it is what it is. In Memphis, we do what we do. Folks, man, look, dude got his little baby chick. Don't rob his ass. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro, like I don't care about nothing about besides protecting my folks though, man. Cause I'm telling you, this is like I'm just saying, Memphis, y'all know Memphis is strictly black, and this where we on, man. I'm not grandstanding. I'm not gonna sit up here and talk to y'all all type of nice. I've been working all day. I've been drinking all day. I'm not about to sit there and play all this shit though. So all this silly talk, man, y'all got to take care of what y'all gotta do. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, man, it's young dudes that will rob them folks for their little chicks instantly. At the gas station, man, them folks up there trying to cash in $800, $1,200, man, them folks rob them their ass instantly. Y'all gotta get on the bullshit, man. We gotta get on the bullshit. And if you can't get down with that, I don't know what to tell you. This shit's not gonna happen in Memphis no more. Like, bro, I'm telling you, like, I've seen folks get robbed. I'm talking about a whole little landscaper, whatnot. Man, that might get robbed for the whole shit, man. Like, man, bro, get the hell up out of here. That's what I'm on. So far as what's the end goal is, I'm gonna raise my kids. You gonna raise your kids, man. Like I said, my kids go to college. I'm telling you, it's strictly with the bullshit with these folks, though. White folks, black folks, mixing folks, these type of problems, and we don't have. They stay on that side. So, y'all, man. God bless y'all, man. Look, cause I'm full. You feel me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Me
personally, I'm here for more so for a conversation, though. I'm not here for. I'm here for a conversation, though. I'm trying to tell y'all, like, I'm not grandstanding and tell y'all anybody what to do. I'm telling you, in Memphis is a black city, and we're gonna make this shit work. It's a mess.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Really be on the. Go ahead, bro. My fault.
Yeah, we're gonna keep these videos going, but it sounds like that we had what happened out in the West Coast that had been going on for several decades. What happened in Florida, that kind of had been going on for decades. Now Chicago is looking like they may be on a war footing, is what these folks are saying on the ground. And the question starts to become, what happens if it happens in other black cities like Detroit, Memphis, Atlanta, places where.
Listen, I understand it. Look, it's some old stuff that I seen, man. Like when Compton hit, though, like as far as these folks was running, them white folks was trying to run these folks up out of neighborhoods and whatnot. I'm telling you, this ain't gonna happen down south, man. Not in Memphis, man. I can't speak for nobody else. I can't speak for Jackson. I can't speak. You know what I'm talking about? New Orleans. Like, yeah, folks. Them folks really got ran up out they neighborhoods. Them folks had manicured lawns. And them folks, like, yeah, like these folks really moved out there and had good lives. You know what I'm talking about? Man, this ain't that. This is not that. This is not that.
My brother Pat, man, this can happen anywhere, my brother, and I respect what you're saying.
But I'm telling you, different spirit. It's a different spirit with other people, man. I'm telling you, in Memphis, I'm telling you, bro, I can give you. Listen, I swear I can give your ass 30 articles to where them Mexicans got robbed. But
look, my brother, let's let Black play these other videos. Hey, Black, can you play these other videos? Pat, can you just stay put for just a second? Black, can you play the other videos?
Yeah, 10-4 on that. Unfortunately, because we don't have any actual power in this country, politically, economically, or otherwise, you know, in this cycle, in this system of urban renewal that's been going on for like 50 years and gentrification, it don't take much for them to come into an area, start buying up property and raising the rents, making it unaffordable. And that's the process. That's what they do. If they continue to flood the country with these illegals and targeting Black communities, it's only going to get worse. I think we're at the very beginning of it, to be quite honest. And that's sad to even think, but seemingly that's where we're at here. So yeah, shout out to the folks who have survived up to this point. And I'm blessed to live in a city that's not really international. We don't really get a lot of this, but that doesn't mean in 10 years that it won't be completely different, because every neighborhood I grew up in is undergoing gentrification. Most of the homes I grew up in no longer exist.
Look, I'm telling y'all, I'm on 200, man. I'm damn near on 1,000. So, look, brother, where you from? Okay? I mean, big brother. I'm gonna call you big brother. Where you come from?
Yeah, I'm in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. And y'all, predominantly,
I'm in Alabama, so I'm right where you are.
Yeah, I'm down. Oh man, y'all still ain't understanding the game though. Man, bring your folks down there. Bring your head down south, man.
But Pat, I'm in the South. I'm in the South. I'm telling you, brother. These Hispanics are moving up in here, man. They're moving all over the South, man. They're coming up in here too.
Listen, what I'm trying to tell you, though. I want you to speak for me, though. I don't want you and I are not that far apart.
You and I are not that far apart. You and I are not that far apart. Memphis is not that far from where I'm at. I'm in Alabama. You are in Tennessee. We're not that far apart. These Hispanics are coming here. They're coming every day because Joe Biden is letting them in everywhere.
Hey, big brother. I don't know what you know. But look, last time I went to Florida, right? I drove to Florida, Alabama, and Georgia, and all that. Man, them crackers, man, that's a different type of people, bro. That's your people, man. Them folk, the white folk in Memphis, they know them folks smile and, man, keep it moving. Ain't shit else to talk about. I've never got tried. I got tried. Matter of fact, I got tried one time, and, man, I had to beam his ass up. I had to beam that white man up. come here, bitch. That type shit. So what I'm trying to tell you, bro, like now, just come back down south, man. This is the only solution to what we had all one voted.
That's what Black Majority has been talking about for the longest in these spaces. Is everybody coming back south? Him and Black Homeland have been talking about this now, going on for several years now. Okay, so look. If you don't mind for just a second, we want Black Majority to play some videos so the family can get up to date on some information that you and I and everybody else in this space need. Can you hold or stand by for just a second? Okay. So they don't want to, even though... And expect that you're doing while you're holding, okay? All right. Black Majority, can you play the videos?
Yeah, here we go. This woman, a beautiful Black woman, and again, the video is called "This Is Treason." Let me get her name. This thing likes to try to start. Her name is Latasha Fields. So she's actually in this video, and then the third video that I'm gonna play. So
it's better. So
let me start it from the start. Here we go.
So they don't want to, even though we use genocide and exterminate, they want to keep a few of us around. But the more they can kill, literally kill, the more they can destroy is better. So, you know, the enemy would desire to literally exterminate us. It's a genocide. It's really a genocide on Black people. It is to completely annihilate us, completely wipe us out. The whole population of CPS is 323,000 and some change. 35% of that, we're looking at 113,000 and some change in terms of Black students that are in CPS public school. Of that 113,000, approximately 83% are not reading on grade level.
That's astounding.
It's
so you're at 17% that's proficient.
It's only proficient. And 92% of that same 113,000, 92% are not proficient in math. And then we have a teachers union here, the CTU, that continually negotiates and advocates for foreign nationals' children. Now, the percentage of them, I mean, is what we all know. It is the replacement. It's a genocide. It's really a genocide on Black people. It is to completely annihilate us, completely wipe us out. And it's another form of slavery.
I'd like to just stop. Why do you think they want to wipe you out? Because I've heard, before you start, I've heard genocide from wealthy white people here, businessmen, gang members, people that have no education, like baseline education, and very articulate people within now the Republican Party here using the same terminology. That's rare. Like, so it's rare to hear socioeconomic divisions in a group of people, but the terms you are all using are the same. So why do you think it's a genocide?
I mean, it's been a genocide since the foundation of this country. So the whole pandemic and the agenda to genocide the African, the Black man, you know, for the sake of time, it's really spiritual. Okay, it's really a spiritual genocide, and so it's not anything new, as the Word of God says, nothing new under the sun.
Right.
You know, the enemy would desire to literally exterminate us. Okay, so you have Margaret Sanger, you have the Planned Parenthood, you have so many agendas that have been working to destroy us, and if this oppressive demon, this demon of genocide, of extermination would have had its way, we'd have been destroyed in slavery, or would have remained perpetual slaves. See, perpetual slavery is a form of destruction as well. So because they cannot, or they did not get, or that demon did not get its way in causing us to be perpetual slaves, these are just more attacks that have been set out for our own demise and destruction. So it is a form of genocide. And the more they can destroy us, see, for them, the less is better. So they don't want to, even though we use genocide and exterminate, they want to keep a few of us around. But the more they can kill, literally kill, the more they can destroy is better. That's why they're not stopping crime. They're not doing anything to stop anything. They want us to self-kill ourselves. It's homicide. They want us to kill ourselves. This thing is so spiritual. They want us to destroy ourselves. So all these things, the whole social economics, I call it engineer enslavement. That's what these social policies are. It's just engineered enslavement. It's for us to self-destroy, self-destruct.
When you lay it out in those terms, and everyone else that I've spoken to, you see education is, nobody can read and write. Let's just break it down to the very, very basic. The average. So if these people, the Black community that is coming out of the schools, cannot read or write, they are in crime-infested areas. We were down there. There is no industry. Like, there's not even, like you drive through here, there's some malls, like strip malls. So there's people have to work in those strip malls. And there's nothing.
Okay, man. Yeah, so I'm actually skipped to the other one that she's in, so we can get both of hers together. I'm wondering if this is the same or different. I'm not 100% sure. Excuse me. So we'll listen to a little bit of it. If it sounds the same, I'll just go to the next video.
Genocide on Black people. So they don't want to, even though we use genocide and exterminate, they want to keep a few of us around. But the more they can kill, literally kill, the more they can destroy is better. So, you know, the enemy would desire to literally exterminate us. It is just, it's a genocide. It's really a genocide on Black people. It is to completely annihilate us, completely wipe us out. The whole population of CPS is 323,000 and some change.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the same video. Let me get to this brother here. This is an elder. Looks like Tyrone M-U-H. I don't know how to pronounce that. He says that person, Tyrone Muhammad, introduced them to Dirk Dawn, the legendary Dirk Dawn. So this is who he's speaking to in this one. Here we go. Don Dirk.
Now he helping the immigrants. Why ain't nobody helped us like that? Genocide. This is part of it. Because what you see is black killing blacks. Now you got people riding around just killing the children, and they don't know who's doing it.
Breaking overnight, a mass shooting in the Back of the Arts neighborhood leaves an 8-year-old girl dead, 3 other children wounded, and 7 adults also wounded. Chicago police say it happened around 9:30 last night near 52nd and Damon. Witnesses told police that 2 shooters approached a group which was having an outdoor family gathering. Then they opened fire.
They know what's going on, they see what's going on, and they're allowing what's going on. Everything is political. It's a genocide to us. And look what they're doing already. They're killing already. They fighting the Mexicans. They fighting some blacks. The other day out west, they were fighting like cats and dogs.
Can you tell me your name, how long you lived here, and your history?
My name is Dirk Acklin. I'm better known to a lot of people as Don Dirk. I'm a disciple. I came from the house of David. I've been living here in Chicago since 1958. I was 4 years old when we moved here from Robbins, Illinois. And my brother was king of the Speed Kings during that time when I was young, running around. Other than that, I grew up here. I became a leader. You know, now we face with a different lifestyle because the same thing that was going on then is not going on now. It modified itself. Even though we still politically dealing with political peoples, is more devious now than it had ever been before.
In what way?
Well, you know, the politicians, we get them in office they make promises that they don't fulfill. They don't try to help really with the problem that we have in our communities with these crimes plaguing our communities. Is everything is political. It's a genocide to us. It's about moving us around. Um, it's to the fact where it's more about whatever they're trying to create politically and economically, that it's not for us. They're not doing nothing to help us. You know, everything that's going on is taking us down. It's not uplifting us. They're not giving the money to people. They can really do something with it. They say this money's supposed to be issued out to stop the crime that's evading our communities, our homes. But they keep giving it to the same peoples that they know ain't doing nothing, that ain't helping fighting against crime. They're not even trying to fight against the crime. When the mayor came into office, when he was running politically to be the mayor, we went to one of his talk shows that he was having. And I stood up then and told him, you lying. You're not going to do nothing. These people ain't going to let you do it. You know, I spoke out against, I interrupted the whole thing and told him, you just lying. You ain't going to do nothing. And he ain't did nothing since he been there. Now, he helping the immigrants. Why ain't nobody helped us like that? You know, all this money they giving them to move in places, they don't have IDs, they don't have nothing saying they're citizens of the United States or nothing. And you know, my thing is this, that they moving us out of our houses because we behind in rent. We behind because they made us behind. They haven't given jobs out to us. They see what's happening in the community with all the shooting and the killing. They're not trying to really stop it. And they're coming up with more harder ways for people just like us. We should have been some of the very first people they came to, you know, to try to help stop some of the violence that's going on throughout the communities, you know. But they didn't do that. Why didn't they? Because they don't want it to stop. They want it to continue. This
OG, hear me though, real quick though. That's a video, bro.
This is part of it. You know, black, because what you see is black killing blacks. Now you got people riding around just killing the children, and they don't know who's doing it. You know, that's crazy. But let something happen to a police or one of their beloveds, they know who it is. They get on all them cameras and they catch them. So, you know, my thing is they know what's going on, they see what's going on, and they're allowing what's going on. You know, we the last peoples they want to see with money. They say we need to beautify our communities. We need our alleys cleaned up. We need our blocks cleaned up. Because there's nowhere for the children to jump rope no more, glass everywhere. You know, and the grass is so high.
Whew, okay, so that was Don. Let me get his name right. Don Dirk, who I believe he said that he was a leader. I'm not sure if he named the crew or the organization he was with, but he's obviously an elder in that street life in some capacity. And he's just relaying, you know, basically it's like everybody's feeling the same way. A lot of people are essentially saying similar things. That other video where they mentioned that that Chicago Teachers Union several times. And it kind of made me remember when this current mayor was running. That was one of the endorsements that he kind of had to. It was kind of like he had to work to get that endorsement, and then when he got it, it was a it was a whole thing where if I remember correctly, people who were from Chicago were saying that was a problem, that he was aligned with that teachers union. And the one, oh God, no, come on, bro, don't do that, don't do that. I don't know what the hell is going on right there. Okay, my bad. Well, not my bad. The X kicked me out. So, yeah, Brandon Johnson. So when he was running, he worked to get that endorsement. When he got it, people in Chicago were saying this is not a good thing. And then she's saying how this teachers union was going to Venezuela back in 2019. So that must have been pre-pandemic. So it sounds like that teachers union is really at the heart of some of this immigration. They probably had already been connected with a lot of this infrastructure to facilitate a lot of this, and likely had conversations with this, presume mayor when he was running to essentially see if he was on board with everything that they wanted to do, is how I would kind of put those pieces together based on everything that we're hearing now. So I got one more video. There's one that's pretty short. It's just talking about, the small hats and their organizations and how they're involved in all of this. I think we pretty much all got that. We get that. We understand that that's a part of it. But this last one is another Tyrone Muhammad, and he says he took us to the center of Inglewood in Chicago, spoke to the head chef Linda Grant about how illegal immigrants from Venezuela are replacing the citizens of Chicago. So this one is a little longer. It looks like they put a lot of stuff together here. There was a video that I watched where I wanted he's interviewing a pastor. Hopefully, maybe after I play this, I'll try to find it, because I think that was pretty important too, where he relates the fact that they feel like it's a powder keg waiting to explode in Chicago. It's the rooftop pastor. If you've ever seen or heard of him, I guess he got famous for standing on the roof of his church in the wintertime, calling out issues or whatever the case may be. So I'll try to find that video as well. But this one, like I said, this one's a little longer, but looks like they're adding different elements of everything that's going on there. And the guy, J.J. Carroll, who is doing the interviews, or at least he's in front of the camera, a former border agent, and the documentary is called This Is Treason. So let me get this one set up so we can listen to this. The 70 million. And after this, if people want to get involved and have a conversation about these issues, again, this is Chicago. It sounds like it is replicating what happened in Florida during the Cuban crisis when they flooded the country. The movie Scarface kind of mirrors what was going on down there. And then also out in the West Coast from, probably the same time period, early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, where they flooded much of the country with illegals back then. And so, it's just kind of been this constant trickling in of people until Biden got in there, and then he just opened up the doors wide open. So I think on one of these videos, someone said 45 million illegals have entered the country now. That's a hell of a number. I can't verify that. I don't know where they got that number from. I think I've seen as high as 20, maybe 25 million. But that was the first time I had ever heard 45 million. That just seems like a really high number. Because that's like almost 10 million a year over the last 4 years. But let's let this one play.
If I was Oprah, like Oprah said, you'll get a house, you'll get a car, I have that big heart like that because I really want to see people not struggle.
And we're driving, our car is getting the alignment broken because the road is so bad.
Yeah, the road, they don't take care of our roads here. It's like we're the afterthought.
You feel that way 4 years ago? Or is this just recently under this new administration?
I think under the administration.
Chicago health officials confirming a, quote, small number of tuberculosis cases in migrant shelters across the city. But they're not saying how many. This comes after 56 known measles cases are reported in the Windy City.
I don't want to bring bad news, but I want to be honest. I want to just tell you what this is the epicenter of illegal alien invasion.
So the behind-the-scenes footage you're about to watch is from our documentary, What is Treason? Me and my partner, JJ Carroll, are traveling across America to show you the impact of treason and what it looks like when your government is weaponizing mass migration to collapse a civilization. This is also known as treason. The interview you're about to watch is with Linda Grant. She is the head chef at the center of Inglewood. This is an amazing community center, and I wanted to give a big shout out to Tyrone Mohammed. Tyrone Mohammed's going to be running for Senate in 2026. And if you guys are looking to make an impact or make change in the city of Chicago, the number one, the very first person that any party should be reaching out to is Tyrone Mohammed. This man has action, he has resource, he's extremely knowledgeable, and he's becoming a great friend. So big shout out to Tyrone Mohammed. Please consider following all of these people. They're putting together a movement unlike anything the world has ever seen. And that movement grows stronger and stronger with support. So please consider supporting our work. You can pre-order our documentary at thisistreason.com. This is what we captured.
She thinks she could cook, right? Good. How are you, man?
We just doing some just filming the location, doing some interviews, talking about the all the positive stuff going on here.
Okay.
And see, you the main chef, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to say something to this young man, can he ask you a few questions? All right.
How many meals are you doing a day?
At least about 100.
Yeah, 100? Okay.
100 and like 100.
Okay. Well, our documentary is, I'm a former Border Patrol agent down in San Diego, and we're seeing, I believe that Chicago's the ground zero for the illegal immigration. They call them the migrants problem, and it's affecting your community.
Right? That's illegal. Right now, Brandon Johnson and the Democrats are criminals. They're locking up guys from smuggling drugs and trafficking people crossing in. The entire government's doing it. Right now. Right. We're going to sue the bosses. We're going to sue the Democrats and civilians because those men, the agents, represent the people they voted for. The agents. I'm a sports agent. If I don't have represent my clients, they fire me. It's time to fire. Don't let the Democrats have that stupid convention here next year. Enough's enough. All I see, right, is the citizens of Chicago marching to the gas chamber. Ever since these scumbags came across the border.
Yes. And I was talking to people, like, what effect have you seen in like shelters or feeding or losing those resources, having them diverted? Like 2 days ago, your Mayor Johnson diverted $70 million from your coffers to help your community, but now they're going $70 million is going to illegal aliens.
The $70 million is in addition to the $150 million already granted to support migrants in this year's city budget. And on top of that, the city has already received funding from the state, county, and federal government.
Migrant facilities and job training facilities. Do you have an opinion on that?
Well, I think it's hurting our community because, they're putting more money into immigrants than into the people that was here and already was in need. And because they're not getting their needs met before all this immigrant stuff started, then it's hurting our community even more. We already was hurting, but it's hurting us even more.
How would you quantify that? Like, how would you quantify your communities being hurt because that's money? Like, what does that physically
physically look like in the community?
Well, I believe it causes more crime, more homelessness, more families scratching and surviving, trying to figure out where they're going to get their next meal from, and living paycheck to paycheck, and it's getting worse.
Do you see? Sorry.
How much do you think? How much good could you have done with $70 million?
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, what would $70 million do for your community, or let's say for this facility here, if you got $70,000?
Oh, we would be able to feed numbers of homes and families and people, and be able to clothe them and give them shelter and give them meals, like help the senior citizen places that's around us, give them meals on wheel and take meals out to them and feed the people under Lower Drive. We have an Asian lady who comes here. Her name is Maria Pike. She comes here and she gets food to go take out and feed the people on Lower Drive who can't get here. So our ministry could reach not just Inglewood, it can reach other communities and near and far.
Well, we've seen. So you go down from what you and I just talked about, how much a difference can make for 70,000. What would happen to this community? Like, we just drove in here through very exclusive neighborhoods, beautiful roads, pristine everything. The foliage is cut back, everything. And we're driving. Our car is getting the alignment broken because the road is so bad.
Yeah, the road. They don't take care of our roads here. It's like we're the afterthought. It's like we're the afterthought.
That's just what we were thinking. We're like, actually the word was nobody cares.
Right.
And it's physically evident.
And there's so many communities, so many people in this area who's trying to do good for the people. There are really a lot of organizations. We're not so much, put it this way, everybody got their own island, so we're not really coming together and doing one big massive thing, but it's a lot of us that's spinning off doing our own thing that's trying to help. Everybody want to make a difference. Everybody want to stand out and be that one to say, I did something to save the community. I did something to help a family. I did something to stop crime. But they're not. I think when we all come together.
Why do you think you're not coming together?
Because it's a selfishness. It's an I thing. It's like, if I build something and I don't get the notarization for it, then people going like do not know that it's me, and it's like I want to stand out. It's an I thing, and it's not a we thing.
Right.
And that's what's hurting us. Other nationalities help, and they work together. Our community don't. We're so crabs in the barrel. If I see you getting a little extra, I'm jealous, or I want to steal or take what you got because I don't have it, but you don't want to go out and work for it. You don't want to,
Right.
So it's just it's
a tough situation.
It really is.
What would you say your budget is here annually? So you're doing about 100 meals a day.
Yeah.
Every 7 days a week?
No, 5 days.
5 days a week.
We used to do 6. We used to do breakfast. Our breakfast ministry was like off the chain, meaning that when they come here for a breakfast, we was giving them top-notch breakfast. It's like when you're going downtown or something, we give them shrimp and grits. We was giving them salmon croquettes and rice. We was giving them chicken and waffles. We was giving them high-quality stuff. And now we give them high-quality stuff. We give them salmon. We give them steak. We give them filet mignon. We give them all type of good food here. They get a variety of food.
Right.
It's not just a regular soup kitchen that I used to go to when I was younger, and I see soup kitchens and they like, I'm not that full, I'm still hungry, or they give me just a little just to get me out and get. No, we actually feed you your body, mind, and soul here. We try to feed into you. We try to give you Bible study. We try to give you food. We try to give you clothes. We try to find, if we can't help you and have the resources, we direct you to where the resources are. So this center.
You're a nonprofit. Who's funding it? Where do you get your money?
It's Shepherd Hopes. It's an umbrella under Shepherd Hopes.
Okay. And then what would you say
How many people are working here with you?
I have my assistant Missy. She helps a lot. She's my right hand. She's like here all the time. And I have the other chef that just came in. He haven't been working with me long, but he comes in and help. And then I have another young lady that comes in and help. And she's assistant.
Just four of you.
So just four of us. And I'm gonna keep it real with you. We work hard here because we passionate, and I am passionate about cooking. My mom cooked for communities. My mom served and took care of a lot of people, even house people in our house when she didn't have, when they didn't have places to go. So it's like it didn't get. My mom is gone to heaven. So it's like that's my Mandarin. If take on that and do it like what my mom did. And I love to serve and I love to care for the community, and my heart just pours out. It's like if I was Oprah, like Oprah said, you'll get a house, you'll get a car, I have that big heart like that because I really want to see people not struggle. And then I'm living paycheck to paycheck, so it's not like I don't get a lot of money by doing this, but my heart is into it and I love doing what I do.
But if I was able to double your personnel, made it 8 people with 4 chefs, and each have
that would be a blessing because then we won't be overworked and underpaid.
Right.
That would be a
but
blessing.
we've already given roughly $2 billion to the city of Chicago for illegal aliens. $2 billion. And it's going to grow exponentially, and you're not getting anything. I mean, I'm looking around your neighborhood, and you have burnt out homes.
Yeah, a lot of vacant homes, a lot of vacant parking lots, a lot of vacant, just sometimes some cars just sitting that's unattended, don't know who the cars are and stuff. It's just a lot of despair. So you come in, you get this paint this picture of Inglewood in this area that we're just, some kind of monster, or we some kind of, and we're not. We actually loving and caring people here, just like in your neighborhood, who would just want a fair share. If we had a fair share, we would probably thrive if we had a fair share.
Do you feel like you're getting, or do you feel as the community has a resentment to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens?
Big time. Oh, big time.
What about, do you feel, this is a very important question, I have a very strong opinion on this. Do you feel like your community has not only been ignored, but is being replaced?
Yes. And that's sad, because I was born here in Inglewood. I went to Inglewood High School, so I do feel like we're getting pushed out.
Did you feel that way 4 years ago? Or is this just recently under this new administration?
I think under the new administration.
Was your life better under Donald Trump presidency than Biden?
It's hard to answer that.
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump has done some good, but Donald Trump is like a live wire that you don't know which way he's going to come, and it's like that's what's scary about him coming president again.
Yeah. Well, what's happening now is not working, though, right?
I would say no, it's still not.
And then
it's like they're trying to put a Band-Aid over something that's.
And then when you're bringing in, so the influx of illegal aliens into your community will not stop. You understand?
I know.
I come from the border. That's where my job was. I'm telling you, every day, anywhere, these are just arrest data, not people that cross we don't see. Between 7,000 and 15,000 a day are coming into America. We're releasing them. My partners down the border are telling me that a very significant majority of them are coming to Chicago. So let's just say that we take 10% of the high end, or 7% of the median. So 1,000 people a day are coming to Chicago. So after a year, you'll have 365,000 more people in your city. How are you going to be able to feed 500? Can you feed 500 people a day on the budget you have right now?
I think it'll be a struggle. I think we could. I think with God, I think all things is possible. But
how long can you do that, man? How long can you and someone else cook for 500 people a day?
It would be a struggle. It would be hard. It would be hard.
How about 1,000 or 2,000? Not gonna stop.
I don't want to bring bring bad news, but I want to be honest. I want to just tell you, this is the epicenter of illegal immigration coming to Chicago. And they're coming in thousands of thousands. And whatever you're seeing now, and you feel that replacement angst, it's not going to get easier. It's going to get exponentially harder. So, but I appreciate what you're doing. I think it's great. You're right. Where God, anything can happen. He can make everything multiply, right? So you keep hanging in there.
All right, thank you.
Very proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And what was your name? Linda Graham. Pleasure. Linda Graham. Pleasure to meet you.
Hold on. I'm not spending no money, man. Look, I'm gonna spend money on
this dude up there. Why do I keep bringing this dude up?
Be quiet for just a second.
Okay, that was it. Yeah, that's the end of the video. I don't know why I keep bringing that guy up here. God bless him, but gotta have some self-discipline and restraint. In these spaces, I guess. But at any rate, that was the final one that I want to play from Chicago. A black woman who is, she's running a soup kitchen where she feeds the community 100 plates a day, 5 days a week. She said it used to be 6 days a week, used to do breakfast, but she's doing God's work. She's definitely impacting her community. But of the $2 billion that they mentioned, not a single red cent has come down to her or anybody in the black community for that matter. The streets are tore up, the houses are burnt out. There's trash everywhere. There's abandoned vehicles, abandoned homes. It just sounds like, in this city, there's places like that. I know exactly what it sounds like, to keep it, all the way real. Burnt out steel mill towns, where all the businesses left decades ago. They're just shells of themselves. Every once in a while, the state will put some new building in there trying to kickstart it, but it never really materializes into anything. They've got a highway coming through that is either going to have an exit that helps to revitalize the area, or it'll just bypass right on by, and that will actually crush it even further. A lot of those highways that don't have towns that don't have off ramps from those highways, they get really, really pushed down the economic ladder. So it's very sad. I could tell there was points where she was getting emotional. It sounds like she's a Democrat voter because she really couldn't connect the fact that all of this horrible shit that's happening is because of Joe Biden. He is the sole reason that all of this trauma is happening in Chicago, and it's not going to stop. And her reluctance to say, well, man, maybe I would give Donald Trump a chance, or my life was better 4 years ago, is likely because she's been voting Democrat most of her life. No, I don't think anybody has to vote for Donald Trump necessarily in order to change what's going on in Chicago, because I don't know what he's going to be able to do. I physically don't know what he's going to be able to do. If it's a sanctuary city and it's a sanctuary county and they have a sanctuary governor who's on board with all of it, then what is the federal government to do? Not much, in my opinion. I don't see where federal authority is going to outrule or outweigh these sanctuary city, counties, and states that are all working together to bring about this trauma to the black population in these cities, counties, and states. I just don't see how the federal government interferes in that. Can he stop what's happening at the border? Absolutely, because that is the job of the federal branch. So he can slow it down, stop it at the border, arrest and detain and deport as many people as they can. And then they'll get a little more clever about how they cross the border, I guess. It'll stop the airline flights into the country, which is being facilitated at the federal government. So there are some things that he can do, but it's only 4 years. And in my opinion, 4 years is not enough to change what has already done. The damage is done. These people are there. They're bringing babies with them. They're gonna be having babies, and so one generation from now, they will fully replace the population, simply because they already got a leg up economically. If they get politically, astute and start putting themselves in position of authority in the Chicago area, then that makes it that much harder to get rid of them, to be quite honest. I wish that there was some way that I could see that things can change. I heard that Biden and the Democrat Party is thinking about canceling their convention in Chicago, because, to be quite honest, that is probably you're going to have Palestinians there protesting their issues. You're definitely going to get the Black Chicagoans there protesting their issues. Who knows what other groups are going to show up? Abortion people and all these other fucking people. You may get some Proud Boys, who knows, that show up as well. It would likely be an open invitation for Welcome to the Terror Dome, to be quite honest. They have all these different groups in there at the same damn time.
Hey, Black, and they got violence going on in the city tonight. There's a video out there right now involving the migrants, involving some violence. I think they said it was like 80 migrants involved in this violence tonight, where someone got stabbed. Involving just their group, from my understanding, not involving any Black Americans, but just within their group, from my understanding. I'm going to post that video in the Jumbotron because it was just released tonight for Chicago, where there's migrants that had erupted in violence. It was like a group of 80, from my understanding.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we're just in the spring, so imagine when it's like record heat waves, 100 degrees at night, all of that crazy shit that makes people go crazy anyway, and everybody's just out. Summer school's out. It's a recipe for disaster. I'm trying to see if I could find anything about them canceling this Chicago DNC thing convention. But I wouldn't actually. It probably, for safety's sakes, it's probably the smartest thing to do. This thing says that they're preparing for the worst, which means that they want this shit to happen. See, that's sad. That's sad when you're going to say, we know that there's a high probability that something bad could happen, and we're just going to kind of roll the dice. Because what does the Democrat Party and Joe Biden gain from having something erupt in Chicago during that event? I don't see how they gain anything at all. In actuality, I think it would hurt them. So what would be the point of going ahead with it? Let me play this real short clip about that and see. They're saying preparing for the worst. Let's see if I can find something somewhere else
report
about
today
it.
that says Democrats are, quote, preparing for the worst when they come to Chicago in August for the Democratic National Convention.
Political reporter Paris Schutz says more on how Democrats aim to avoid that worst case scenario. Paris?
Sylvia and Terrence, that report in National Politico magazine suggests that Democrats are indeed worried about protests and disruptions at Chicago's DNC in August. Now, Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth was instrumental in getting the convention here to Chicago. She says she is not preparing for the worst.
I'm preparing for the best. We're going to showcase this wonderful city. People are going to have a great time. We've been preparing for the convention. The fundraising is going well. The suites are sold out just about for the convention. And we're going to go and we're going to have a great convention where we're going to talk about all these issues, including access to reproductive technology.
And Political reports the DNC might indeed rearrange events and pre-tape more of the presentations to avoid protests breaking out inside the United Center to disrupt some of the presentations. Now, the article suggests that DNC is worried about rookie Mayor Brandon Johnson, that he sides with protesters, although we did speak with the U.S. Secret Service on Fox 32 earlier this week. They said they've been working with the city and Chicago Police Department for a year on a yet-to-be-released security plan and perimeter around the United Center. Now, Duckworth made the comments today at an unrelated event discussing legislation to protect access to IVF in the country. And coming up at 5, we'll have Duckworth's message for protesters at the DNC. Reporting live from River North, Paris Schutz, Fox 32, Chicago.
Okay, so it's either naivety or arrogance or both. But it sounds as if they are going to push through. And like when we were listening to some of those videos, I'm thinking if this was during the time when the Italian mafia had their whole grip on Chicago and other areas, like, you got to assume like politicians would come up missing. I'll say it like that on a recorded space. I don't really know, and I said this a while ago because everybody was like, "Ooh, Chicago, oh, they don't want to play Chicago. You can't play with them. It's going to explode. It's going to be this. It's going to be that." Well, this mayor's been in the office for a year. They, like that guy said, it's 1,000 motherfuckers coming in there every day. Immigrants showing up every day. So it's like, when is this thing supposed to explode? Like, I don't want anybody to get hurt. I don't want anything to happen. But it's the whole theory where people be talking about staying and fighting, and really they just end up staying. There's really not a whole lot of fighting going on. There doesn't seem to be any type of repercussions or consequences. $2 billion is a lot of fucking money. People die for far less. In my mind, I just can't really wrap my head around it. And it sounds like to me, as I've essentially come to the conclusion, that we are done. We don't want to fight. We don't want to migrate. We simply just want to talk about the things that we talk about. Point out the obvious. Shit is fucked up. Everything's fucked up. It's only getting worse. But really, at the end of the day, do very little to next to nothing to change it. I don't really understand it, because every single day that goes by, every month that goes, every week, every month, every year, these people are just, they're in the soil. They're fucking planting roots. Like, it's over. I don't, it's like you can look at the school age children in any metropolitan area, and that's going to tell you what the future is. If there's more fucking Venezuelans in elementary school, guess what happens in 20, 30 years? There's going to be more of them that are going to be in jobs and in positions of politics and earning wealth in the society. So I don't really understand it. It sounds to me like we keep sitting around waiting for something to happen, whatever that is, looking for a savior, whatever that is. waiting for some tragic event to occur. The tragic event has already happened. You're in the midst of the tragedy. You know, over and over again is why aren't they helping us? Why aren't they giving us any money? Why aren't they? Because they don't give a fuck. They never did. They never will. That's never gonna change. Stay and lay down is what I see, to be quite honest. I mean, I don't, you know, I wish it was stay and fight. I wish it was fight where shit was happening on a regular basis. There was a timeline. There was, if you don't do this by this time, then something's gonna happen. We don't know what it is. It's just gonna happen. You're gonna wake up one day and the shit's gonna happen. It's gonna be all over the news. Okay. Whatever that is. At least then it was like, okay, yeah, this is the fight. This is the fight. This is real. This is what's happening. But it's not really stay and fight. It's stay and lay down. And just point out all the fucking problems. Point out essentially the obvious. These people study everything. They have fucking data centers that capture all of the fucking information on the internet. They know every fucking thing. There's nothing that they don't know. There are no secrets. They do not care. It's not as if this shit is happening and they're not aware of it. You just heard this fucking white broad essentially saying, what did she say? Oh no, I'm not preparing for the worst. I'm preparing for the best. We're going to party. They don't give a fuck about all these complaints and your streets are fucked up and your buildings are fucked up. You don't got no industry. You don't got no jobs. You're all fucked up. You're essentially cut off from the world. They don't care. They're planning to party and shit all over Black Chicago. So you know what becomes the fighting part, the action part. Once you understand that, once you absorb that, take it in, accept it, then what's the next thing to do? Because those people are not fucking going anywhere. They're just not, and they're still coming in at least until next January, I guess. If Trump wins, you know, and it stops temporarily, 4-year reprieve, and then 2020 fucking 9, whoever gets, if it's a Democrat that gets in, like Gavin Newsom, they just crack the fucking door wide open again. It's sad, man. It's sad. Miss, who did you boycott? You got it. So fucking sad, bro. So fucking sad.
Okay.
So fucking sad, man.
Thank you.
Sad, bro.
It was heartbreaking. So heartbreaking to hear all of those videos. I can't even really, I'm going to try to find my words. I can't even find my words. But I got to try to say something because
Politico is reporting that
well, Black majority state migration and Black American homeland and DJ and all you folks have been working for the past 10 years to get this message out. Thank you for that. Thank you so very much. I think I heard DJ or one of the persons on the stage. Hold on, something happening with my phone here. Okay, I'm back to the right screen. I think I heard someone say something about you've been doing this for over 10 years, or was that correct?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, Black American Homeland wrote his book. I believe it was 2012 is when he wrote his book. So it's been about 12 years for him.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I know I've been over here on Twitter land for about a little over a year, and I just happened to stumble into y'all room one time. Wow. I have just about lost my train of thoughts. We're going to have to, I don't want to disrail this space, and I hope I don't, but please try to hear me out. We have no other option but boycotting, and we need to target these social media platforms. And those who monetize these social media platforms, they will not participate, but everybody else has to participate. And they may take a hit if they are supported by the ones who will be boycotting. But hopefully it will not last that long. It will, enough pressure will get them to come to the table within about 30 days or 60 days. But what I was thinking as I was listening to all those audios, we can maybe take 1 week, just 1 week, and just open a space with the same title in that space, and just put that on all these social media platforms that we use. Target the first 6: Twitterland, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Clubhouse, and TikTok, and have the same message on every one of them. Those of us who have multiple phones can have spaces open on different phones with the same message. And hopefully as persons in our community start seeing the message, they'll come on board. Do that for 7 days straight to get the message out. After that 7 days, we'll notify them during that 7 days that we are planning a set time that we're going to kick it off. And then we just have to tweak it as we go along. As more ideas come to our head, we'll keep tweaking it and just put as much pressure in those 30 days, first 30 days, then the second 30 days. And we just stay off of these platforms for 7 straight days, 14 straight days, or 21 straight days, or 30 straight days. And maybe we're going to have to ratchet it up. Instead of doing one platform, do them all 6 at the same time. And like I said, a week before we start, everybody open a room. Everybody who's been on Twitter all these weeks and days after day, every one of us open a room. Not just 1 or 2 or 5 of us, but every one of us open a room with the same title on Twitter. Do the same thing on YouTube if you have the ability to open a space at the same time on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and so on. And hopefully it'll get their attention. And we'll make a list of our demands, and hopefully this can help with the Black majority state migration. That we got to get some money and get our people to safety. We got to get that money, and we got to get to safety. That's my suggestion. That's what I've been preaching, and I'm going to keep on preaching it until I pass out. But that's just what thoughts that went through my head as you played those horrifying videos of those persons talking about how I keep thinking about that old man that was talking about his family in the backyard just having a celebration, and then they just were hit with gunfire. The kids can't play outside. We got to do this. I just hope to God that we can get this across to our people. I'm not gonna enter these spaces and try to preach this anymore. I feel comfortable coming in and talking with you, Black majority state migration, and maybe a couple of other ones. But as far as a lot of these spaces, I can't even get in. I mean, I can't even get into the Caucasians. I got a rude awakening today. But I gathered some intel. I'm gonna post that link probably tomorrow or the next day. But I'm gonna post that link, and I hope folks will listen to the replay and decide what they want to believe. But it kind of hits on what you was playing tonight in this space, and I'll send you the link directly. But we got to get that. We got to get the money to get our people to safety to one of these 8 states, because they're gonna lock down all the land and the homes in a very short time. Oh yeah, I remember something else. As far as the election going by the work that y'all have done with the breakdown of each state, the Latinos and Mexicans locked up the voting block in 2020. We are 4 years late. No telling how many turned 18 since 2020, and they still pumping out babies. So even if they deport every immigrant they can find, they still going to keep having babies.
Absolutely.
By the legal ones.
Absolutely.
So that's not going to help us out. It may buy us a little bit of time if Trump can get some of them out of here. But who knows how long it would take for them to get them out of here, with them getting 7 years court dates and everything else crooked. But it's just so many loose variables in that Trump savior. But I'm not here to try to change anybody's mind, but just listen to the facts and make your decision accordingly. We 4 years late. They already don't sign the contract. They hiring the police. They're letting them in the military, and they're rolling out the red carpet. They're gonna be set for life. They're gonna be set for decades and decades and decades to come. Even if they deport as many as they can, they'll be back over here in a blink of an eye, because they are pooling their money and they buying land and houses and investing in businesses. So in about a year or two, they'll be setting up shop, and they'll be hiring just their kind. And so they're going to be set up for decades. So we got to get that money. We got to get that money out of them one way or another. Or like you said, black majority. We just going to sit back and wait until we get picked off one by one or multiple. Because that's all we basically doing right now. Not to offend anyone, but we got to do something drastic, throw a wrench in all of this, because there's a lot of other things going on with China and Taiwan and Russia and Ukraine and Palestine and Israel and Britain and everything else under the sun that we're not even talking about, because we got so much on our plate. But right now, that's the only thing I can think of. And hopefully others will agree and we can start planning it. Because that's the only thing I see that can hopefully give us a chance. Otherwise, like you said, our folks it's hard to pick up and relocate.
It is hard.
It's really hard for those persons who have never had to do it.
It is hard. It is
very so hard. It's not. They're not showing any signs that they can do it. They probably can't do it financially, and then mentally. So we're just gonna have to do something to throw a wrench into all of this. And the only thing I can think of is boycotting these social media platforms and doing whatever we have to do to tweak it. If those 6 platforms don't bring them to the table, and we write out our demands during that week that we're preparing, we have our conversations and decide on what our top demands are going to be, and then we put that on the table, and we just see what we let the cards fall where they may. I don't see any other way out other than death. I don't see any other way out. And but y'all have done the work. Most persons will never know all the hard work that y'all done. I just never knew that things was this bad. We got 52 states, 52, and we don't even have enough population in any of them, really, but 8. Really, black majority of them got it nailed down to the nitty gritty. It's 8, but those are on shaky grounds as we speak. After hearing what you said about South Carolina tonight, it looks like because I had just about a week or two ago called each of the 7 congresspersons and senators in my district, and I gave them an earful. And somebody had made that suggestion. I ain't never been a big fan of calling these politicians. I have tried it before, but I decided to give it another try, and I called each one of them. And yeah, it was only Clyburn who faced with that crooked sellout man. He's gonna rot. He's gonna rot in hell. He's gonna certainly rot in hell. Every second of it. But I called each one of their office. But yeah, we got 8 states. It looked like South Carolina is pretty much gone. If they control 6 districts out of 7, and you said they're gonna duplicate that in all the other states that 27, because it's only 27 out of the 52. It's only 27. So if they have already set that blueprint for South Carolina, then they can do that same thing in the other 26. Oh, it's a wrap. It's a complete wrap. So that's just my thought process. That's the only thing I can think of. Thank you.
Let's see if I can get okay. Thank you so much. And I appreciate everything you had to say there. I've got a video. So we're talking about Chicago. We're talking about the illegal immigration. We did do the DNC, and I got a much longer one on that. So I do want to play that. But I want to play this because this is something I just came across. Arizona is putting illegal immigration on the ballot. I think this is like one of those ballot initiatives, propositions, they call them out in California, where voters can say, we want this to happen. And it looks like they're trying to make it an issue on the ballot where voters will decide if local police can enforce federal immigration laws. Now, this is actually pretty interesting because this is a state versus a federal power. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, well, if the voters of the state say they want their local law enforcement, local county, state law enforcement to enforce immigration. Now, Arizona is one of those states that will eventually become majority Mexican. It's only a matter of time. They're right on the border. It's just a matter of time. So the Caucasians in that state are trying to slow down that process, ironically, so that they can remain in power for a little while longer. So this is an interesting thing because the way the Supreme Court is right now, they want to give power back to the states. So I would guesstimate, based on all of their rulings, they would say, okay, the voters said this is what they want. They want to give this power back to the states. My gut says that this Supreme Court would side with them, would side with the state having this authority back, because it's their border, it's their state. You know, the federal government, DC, they're thousands of miles away, to be quite honest. So this is interesting. And this actually kind of, when we're thinking about black majority states, and if you think about something such as this, where you have your voters say, we think the federal government is not doing their job. We don't like what the federal government is doing, or we don't like the fact that the federal government isn't doing something We'll let our voters or citizens decide if they want us as a state to do that thing, and then it essentially puts the Supreme Court in a position to where they would have to vacate and nullify the will of the people in that state, the citizens of that state. So this is a very interesting situation. Let me play this quick clip, and then we'll get Miss Kimberly after this.
Tension at the state capitol could give Arizona voters the chance to decide if local police can enforce federal immigration laws when people enter the country illegally. News for Tucson's political specialist, Eric Fink, is live downtown with more on this controversial measure that's being dubbed by some as SB 1070 2.0. Eric.
Yeah, Sean, we're talking about, in this case, HCR 2060. It passed out of the state Senate just yesterday. It will now head to the state House in a couple of weeks. If it gets the green light there, voters will see that measure on the November ballot. Republicans say this will toughen immigration law, while Democrats see this as racial profiling.
There's no need for this. It's going to be harmful to our communities. It's going to hurt our communities, and then it's going to cost taxpayers millions of dollars on the front end.
Chris Gilfillan is the political director for Lucha. It's a statewide political advocacy organization that works with communities that could be impacted by the bill. Lucha is very opposed to HCR 2060, a measure just now out of the state Senate and on its way to the House. It would make illegally crossing the border a state crime and give state and local police the power to enforce federal immigration law. Republican lawmakers are trying to move this directly to the ballot this fall, bypassing Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs, who they know would not sign a bill like this. Republicans say the measure is key to curbing the migrant crisis at the border.
I am voting for this bill today because it's the right thing to do. Unlike some people, I stand for this flag every single day when we come in here, and I'll continue to do that. I also travel freely between Mexico and Arizona. I've done so my entire life. Why? Because my mother is from Mexico. I have family in Mexico, and I go right through the port of entry as it should be done.
Tucson Democrat Priya Sundaration remembers when she was a law student at the U of A more than a decade ago when SB 1070 was on the books. That law was struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2012.
I thought, oh gosh, I suddenly was very aware of the brown skin that I have. And I felt that I need to start preparing. Do I need to start carrying an ID with me when I go for a run, a simple run around the block?
Gilfillan says, along with creating fear for some, this immigration measure will hurt the Arizona economy.
My greatest fear is that this passes, creating a black eye on Arizona economically, then create an atmosphere in the state that I live in and that I love that will not be able to be successful in the coming years afterwards.
Now, Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs opposes HCR 2060. The state House is expected to vote on the resolution on Tuesday, June 4th, and we'll keep you updated. We're live downtown here at the State Building. I'm Eric Fink, News 4, Tucson.
Okay, so it sounded like there was an old law that they passed in the state of Arizona that probably did the same thing, but that was struck down by the Supreme Court, which is very freaking interesting because question being, was it a liberal-leaning Supreme Court, or was it the fact that the state lawmakers wrote the law and that the citizens didn't actually vote for it in a ballot initiative? That's an interesting situation there because while none of the states on the Black majority state map border Mexico, so we don't technically have that issue, you still would have the potential that they would try to bust people in, fly people in, whatever. These fucking people would just try to get some type of foothold in one of our states. And then we want to be able to round these people up and put them on buses and put them on planes and get them as far away from our state as possible. We want to enforce E-Verify to the fullest maximum penalties, as well as fining and or incarcerating corporations that would hire these illegal people. just to make it so intolerable that they just wouldn't want to be around us at all. That's really our only line of defense at this point. That's our only line of defense and protection at the same damn time. And these Democrats with this sounds racist bullshit, I'm so sick of that. Every time I hear them people talk, I swear at this point it's very hostile. It's hostility. It's overly aggressive. It's such a fucking slap in the face because they're trying to say one thing when they don't give a fuck about race. They don't give a fuck about Black Americans. They don't give a fuck about protecting us from racism. They are the racists. It's just very demonic. And you know, it's like, for me, it's like enough is enough. But they manipulate language for their own benefit. They want these fucking Mexicans to come in there because they think they're going to be Democrat voters. If they thought they were going to be Republican voters, they'd be totally against it. So yeah, that's just fucking crazy. And then you hear the guy who's like, yeah, I cross the border all the time because I'm from Mexico. You know, like, oh God. Oh, this is the country we live in. It's sad. It's sad. I'll probably live long enough to see, if I'm lucky, most of those states almost become a part of Mexico again. Like, literally. Wide open borders, no fucking rules about it. Wow, that's just sad. Miss Kimberly, you got it.
Thank you, Black Majority, for letting me have a moment in your space. I was asleep, but I woke up with a fear, and complacent with the Lord, because I'm a Bible studier. I study the Word of God, and I have a vision, and I can kind of see what direction that our world is going in and our people is going in. So I personally just I kind of woke up horrified and just telling him that I'm not happy, being a Negro woman and being his people and not feeling my liberty and my freedom and my power that he has given me and given all people to live in this land, his land, as he would like for us to live, and no one should have this amount, no man should have this amount of power and rulership over a just people such as Negroes, such as Black Americans. No one should have this kind of power like that to oppress us to this magnitude. And I have a problem with the law because I understand the law and I understand the right and the wrong in the law. There's no justifiable law for Black Americans. The law that they have is no law at all. And we need to kind of consider, saying that to these different ones because they don't have a conscience. There's nothing that you can say to put a conscience in a people that God did not create the Anglo-Saxon people to have what it is that we have, which is a soul, which is having a conscience of right and wrong. We have a mindset to have a kindred spirit, and they have dissected that enough to know that it's going to take a lot for our animality, which is our defense. Sigmund Freud called it fight or flight. It's going to take a lot for us to get to the point that they have always been afraid of, which is two things. One, to fight back like our life depends on it, which it does, and our children, it does. And two, for us to come together. I've been in this spaces long enough to see how we move as Black people, not so much Black people, sneaky Black people, traitor Black people, individualism, and that stuff has came, one, from Willie Lynch, that basically had us to be divided against each other, and two, it comes for either greed or jealousy or envy that causes us to war against each other. So I don't know who do you boycott. I would not go against her ideal to boycott, But I do believe that the message and the communication that we have on this Twitter space is how we could begin to formulate a secret plan, a hidden plan. I know right now I don't want to talk about what I'm doing because I know that there's Judas Iscariot bloodline that runs in our generation. It's just how it is. If you have righteous, you have unrighteous. You have good, you have the opposite of doing good is wrong. So you have people amongst us that I'm a little bit more let's say cautious as to who and what I like to say and don't say. And I'm an action person anyway, so it takes me a minute to even, express what I want to say because I like to do what I got to do and then tell you about it later. Or you look and behold the glory that has been put upon me for doing what I had to do because I'm obedient. I have an ear to hear a sound of righteousness. When I heard Black Majority speak about, one of the things that we can do is, try to come together. Well, I've always been a kind of, collective person. Let's work to, do what's right with my family and stuff like that. That has already been in my heart. So it wasn't hard for me to hear what he had to say. And second of all, I was already in a Black pro-consumer concept when I made my move in the first place. I never depended on white people to do anything for me. Once I turned, I believe it was, I guess I was about maybe 18, 19 years old, somewhere off in there. And I had a job.
I knew that was going to happen because you were acting janky. I knew you were about to kick me out. I knew it. Sucker MC.
What was going on with people's blood and stuff, and properly sorting that out within the computer when it came out in my time period. Well, I had anticipated on actually keeping that position permanently, but of course the white lady decided that she wanted to put someone white in my position, but she wanted me to train her. Well, my psychological mindset couldn't handle all that, and so I didn't train the person, so they basically fired me. But when they did do that, I had my husband, 2 children, and I attempted to try to recover from, not being in that position, and I ended up being homeless. And when I came to be homeless it took me a minute to get my bearings, but my little girl, looked in my face, and she didn't care about what excuses that the white folks did, and she didn't care anything about, because she was too young to comprehend my issues. So she didn't care nothing about my, the reason why people did what they did to me. Only thing she cared about was where was her room, where was her food, who was these strangers and stuff like that. So I made a promise to myself, never again would I put that much control of my life in anybody's hand. And since then, I've always pulled back from any knowledge or education that white people have ever taught me. I've always went in the opposite direction. In doing so, by the time I turned 55, I believe it was, I was never on a 9 to 5. And I retired my husband at 57, 58. And I had my own home in California. And I let my kids stay with me, not that white people stuff. When your kids turn 18, you kick them out and all. That's white people, putting your children out there, to be done wrong because they have no idea what they're up against. So I kept my children at home until they, they got a college education. I kept my children at home. I think my son and my daughter was like maybe 27 before they actually left out on their own. They're pretty close to 30, and in their late 30s. And early 40s, and they haven't been home since. And that right there showed me that, first of all, what white people hate the most is that we stop believing in them to be our savior. So that's the first nugget I feel I can, kind of set you free about something. Stop letting them direct and rule over our lives. That's the first thing, because they always wanted to be our savior. They always wanted to rule over us, and they always wanted us to be in permanent servitude towards them. So that's the first thing you can do, just individually and personally. It ain't gonna cost you a dime to stop believing in what they're telling you and start believing back in your principles of what your moms and your dad and your grandmother and our ancestors was telling us years. Start believing back in that and start moving accordingly. The second thing that I would like to say is that hurt them the most is us coming together and unifying. First of all, I'm gonna go by the scripture, because that's the most powerful thing that exists in the face of this earth, is that God created man, then he created woman, then we create and produce our children. So let's get in order. Let's start considering these most intelligent men that are worthy of being listened to, and having confidence that they know what they're talking about. A lot of us are we have experience, we have hope, we have knowledge, and we have skills. Some of us have to just believe by faith that the Lord, just like they touched Martin Luther King's mind, and he came up with the civil rights, Malcolm X, and the different ones. That was all by faith, and plus it was by insight, that they had a vision that went deep in the scriptures, that they were able to see man for what they really were, or the criminality that lies within them, and they started working in peace in order to give us the liberty we have. This liberty that we have had, we have let our guards down. We got too comfortable in our individualism. We got too comfortable with pop locking and dropping. We got too comfortable and not having standards, and not being ladylike, and we got too comfortable with saying these things, how from the brother's perspective, how we wanted strippers for wives. Well, that hurt. That hurt most of us good sisters. That hurt it. And doing these things that tearing down our community, marrying wrong, marrying improper women, where now it's more of them and not less of us, because now we're not populating where there's a census that shows that Black men are with Black women, and they're populating, and we're growing, and our community is growing. Well, that is not happening. So we have to learn to get in order and live up to a statute and a standard and commandments that oversees white people, but yet the good stewards of the world, which is our brothers who have a good heart, good mind, have good intention to lead us in a way of righteousness. What Black majority had said, I believe, when I first got a hold to him, it was probably a couple of years ago, but I watched, observed, I always seen him educate in his space. I've always seen him come direct. I've even seen him being, furious at, just trying to get us to hear a sound that we needed to act and we needed to do something. So I've done something, and I'm doing something. This is something that I can tell you all in this space that I can't indulge in a magnitude, because it's my liberty and my freedom and my prosperity and things that I'm doing is in its infant stage. And I don't want anyone who can't see a vision to try to attack something that the Lord hasn't given them any way to comprehend what it needs for me to help to build a defense city, so that you all can, come to the reality that something great has taken place right in front of your eyes. You all won't be able to see it until it's too late. But when you do see it, hopefully it's enough time that you guys will have an opportunity to participate before the white people actually stump a mud hole in y'all behind, and and then it's too late for y'all to kind of do anything about it. But it's still a space, it's still an opportunity for us to do something that is miraculous, because God favor us. But he's putting us in a position where we must begin to hear the sound of righteousness. We must begin to do things that make sense. We must begin to fall in line. We must begin to lean on each other. I remember that, I'm sorry to go on, but I hope some people in this space can gravitate to some of these things that I'm saying and maybe can pick up with it. But I remember that song where they used to sing "Lean on Me." I don't know if y'all remember that. when we're not strong. Well, we're not strong right now, and it's time for us to lean on each other, have confidence in each other that we are our brother's keeper, that we can take care of each other. And I'm not talking about the Africans, and I'm not talking about you look close like me. I'm not talking about all this other stuff that's going on. I'm really talking to those people who were born, from their Negro mothers or their Black foundational American mother who put something in their heart. They know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking to those people. And we will move together in order to sound off. And when we do sound off, it will make it just as much as hard for them to have anything to do to stop us, because they never seen us coming. The only reason why we can't get anywhere is because they're dissecting everything you all said. I've watched you all talk about Tariq Nasheed, Secure the Tribe, and different things like that. And I watch your enemies tear every one of your circles and your spaces down, almost. But most of it got tore down. I watched your enemies called him a cult, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. They called Tariq a cult, and I believe they even started a petition or something to that fact. I forgot, something like that. But I watched your enemies, after you have spaces and you say something, I watched your enemy actually get on the sideline and they start talking about you all efforts, and they start throwing rocks at you all, and then they start bringing your spaces down. I watched Twitter censor you all. I watch how Twitter move and come up with these new manipulation rules and stuff like that so y'all couldn't get the message out. Well, this is what I wanted to say that I can say, and I don't think it's going to, harm anything to say this. Well, I am, I think April the 24th or something like that, I've, first of all, sent a complaint to Congress to let them know that, Blacks are being, foundational Black Americans are being attacked, and we're looking for protection. So they had about, I guess, the end of this month or something to respond. So now that they haven't responded, I plan to put legal paperwork together, just like the Asian did, asking for protection that's identifying the Mexican harm, the Africans harm, the West Indians harm, and everybody else who has no fear that we're able to say we want to be protected. So I'm working on that. And let me see, individually, let's see, the next thing I think I wanted to say, I think I could say, I'm just trying to be careful as to what I want to give out in this space. Our gatekeeping. There are some things that I've been watching people live off of our inventions. I've been watching agencies actually, make money in our community. Well, I'm currently under the United States. It's called Culture Copy Code 17, Title 17. I've actually been an infringement of our culture, so I actually been putting heat out on different individuals or different agencies, and also to Congress to begin to consider that, we're going to now start suing individuals. At least I am. I'm working to let them know that, I personally want to bring them in court when I start seeing more and more of them, taking our culture, so that we can begin to control our culture. So at least people are not making money off of us. And once I believe I put some of our culture back in our hand, that gives us an opportunity to at least get money coming back into our community, because those are our culture that a lot of people are living off of, and I want to try to stop that. And then I've also, I know if I say this, then, this one I'm going to keep, because I believe that it's such a free statement that anybody can start trying to use and pillage off of it. And then before I even have a chance to have something for us, they've already, done something with it or made it difficult for me to get what I'm trying to get for us. So I'm not going to put that one out there. So I'll just keep that one to myself. And then also, I'm just kind of watching some of these bills and these legislations and stuff that's going on. I think in California they have now some ABA bill where they can try to arrest the homeless. Well, most of the homeless right now are blacks, are black. So they want to arrest them and actually put them in the jail. So they want to pick the cotton off the street and actually put them in jail. So I got my eyes on that. And I'm saying all this to say that, you know, our time is far spent for us to do right by each other. And Black majority and, you know, have already set in place some ways that we could, you know, become powerful, at least by just coming together. I'm here in Delaware, and you know, there's over 41, it's mostly black, and it's mostly white, and then you got a few specks of Mexicans and Asians and different, you know, other ethnicity out here, but they're not dominated. Like, you know, blacks are everywhere here, and they have jobs, and they have more jobs out here in Delaware. So, you know, to listen to Black majority talk about Delaware, first of all, it goes with the scripture, look to the east from which come your help come from the Lord. So that was one reason why I was able to sell my home, and that was the thing I wanted to tell you, was I was in a position, not listening to white people, that I had something to come out here to Delaware with. You know, and I was able to strategize a plan to put something in place right here in the state of Delaware by putting together a Negro state here in Delaware. And I haven't had any kickbacks because no one knows who I am and they can't see me coming. So it's really kind of been like, you know, easy kind of process for me to do what I need to do. And then with you all, it's hard for you guys to believe anything outside your knowledge, your education, and your understanding. You know, is limited to tell you all something that you cannot see, hear, or feel without you first thinking, first of all, it doesn't exist. Second of all, can nobody do that? Third of all, who is she? And all that blah 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 stuff. Well, that stuff is what's killing us, you know. And with that being said, you know, I personally need my freedom. I personally need my liberty. I personally need my prosperity. And I need to see my people prosper as well. But I can't leave. You can leave. I think Brother Majority even had a space that you can leave a horse to a water, but you can't make them drink it. We are some of the hardest hitting people that's on the face of this earth when it comes down to each other. Well, it's time for us to turn that energy around, and let's go ahead and give our enemies the business. You know, I know some people have misused the scripture where we made us think that we should be domiciled. Well, the scriptures I read, it says if they're forward, which white people are very forward, then it says you should be forward too. So that let me know I have every right to defend myself when it comes down to you know, people trying to take my life. Second of all, it's natural. Sigmund Freud talk about fight or flight. You know, it's natural to be able to have a fear and accommodate that fear. You have to fight back, or you just a coward, you're going to run. So that's just, you know, just reasoning. So, and I've never been a runner, but I've always watched and see how things go. And then when I'm called upon, you know, it's just time for me to show up and show out. But I don't have kizzy in my blood. I don't have running in my blood. And that could be my downfall, but I don't have that in my blood to run like that. My feet don't know how to run. They just stand there and be like, let's get it on kind of situation. I don't know where that came from, but that's pretty much what going on in my person. So so, you know, for us, you know, let's remove the doubt and fear that, you know, there's no law of righteousness when it comes down to white people. So there's no laws that you should honor and respect. And then when it comes down to let's get along with, you know, the Bible, for us who have been trained and conditioned and bound by, you know, cowardly preachers, well, the Bible said get along with man as much as possible. If you look with all this information that Black majorities put in his face, it's no longer possible to get along with who? White people. Now you got Mexicans who are trying to co-chair with these bad boys, so you can't consider them your homeboys and your friends and stuff. And then you got Africans who lay low, wait for us to do all the work, and then they rise up like the bottom feeder and the grifters they are, talking about this is ours, we did this, we black, we all this. No. So, bottom line is that it's time for us to rise up. It's time for us to get the truth. The truth should make you free. It's time for us to see things for what it is, and then it's time for us to act. And with that, I'll land, understanding that, some of the things that's been said in this space is trying to lead us in a way of righteousness. And I hope that some of us will start consider that. And then the rest of us that's not for us, that's among us, but not like us, it's time for us to condemn this. It's time for us to withdraw from them. It's time for us to throw them to the very shark that they stand for, fight for, get a paycheck for. It's time for us, if you're going to boycott the unrighteousness that's among us. And then let's go ahead and keep the righteous people that is among us. And then let's get ready to defend. Let's get ready to fight back like they've never seen before in our land.
Okay, awesome. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And yeah, man, I appreciate all the kind words and all the work that you're doing. Salute to you and the fact that you made that move. Making a move is a big deal for anybody for that matter. But certainly for us as a people who are kind of coming to the fast realization, I hope that things are not what they used to be, and that just kind of looking around, and this is where you kind of always want to be aware of your surroundings. If you really take the time to look around, living in some of these different areas of the country, things are starting to close down in. And even if it's not affecting you and your family necessarily today, take a look at your neighbors, take a look at some of the communities you may have lived in the past, and at least kind of have compassion for people of the lineage who may be suffering under some horrible conditions, to be quite honest, in different parts of this country. So Delaware is like a lifeboat. It's like Noah's Ark. I've tried to really make that connection for folks. Mississippi, if you are already in Texas or Florida, it would be something much closer. If you're in the Memphis area, my God, Mississippi is just a 15-minute ride away or whatever, very, very close to the Memphis metropolitan area. So we have this opportunity, and it's a once in a lifetime, once in a millennial opportunity, to be quite honest, to do something that would put us in a position of global authority, literally, not just local, county, state, federal, but global authority. And if we don't take this opportunity today, with the Hispanic population doubling in the next 30 to 35 years, there's no telling if we will ever have this opportunity again, at least not on the scale that we have it, where it's potentially 8, 9, and maybe even 10 states. We may be lucky to get 1, 2, or 3 states when their population is that high. So they don't want to live under our rule. They don't want to live under our authority. And that's very important to understand, because that's a mechanism that protects us from people who would want to weaponize migration. I really shout out to the reparationist perspective. I was searching on YouTube for weaponization of immigration or migration, I'm sorry, and she did a bunch of series on that with that specific wording, the weaponization of migration. Well, it turns out that the Navy and the Army have utilized these terms about a decade ago, and kind of have understood it. And I've actually made that comment before without verifying it, because you can see how massive migration can flood into a population, flood into an area, and it's like a soft invasion, but it's very, very intentional and has the same effect as if you wipe the people out by simply overpopulating the people. And within a few generations, you are effectively in control. So it's being used against us. It has been used against us for decades. It's really time for us to use it to our own advantage, to weaponize our own migration for our own benefit. And so, all these unfortunate tragedies that keep occurring around the country, they're very sad. It's sometimes really hard to watch. A lot of these videos with police shootings and violence in them, I just can't even stomach it anymore. Some of these news reports are so violent, so brutal that, again, I can't even read through them. I kind of look at the headline and just make an educated guess as to what occurred. But it's just so violent at this point. We're not going to create a utopia. We're not going to end violence, but we certainly can reduce it. We can reduce most of these issues that we deal with. That Arizona case was interesting. I was looking at it as Miss Kimberly was talking, and so they had passed something under a different governor, and it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court essentially, because it was a much more liberal court, as I assumed, which is the only reason why it didn't stand. They struck down parts of it, but they left some of the provisions in. And Thomas, again, Clarence Thomas and Alito, who are the culprits in this recent racial districting, gerrymandering situation, they said back then that in their what do? They do they're not giving the winning opinion, they give like their dissent. They said if it was up to them, it would have been put in the state's power, that the federal government would have played no part in that particular legislation, which was essentially to say that the state has the ability to defend itself from these immigrants, these illegal immigrants. They can take the law into their own hands, essentially. So again, it was a liberal-leaning court. They sided against that law. The one provision they kept in was it allowed police to question the status of an individual. The way the federal government, and this is where the bullshit comes in, the way the federal government decided to deal with the situation, because they didn't win, they didn't get what they wanted, they decided to dissolve their relationships with local law enforcement, with county law enforcement. And they also said they would not answer any calls if Arizona law enforcement had an illegal in custody and they wanted to hand them over to the Department of Homeland Security. That Homeland Security was instructed not to take the calls. So these are the games that the federal government can play with a state when the state does something that the federal government doesn't like. And that's something that we certainly got to anticipate and be prepared for. My theory is, okay, well, put the motherfuckers on the bus and ship that bus to DC, like all these other Southern governors have been doing. Sip them to the middle of fucking Iowa somewhere and drop them off in the middle of fucking white land, and let them deal with it. So, it's like two can play that game. If the federal government wants to be petty and play little mind games, then you do what you do. But as we see, the Supreme Court changes the philosophy, the ideology changes over time. So now it's conservative leaning. It's very likely if they try to bring a lawsuit, and if this initiative passes, that Clarence Thomas and Alito, they're still on the court, and they got other conservatives. It's likely that this time they would be full in support of states controlling their own territory. And this is likely what's going to happen when this Texas situation comes up, is that these conservative justices are likely to say, yeah, the states have the ability to defend their own borders. They have a duty to protect their own citizens. The federal government shouldn't be involved in it if they're not going to, ensure the safety of their citizens. If they're not going to secure the border, then yeah, the states can step in and do that job. So that's an interesting legal situation that we have going on in Arizona now. So something that, so many things to track, so many things to think about, so many things, but I'll try to keep my eye on it. Hopefully, if any news pops up during this election cycle, try to remember to check in on Arizona to see if that does indeed get voted into law. So the next video I got is Trump. Now, I don't know if people know this, but the Libertarian Party, who Maj Toure was brought up earlier. So Maj is a part of the Libertarian Party in some capacity. The event I went to where it was gun training was held by the Libertarian Party in Wilmington, Delaware. So they are active on the ground in some of these states. Wilmington is one of the states where they are somewhat active on a local level. I'm not sure if they've gotten anyone elected. They may have gotten a couple people. Most of these third parties are able to get some people elected at the local level, but they have a hard time electing people at the state and federal levels. So the Libertarian had their national convention for this election cycle. They do have some guy who's running for president, but Trump decided to go there. Now, if you know anything about the Libertarian Party, they do run as Republicans. So they will be a Libertarian caucus within the Republican Party, just like MAGA is a MAGA caucus within the Republican Party. So he decided to go there. He got an invitation. He said, "Okay, yeah, if I can siphon away some of these libertarians, that'll help me get to victory." So it's a strategy on his part. I've noticed, and I didn't get to play this when we did the whole Moshiach Messiah space on Donald Trump, but I have videos where he's saying, "I love the Hispanics love me." He tends to be the savior for everybody. I mean, I'm gonna just keep it real, like, no matter where he goes, he's kind of, they love me here, I love them, quintessential politician, I guess. But there comes a point of time where no person can be the savior for everybody. You can't essentially make a bunch of promises for everybody and fulfill all of them, because some of them are in conflict with each other. So he goes to the Libertarian, and it says, breaking: Trump promises Libertarian in his cabinet. So I'm assuming during the question portion of him arriving there, someone asked him whether or not he was going to put a Libertarian in his cabinet. Now that's like a backdoor way of putting a Libertarian in the federal government, to be quite honest, because again, they can't elect themselves to federal office because they just don't have enough organization, and the Democrats and the Republicans keep them off the ballot whenever it gets seemingly like they're a threat to the people that they want to win. So this is really like a backdoor way for them to get in a federal position under the Trump administration. So it makes me wonder if he's willing to give away a position in his cabinet to the libertarians, where's the Black American Negro freedman descendant reparationist position in the cabinet, right? Like, are you going to create a reparations cabinet position in your administration, Mr. Trump?
But the problem is we don't have our own political party. That's the problem. We don't have a political party. We're under the Democrat Party, the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but they have this.
Go ahead.
I mean, they have this Chicago red, Atlanta red. They have this movement of Black Americans going red. That's not, you know, for what it's worth, when he started Make America Great Again, that really wasn't a political party. It just was a slogan that became MAGA, and then MAGA essentially became a caucus because that was the voter base. The voter base became Make America Great Again. So seemingly the Make Chicago Red, Go Red, or whatever, however they wanted to phrase it, Blacks for Red, that should suffice to get a cabinet position. I don't know who they would select. That's for those people to figure out. But since this is on the table, this is now on the table, this is a negotiating thing on the table. I think from this moment forward, the people who are in regular conversations with this with Trump's campaign should be campaigning for a Black American reparationist on his cabinet. Like, that should be like, if you're gonna do one for them, you got to do the same for us, and make that a 4-year commitment to it, so that you can actually get legislation done within this administration, because that's like a real tangible to me. If you can make that happen. And again, I don't know who the person would be. It's for them to figure it out, but yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't. But you got to go ahead, Black American Homeland.
Yeah, but I was just going to say is, you know, you mentioned about the Chicago, I'm gonna call them the crew, but the Chicago people really don't. They're not aligned with all the, you know, Black Americans from the other states. It seems like they're just a totally independent group, Black group, and their agenda is only for Chicago. I mean, you know, we had them in that space before.
You want me to answer that? But not speak for them, though. I mean, no.
Okay, but you know, we had that young lady in that space about a month ago, and she said that, you know, she really don't care about what happens in the South, or what happened in New York, or what happened in California, what happened in Texas. The only thing that she's concerned about is what happens in Chicago. That's all they're concerned about.
Yeah, you talk about Chicago Red.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's short-sightedness on that person's part, and it's unfortunate. However, I'm just thinking about, like, there's something called Blue Dog Democrat. There's all these different factions that they just kind of essentially, you know, have had these terms identifying their brand of politics in these parties. And so again, I don't think you would have to have a political party in order to make this same thing happen in the cabinet. It's just a concession for getting and organizing the Black vote. Now, if Trump values that and his campaign values that, then this is kind of a no-brainer. You know, you get somebody who people feel is strong in the reparations movement, whoever that may be. I don't know, go through a process, whatever. And you present that person and say, this is the person that we want to be in the cabinet, and figure out what that position would be, maybe housing, and effectively give them the ability to make things happen, in that sector, along with campaigning and advocating for a reparations agenda at the same time. So, yeah, I think it's almost something that we should require of both any party for that matter, especially at this federal level, at this point, that you get an appointment within the administration that is going to allow you to advocate for the issues that Black Americans have in the country. I think is just like the bare minimum at this point, because at least you have somebody that's on the inside within the administration. They're in the meetings. They're there, and again, and make sure that it's a 4-year thing, so that a person's not there for like 90 days or whatever, and then they pull somebody else in. But yeah, that's just my thoughts on it. But this is like a 2-minute video, and then after this, it's Ice Cube's feelings on who he's going to vote for. And Ice Cube, somebody who has done a lot in this reparations movement behind the scenes, and somebody who,
I think I hear somebody like they sleeping or something.
I keep hearing like something's tapping, but I don't see any mics open. So I don't. Okay. Yeah, I thought I heard tapping, but I don't see any mics open right now.
I just hear like heavy breathing, but I don't see any mics open. So okay.
Okay. All right. Here we go. So this is Trump at the Libertarian convention.
A presidential candidate of a rival party will address the convention of a party that is presumably gathering to nominate its own candidate. Now I think you should nominate me, or at least vote for me, and we should win together. You heard those words. Nominate me or vote. Vote for me. Because the Libertarians want to vote for me, and most of them will. And it's very important. Because we have to get rid of the worst president in history. And together we will. And without it, there's a risk that we could have 4 more years. We won't have a country left. So what is the purpose of the Libertarian Party getting 3%? What is the reason to take a chance of having this horrible president destroy our country, which he will do in far less than 4 years? It's not going to take 4 years. That is why I'm committing to you tonight that I will put a libertarian in my cabinet and also libertarians in senior posts. Pretty good.
Man, I'm gonna stop this video. Do you hear how these people are fucking booing him? There was a video that was saying that
hey, you in the Matrix, bro.
Damn, I'm in the Matrix. Okay, all right, let me pop in and pop out. Wowzers, bro. Wowzers. This shit crazy right here, man. Okay, man, so I guess yeah, I think I'm gonna run it back, cause here's what's interesting. I was seeing videos that were saying the guy who was running for president was putting stickers down in a hotel lobby, and that Trump's campaign had called into that hotel to get his stickers, which are like campaign posters, removed from the lobby of this hotel. I guess that was yesterday, whatever. So they were saying during this convention that the front seat was full of Trump supporters, and because it's a libertarian event, they made them get up and move out of the front seat so that they can put their own libertarian people in the front of this convention. Now, he just said, you motherfuckers are 3% of the vote. Like, that was really like a backhanded, slap, to be quite honest. But it shows you how close this election is likely to be. If he is going to sit up here and be booed, and probably knew it in advance, he would likely be booed to prepare for that, in order to try to siphon some of this 3%, a portion of the 3%, because you're not going to get them all. Obviously, they're booing. And then out of the booing, he makes this grand statement of, I'm gonna put one of your guys in my cabinet, plus you're gonna get senior staffing positions, and they're still booing. That is actually pretty freaking interesting, because you can see, I mean, you know, whatever, he's a thin-skinned guy. He's tolerating it and dealing with it. They must have really prepared him really well for this. But I'm actually shocked, because I didn't expect this to go the way that it's going. Again, libertarians, they run as Republicans. They're more aligned, much closer to the Republicans than they are to Democrats. So this is actually pretty shocking for me. But I'm gonna start it over again.
Of a rival party will address the convention of a party that is presumably gathering to nominate its own candidate. Now I think you should nominate me, or at least vote for me, and we should win together. You heard those words. Nominate me or vote. Vote for me. Because the libertarians want to vote for me, and most of them will. And it's very important. Because we have to get rid of the worst president in history. And together we will. And without it, there's a risk that we could have 4 more years. We won't have a country left. So what is the purpose of the Libertarian Party getting 3%? What is the reason to take a chance of having this horrible president destroy our country, which he will do in far less than 4 years? It's not going to take 4 years. That is why I'm committing to you tonight that I will put a libertarian in my cabinet and also libertarians in senior posts. Pretty good. That's pretty big. Or you can keep going the way you have for the last long decades and get your 3% and meet again, get another 3%. No, you want to make yourself winners. It's time to be winners. You have a lot of common sense. It's time to be winners. So I'm asking for the liberation. Well, think of it. I'm asking for the Libertarian Party's endorsement, or at least lots of your votes, lots and lots of Libertarian votes, based on my 4-year, very outstanding presidential record.
Man, that is so interesting that we live in these times where, you know, he's literally got to sit there and take booze and almost anti, you know, his brand for 3% of the vote. You know, and he's pounding them over the head with the fact that they only getting 3% of the fucking vote. But you're there in front of them, begging, you know, essentially asking them to vote for you. So that is fucking wild as can be. Those libertarians are racist as a motherfucker, bro. I swear to God. They want to get rid of civil rights legislation. A lot of shit that they want to do aligns with the Republican Party. Project 2025. They're all about smaller government and like a lot of those issues, 2A rights. I just find that fascinating. Absolutely fucking fascinating, bro.
Hey, Black, yeah, can you hear me, Black?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I was going to say that to me, Trump is acting like a Democratic presidential candidate because he's trying to please everybody. Usually that's what a Democratic presidential candidate try to do. They try to please everybody. And it's going to be difficult to please everybody.
You know, he's in a bad spot only because he already lost an election. You know what I'm saying? And what he should be doing, and I don't know why these fucking people haven't figured this out. This is what Hillary did. He's not spending his time in the battleground states. Those are the only fucking states that matter when it comes down to it. It's usually 5 or 6. That's where the election is decided. He should be spending all of his time in those states. Period. All this other shit is just like whatever. In my opinion, it's not even worth. That was not worth it to me to sit in front of those people, get this these clips, because these clips probably are going viral somewhere, of them booing this fucking man who was the president of the United States, who can win again. He said, I'm committing to you. Like, where is our fucking commitment? Let me say that to all the black Trumpers. Where the fuck is our commitment for going out and trying to vote for this guy? Where's that at? Because we got way more than 3% of the fucking vote. Like what are we doing here? Like, you're doing all of that for somebody that's only got 3% of the fucking vote. The optics on that is completely, utterly disrespectful to the Black American vote. That's at least, what did it say? Biden said, I think it was 17 or 18% of his vote was Black Americans. And then Trump got like 10 to 12% of his vote was Black Americans. So why aren't we getting cabinet seats, top level staffing positions, and more already out the gate before this shit even starts? Like, that's a failure of the people who are having these conversations with him to recognize the fact that, hey, this dude is desperate to win. He wants to win. He's desperate to win. He's willing to stand in front of motherfuckers booing him. And what are you like? What are you doing? What are these conversations? What are you bringing to the table for this black vote? At this point, that's the only thing we should be. Anytime, I swear to goodness, in these spaces, these people come in, they talk about Trump. It should be, play this 2-minute fucking clip and ask them, why aren't we getting the same shit and double that? Because we're going to be way more than fucking 3% of the vote. Way more. And he's desperate. Quite clearly, he's desperate. I don't think in 2016 he would have stood in there and let them fucking people boo him and do all of that shit and still try to offer them shit. Yeah, I understand what you said, him offering everything to everybody, but the Democrats already got their shit. They got the gays. They got I guess they think they got the illegals. They're gonna try to flood the fucking zone with illegal votes. They know they got the black vote. You know, whatever they lose, they figure they'll make up with illegals. And then they got these white liberal fucks who just are as racist as can fucking be, to be quite honest.
Hey, Black, you said Trump is desperate to win. Why do you think he's desperate to win? Because look, the guy has done everything. He already been president for one term. I mean, what more does he want? I mean, what's in it for him to be president for the next 4 years? Because to be honest, right, the established Republican Party people, right, they hate Trump. They prefer the established Republican. They want they prefer for him to lose so he can get out of there. They want him out of there, right?
But so yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's in it for Donald Trump. Believe me, I think he's losing more than he's gaining.
Well, one he's the Messiah. He's the Messiah. So that probably is not his biggest concern, but it's something that is definitely in the mix. I think his freedom and or his legacy as the president of the United States is something that he definitely is concerned with in terms of these court cases. And if he's the president, he can likely pardon himself and or figure out ways to get pardons at the state level as the president, but not as the former president, as someone who has no power, because he's seen the difference between when he was the president and the power that he had versus when he's not the president and he has very little power. So he's a power hungry megalomaniac who likely was able to facilitate some financial deals during the first 4 years and probably sees a huge opportunity now that he's potentially looking at another 4 years to really put himself in a great financial position, much more so than the first time around. I think there's a lot of reasons why he would, and he is going through the process again, because again, if you to the point of him not needing it or even not wanting it, then why would he run to begin with? I think he's motivated by himself, his own desires and wishes, and to be the president of the United States again. I think is something that's extremely important to him and his legacy and his family, and a lot of those things. So phone calls that he probably can't make today that he could make 4 years ago and people pick up, when you get into that seat, those people start answering their phones again. So I think it's all about the power, to be quite honest. And that's the highest level of power, at least in the Western Hemisphere, if not on the face of the earth. And so I think that has a lot to do with it, personally.
Man, he did raise hundreds of millions of dollars for his court cases. He didn't have to worry about paying money out of his own pocket.
Yeah, and I mean I think that he has kids, he's got grandkids. I think he actually does care at least about the idea of the country that he envisions. And I think he's sincere in saying he wants to do something about immigration. He wants to do something about these foreign conflicts. I think he's sincere in saying those things because he hasn't really changed or altered his opinion of all those issues. His first presidency was derailed by COVID, and that was intentional, for what it's worth. So, I think he would like to have 4 fresh years of being the president, and it would be a repeat of history, but it's still historical in the sense that he was able to lose and then come back and win again. And the predictions that his son will be president one day, I don't think that hurts the theory of why he would want to be president again, to keep his son's name fresh in the minds of the American public, if his son does decide to go into politics one day. But I think he can win. I just think I think that 2 minutes was the most I don't want to say flustered, but he was a little flustered, but it wasn't. I thought he would be way more flustered, to be honest. Like I said, 4 years ago, 2016, I guess that's almost 8 years ago now. He would have been like, he'd have been making all kind of weird faces and all kind of crazy shit. But there he seemed pretty well composed, to be quite honest. It didn't seem like he was under any pressure at all. So it was just interesting to sit there and watch him go through that. Those people, man, I feel like, putting a person through that, I wouldn't be shocked to see if he does become president, if he didn't try to fucking dismantle the Libertarian Party, if there's any way that he could do it. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is the weirdest thing. People let their emotions get the best of them. And I just think that wasn't intelligent. It wasn't strategic. It was childish in every way that I could possibly imagine. The organization and the people that you claim that you're a part of this party decided to bring this man in here, and you decided to express weird emotions. It's funny how, sometimes you're in spaces where people are like, we're the only people, black people, the only people that do this. And I always find examples of these motherfucking Caucasians doing the same shit, like over and over and over again. It never fails. I just think that was really childish, unprofessional on the Libertarian Party's part. And I think, shout out to Miss Donnie, because I think one of those guys blocked her. I think he was in a debate with Vivek Ramaswamy at the convention. And I've heard him in spaces. He's kind of a douche, to be quite honest. But yeah, so I think the true colors of who these people are, it keeps revealing itself. I knew instantly when they were talking about getting rid of fucking civil rights legislation. I said, oh, these fucking people, these are the worst. These are the worst kind of fucking people on the planet. I want nothing to do with these fucking people. So I'm really shocked that black people still try to figure out a way to rock with these fucking sociopaths. They are sociopathic. And I hope they do secede from the United. I hope New Hampshire secedes from the fucking United States, and the United States drops a fucking nuclear bomb on that fucking state at this point.
Hey, look, that state is so small, man. I mean, they can never make it on their own. It's a very small state. I think they have less than 800,000 people.
Hey, I say let them try. Let them motherfuckers float or swim or fucking die. You know what I'm saying? Float, swim, or fucking drown, whatever. At this point, but yeah, it's just crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, but shout out to Trump for going through that, man, because like that shows a level of maturity that, again, I didn't see the first time around. I probably wasn't paying a whole lot of attention during 2020 because I just thought he was going to win. I actually didn't think Biden was going to win, and I believe they cheated, to be quite honest. I do believe that the Democrats cheated, but I think that the lesson to be learned for Trump is to stay campaigning in those fucking battleground states every week. It should be, I'm in this state for the week. Next week I'm in, and just make it a fucking cycle where you're in these 6 states. And if you got to do something, there's an event here, you go there for that 1 or 2 days, and then you come. Like, he's in fucking New York City. He's in New Jersey. They're saying he's going to be in Chicago. Are those fucking battleground states? If they're not, then what the fuck are you doing there, bro? Like, seriously, the shit ain't math. It ain't really math, and it ain't adding up, because you need to be in the states that you lost, number one, that are battleground states, and number 2, that are battleground states. Yeah.
Yeah, when you talk battleground states, that comes later on in the year when they get closer towards the election. Like, Oh God, what are they? It's a terminology for it too, bro.
They got the battleground
taxation, or
states.
somebody would say. I could break it down. It's like a super rush before Super Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? Where they just going around to these battleground states. Whatever battleground state is. Florida, I believe, is one. I think Texas is another one, right? Cali. Whatever battleground state is. They just do it like that, exactly as you said it. And it's the last month, because I think what is it? September, October. It's the last month you could do any type of campaigning. Like as far as like really trying to go across like state to state, going to these places, meetings. It's an event here, event there. And after a while, there's a cutoff period for it. So they wait till like later on, after close to like Labor Day, somewhere in that time, then you'll start seeing it ramp up. So like when football come back around, you're gonna see that ramped up. Commercials, advertisements. See, you don't really see it right now. It's just kind of dormant. Everything dormant because everybody's focused on immigration in the economy. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on this website, 270 to win, which is they need 270 electoral college votes to win. And this map has been up it's probably went up at the beginning of the year, is what I'll guess. But they know based on voting records, voting history, what states are red and what states are blue. So as of May 14th, looks like they may update this every couple of weeks. As of May 14th, the Democrats with Biden have 226 electoral college votes. Trump has 219, but again, they're saying Democrats, Republican. They're not even putting in who the nominee is. This is just based on the voting history of these states. There are 93 votes that they say are toss-ups. These are the battleground states. Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Those are 7 states that are going to determine who wins this election. Biden is a walking zombie. It's very unlikely that he's going to make the rounds. He's the incumbent, and yada, 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 bing, bang. They're going to do these weird commercials where he doesn't blink at all. And, he's going to try to get B12 vitamin shots for the debates and try to, make it look good in debates. And he doesn't really have to do a whole lot in those debates. He just doesn't have to look like a complete and total boob, like a total moron. Like he's just utterly incompetent. But people already know he's incompetent, but they don't care, right? They're still going to vote for him, even though he probably can't tell the difference between fucking up and down and green and white and yellow and purple. But they're still going to vote for him anyway. Trump being the challenger, not the incumbent, he needs to focus on these 7 states. That's his only real true path to winning, because all the other states, which is basically the middle of the country in South Carolina, they're already Republican states. They're already going to vote Republican. New York is not one of those states. That's what I'm saying. Let me see. Illinois is not one of those states. So it doesn't benefit him as somebody who's really trying to win the White House to go to New York, to go to New Jersey, because New Jersey is a blue state. New York is a blue state. Illinois is a blue state. He needs to secure his base. If anything, go to the red states and say, hey, yeah, I'm here. I'm with you. I'm glad you're with me. And, would you be able to come over into Georgia to help me campaign there? In North Carolina to help me to campaign there? Would you be willing to fly out to Arizona or Nevada to help me campaign there? That's where his focus should be. Hillary, who lost, she lost because, and this is, I want to make this point, because as you said, during the last few weeks of the election cycle, she sat on her fat white ass and did absolutely nothing. She didn't go to those battleground states, and she lost because she did nothing. She thought she already won. She thought it was a victory in the bag, heir apparent, all that shit. And she lost horribly and was stunned because of it. And what I'm saying is, if again, because all these black people who have some fucking backdoor channel to Trump, they need to be talking about committed campaign, not campaign, but committed administration position plus senior staffing, and some more, whatever that is, you figure it out. And they need to tell him and his campaign, you need to focus on these battleground states. Figure out which ones you're going to win in, because he at this point, and let me see if it refreshed itself. Yeah, at this point, he's down by like 30 electoral college votes, maybe even 40, based on this map. So he's got a lot of ground to make up for, and going to New York, it doesn't change anything. I mean, he's got to go there for court, I guess. I think the court, I think they did rest their case, but he's got to figure this out quickly. That's really what it is. I mean, for what it's worth, the reason why Obama seemingly outsmarted these fucking people, because he figured out how the electoral college works, and he just focused on that, you know, and that's how he won, to be quiet. That's how he got, you know, that's how he was competitive. The Republicans were switching over to vote for fucking Hillary, which was weird. Or matter of fact, I take it back. They were switching over to vote for Obama because they thought a black man could never win. Operation Magic Negro with Rush Limbaugh, you know, all of that weird shit. And they ended up getting a black president. And then, you know, history writes itself. But I just think that if you're going to be smart about politics, you got to be smart about politics. I'm looking at another. This is NPR. This is from April. They got Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia. They have North Carolina as a leaning GOP state. But they still don't have that as a certified definite GOP state. So if in North Carolina it looks like that black fucking that guy is going to win, according to what I read recently, looks like he's going to win. He is a Republican, and that's a statewide election, and so it's likely, because if he wins, Trump wins, it may end up being that helps Trump win in North Carolina. So that would give him some more electoral college votes. But these 6 others, it's not guaranteed. And that's what he needs to focus in on. Let Biden do whatever the fuck he's going to do. These debates don't really matter, to be quite honest. It's these 6 states, these 6 or 7 states, depending on how you look at it. So for the black people who have backdoor channels to Trump's campaign, that's what y'all need to be telling. If y'all really want him to win, that's what y'all should be telling him. That's what he needs to do. Because that's how American politics actually works, is you figure out what you need to do to win. And going to the fucking Libertarian Convention that only has 3% of the fucking vote and offering them a whole bunch of shit that you haven't offered to Black America is a slap in the face to me. I'm actually really upset by that. I'm upset that he sat there and took that fucking abuse, because it's very unlikely that he would have sat in a black space and took the same fucking abuse and offered up a bunch of shit at the same damn time. That's disheartening to me, for what it's worth. It's really fucked up. It's really fucked up. And it's more sadder that we tolerate that. We accept that behavior. Doesn't matter if they're Democrat or Republican. Doesn't matter who it is. We accept the fact that these people can come around us. We smile in their face. We take fucking pictures with them. We're very subservient to them. And then we get absolutely nothing in return. Every time they show up, Every time they're photographed with a black mayor or a black representative, it's all smiles and giggles, and absolutely nothing gets handed over to us. And these motherfuckers is booing and moving motherfucking seats around and doing a whole bunch of hostile shit, and they only got 3% of the vote. Like, that's crazy to me. All right, I'm gonna play this Ice Cube thing so you know we can see what Ice Cube's talking about.
I just want to say, I grew up a Democrat, and I've always been a Democrat until I met this man right here. I'll tell you what. He will not have to worry about nobody in my family ever vote for a Democrat again.
And that was New York Giants legendary and Pro Football Hall of Famer Lawrence Taylor endorsing President Trump during his massive New Jersey rally over the weekend. Former Giants running back Otis Anderson also throwing his support to the former president. Trump hoping to gain ground with black voters. Rapper Lil Wayne praising Trump's work on criminal reform. While rapper Snoop Dogg said earlier this year he has, quote, nothing but love and respect for Trump. Rapper 50 Cent also suggesting Trump is maybe the answer after seeing New York City give prepaid credit cards to illegal migrants. Joining me now with some big news of his own is the founder of Big Three, award-winning rapper and actor Ice Cube. Also joining us is Big Three president and co-founder Jeff Quantinetz. Great to see you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. I so appreciate it. Jeff Quantinetz, always a pleasure and an honor to see you. Cube, I want to kick things off with this historic Big Three news. But first, what did you make of this support for Trump over the weekend? And do you feel a shift going on in the African-American community? Celebrities and rappers turning their attention to Donald Trump.
Say that again.
You in the Matrix for
I'm
sure.
in the Matrix. Damn. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back then. That was only a minute, so we'll have to run it back. Yeah, because this is interesting. This kind of goes in line with what I was saying. God damn it.
Moaning. Why you yawning? All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 4:40 here, guys. I'm out in about 20 minutes.
Okay. All right. Respect that. Yeah, let me get this one in, but this goes along with what I was saying. We show up, we shake hands, we smile, we hug, we endorse, and we get very little in return. Absolutely nothing. We're happy, we're smiling, we're the biggest cheerleaders, but we walk away empty-handed. And I just got to think that I was thinking that we had kind of got past that part. We had moved on to a different thing where it was like, if we're going to have these conversations with these people, we're going to let them know we need things, like we need shit on the table. Like, really, we really need shit on the table. So I don't know what's going on, but let's listen to this.
I just want to say, I grew up a Democrat, and I've always been a Democrat until I met this man right here. I'll tell you what. He will not have to worry about nobody in my family ever vote for a Democrat again.
And that was New York Giants legendary and Pro Football Hall of Famer Lawrence Taylor endorsing President Trump during his massive New Jersey rally over the weekend. Former Giants running back Otis Anderson also throwing his support to the former president. Trump hoping to gain ground with black voters. Rapper Lil Wayne praising Trump's work on criminal reform. While rapper Snoop Dogg said earlier this year he has, quote, nothing but love and respect for Trump. Rapper 50 Cent also suggesting Trump is maybe the answer after seeing New York City give prepaid credit cards to illegal migrants. Joining me now with some big news of his own is the founder of Big Three, award-winning rapper and actor Ice Cube. Also joining us is Big Three president and co-founder Jeff Quantinetz. Great to see you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. I so appreciate it. Jeff Quantinetz, always a pleasure and an honor to see you. Cube, I want to kick things off with this historic Big Three news. But first, what did you make of this support for Trump over the weekend? And do you feel a shift going on in the African-American community? Celebrities and rappers turning their attention to Donald Trump?
I don't know. I've been so engulfed in the Big Three, and so I just got off tour in Canada, so I'm a little out the loop. People gonna make a decision on who they want to be president. I think it's a personal decision. I don't know if they care if any rappers or entertainers get up there and say anything. It's really a personal decision. People know who Trump is. People know who Biden is. They're going to make their decision no matter who gets up there and pushes whatever agenda they on. So it's really, the country knows both of these guys very well. So I just think it's going to just come down to a personal decision.
Jeff, any thoughts in your travels in terms of the community, the rapper community, supporting Trump?
Look, I think that people have realized that neither party really speaks for minorities, maybe for the black audience, and it comes down to who they think will really help them on the issues that they care about. And I think it's underestimated how much people care about the economy. I mean, we all know people care about the economy and immigration, but I think people think the black community and the minority community is monolithic. They don't realize that people have a lot of different opinions.
Yeah. No, it's a great point. It's not monolithic, obviously. But let's get to your big news. A historic announcement for the Big Three League. You're selling your first franchise to DCB Sports in a $10 million deal. The team will play in the Los Angeles area. Q, why this group? Tell me what the plans are for Big Three.
Well, this group is a great group of different individuals coming together and making great sports moves, and making big moves. This is one of them. They're invested in a lot of different other things too when it comes to sports. So Big Three is a great investment. I mean, there's nothing out there like us. If you look on the horizon, everybody's talking pickleball and this and that. And at the end of the day, we're the ones who are gaining the most ground. And so, it's a great investment for them. It's a great investment for us. We think Los Angeles, of course, is an amazing city, and it's a great city to start off with. But we're talking to groups out of Toronto. We're talking to groups out of London, Dallas. It's pretty exciting around the Big Three brand right now.
Yeah, congratulations on it. Jeff, when do you expect to sell all of these franchises? You said that you expect to announce 3 more ownership groups, home markets in the coming weeks. Tell us what this brings Big Three.
I think that we decided that, Cube and I and our commissioner Clyde and the other people in our group, we wanted a tight organization so that we'd be able to move and groove fast, make quick changes when it comes to marketing, when it comes to rules changes. And now here we are 7 years in. We have a beautiful game. We have millions of fans, and we want to let other voices in. So we're looking at people who aren't looking for teams as toys. We want people who have professional sports experience. I think that Gary, is great. He's involved in a lot of different leagues. I think when people hear the next 3 teams that we unveil before the season starts on June 15, they're going to understand the direction we're going in. People from the NFL, people from Major League Baseball, and having a group of people that frankly can tell Ice Cube and I, hey, you guys are doing it wrong. You should try this or you should try that. We want more informed opinions to help us.
Mm-hmm.
We want to get it right. We don't need to be right. Best idea wins.
What about gaining more players into the league? Cube, is this going to attract more players, do you think? I want to get your take about running the business as well, because we talk all the time on this program about small business and the regulatory backdrop, how people are feeling about the economy. Take on that, Cube.
Yeah, I mean, it's a league that kind of started from scratch in 2017. We've been, for 8 years growing this league, and it's been, it's not been easy. We had to grow it through COVID. We had to survive through COVID. And so, I think a lot of black businesses, but a lot of small businesses, they all need a little helping hand to get over the hump. So, anything that can be done on the government level to help the small businesses, of course, is going to be welcome, because the small businesses are really what makes up American lifestyle.
Absolutely.
The big businesses, we all know the big giant corporations, but a lot of them are global. A lot of small businesses, local people, trying to get a piece of the American dream, so to speak. And Big Three is a great shining example of a growing league that's now starting to kind of show our worth in when it comes to having a small business and growing into a big business.
It's the engine of jobs. Small business is the engine of jobs across the country for sure. Cube, Jeff, I want to say congratulations to you both. Thank you so much for being here this morning. We'll be watching the expansion of Big Three. Thanks so much, guys.
A Manhattan jury.
Okay. So interestingly enough, Cube didn't really give a ringing endorsement. Essentially said it's a personal decision, which I agree. I think he's kind of tired of the public specter of politics. Said he's focusing on the Big Three, focusing on his touring and everything. But they did sell that first franchise, which is awesome. And they said they got 3 more groups that are interested in buying franchises. I'm not sure how many teams they're up to, but in any league like that, you can, they can add teams if they wanted to add owners. He talked about a London team, which is, that is what it is. I know they play Euro ball over there. And that would actually be interesting because that's something that the NBA's wanted to do, something that the NFL tried to do. I don't know how big basketball is over there, but it's got to be big enough that other athletes, at least in the women's in the WNBA, they go overseas to play. Matter of fact, there are some maybe not NBA players, but like G League players that may go over there, or folks who didn't make it to the G League may go over there to play ball. And I know some retired NBA players have gone overseas to play. So, maybe it's a decent sized market. If they're thinking global and they can get teams, into China and some of those other places with big markets, then, it's like a win-win for them, I guess, to be able to do something like that. I think $10 million was the asking price for the sale of that one franchise, Las Vegas. That's relatively low on the scale of what these professional teams are, but it is a new league, and you got to assume that the value and the price of these franchises are going to go up over time. So they may have a strategy. Okay, well, let's sell 4. We'll bring in $40 or $50 million. that probably wasn't the initial investment. I would have to look up how much did they initially put in. So maybe they're already making a profit off of what they put in, and everything from here it kind of goes up for the initial investment group that put it together to start. So yeah, I mean, shout out to the big three. It is exciting. I enjoy watching it. I wish I could go in person to watch it, because I think that would actually be a really good way to spend a Friday night or something like that. But yeah,
Hey, Block.
Uh-huh.
The Philippines have their own basketball league.
Do they really?
And it's been around for at least the early 80s. I say 40 years.
Do you know if the hoops are lower than like NBA?
Everything is you got the Olympic rules, you got the NBA. Everything is 10 feet. Everything, all the rules are either the Olympics or the NBA rule.
Wow.
Hey, Black, basketball, any sport in general, is huge overseas, bro. Huge, bro. You got to remember that's what original sports is at the Pantheon, the Roman Coliseum. That's the sport. You know what I mean? They brought it over here, but they can't force us to fight each other anymore. So they had to come up with another name for it. Basketball, baseball, football, soccer, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? Can't get the peasants to fight each other anymore for sport. So you got sports. There you go. But yeah, basketball, China, basketball, Japan, all these folks love basketball over there. They love Kobe, rest in peace, Kobe. They love all the basketball players. Look up LeBron and China issues. Look up LeBron and China issues, yo. And that tell you right there, yo. Mm-hmm.
Australia has their own league. I mean, like any American basketball player that doesn't make it into the NBA, they have at least another 20 to 30 countries that they can, the opportunity to go and play basketball. I mean, they probably won't make the millions of dollars, but there are some countries, that you can make over $1 million, like China or Japan. And I think Australia, you can probably make $3, $4 to $500,000 per year.
Yeah, for sure. That's like rookie pay scale. That's what it's called. So yeah, you can make an actual like a normal wage living playing street or rec basketball sanctioned. You feel what I'm saying? Sometimes it's up to like some of these cats. They be getting like 100,000 for the season on the street. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? About doing the same big three on the street. What you think the rucket is? You know what I'm saying? They get paid. All road trotters, like they've been getting this money. This is why that NIL deal had to fall through. You can't tell a student how he get paid off his name. My name ain't Jesus Sutterworth. I'm about to get this money, man. Crazy.
Yeah, the reason I asked, because there's something called the Legacy League. I found them because I was looking for the baseball league that's down south. I think Hank Aaron, who did pass away, his organization is kind of a part of that Legacy League, but that's a baseball thing. But they have a basketball version where the rim is at 8 feet, so like average sized people can play and dunk and everything like that. But they don't have stars, obviously. But I just think it would be, there's something cool about that for me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like an 8 foot, league. I don't know. It just seems like it's a cool thing. But this league has been around for a minute, and I guess they're, kind of growing, but they're not like a big draw or anything like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Now, if you look at recreational basketball, where kids under 11 years old, I think they play with 8 feet or 9 feet basketball rim.
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's no question. It probably is, because I remember because I played basketball in middle school at least, and I do remember that the rims were shorter than, you know what I'm saying, shorter than regulation. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm guessing these are like what would they call them? Almost like a volunteer thing, where you would sign up for it or whatever, and then you'd be able to go out and try out for a team or something like that. They're probably not televised or whatever. Almost like, not like little league, but for adults. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Every city has those. Yeah, recreational sports, bro. But it does have a business name. I can't think of it. But look up flag football on the professional level. You could be getting paid, yo. Shout out to Sister Kansas too. She won that championship last year. Let's go.
Yeah, shout out to that recreational leagues. Yeah. So that's like, I guess, would that be considered semi-pro or something like that?
It's just like a big three type thing, but just like, it's local teams. Us over here, we black state. You know what I'm saying? We might face the reparations later on today. You know what I'm saying? Then if we beat them, we go face the Freemen or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. To the playoffs. Hey, yeah, I need the Celtics to lose. Fuck Boston, yo. I'm sorry, yo. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what's up. So they got it in Connecticut and Rhode Island, where they got these. And it looks like they're doing pretty good with it. So it don't look like this is hard to get started. Like, you just got to be organized, I guess, and get people that want to do it. The big three, in my opinion, is kind of a professional league, because you are dealing with professional players who, while they are not playing at the
the big three would be like the biggest of all, like, Rucker type style leagues. Hell yeah, big three. Like those that are in the Rucker, that like play right there, in the parks in New York. They need to be trying out for the big three all day, every day. They'll get in, but each team is only like a 5-man team, 6-man team. It's not like a 12-man team roster. So you ain't gonna have. You only have so many spots, man. All right.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking the problem is you got the NBA and you got the G League, NBA G League. So there's not a whole lot. I mean, after the NBA gets the pick of the litter out of college, there's really not a whole lot left. But there might still be some young players, to be quite honest, who, for whatever reason, didn't make it into the G League, didn't make it into the NBA, that might still be worth putting together one of these type of leagues with. You know what I'm saying? Where, because I don't know how many, who knows how many people play basketball at the collegiate level. It's got to be tens of thousands, to get their scholarships and get through their education. But some of them do go overseas, so some of them players who don't make it to the NBA, don't make it to the G League, they end up overseas. And so it seems like there's an opportunity to get some of those hometown players and keep them here, where they could, the same way the XFL is doing the same thing with college, college football or whatever. At least when it first came out. Now I think they're connected to the NFL and they're going to be like a feeder league for the NFL. But I think there is an opportunity to develop a, college talent basketball league of players that didn't make it into the NBA or the G League. And instead of them going overseas, you keep them here. And, you turn it into something that could be competitive. You know what I'm saying? You probably, I think the way it seems is that these leagues make money off of these television rights and television sponsorships and all of that. I think that's, even though you make money on the arenas and merchandise and all of that stuff, I think the major money comes from having television broadcast of your games or whatever. So, excuse me, you probably would have to figure out a way to develop that league in a way where you had some internet broadcasting and you controlled it all, like 100%. Maybe you had an app or something and you controlled the memberships and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then maybe not just bad. So in other words, you create a sports app and then you mine for talent in all the different sports that you want to broadcast. And then shit, at that point, you're kind of completely self-sufficient. You know what I'm saying? You do boxing, you do all the sports that attract people. And yeah, that's actually, man, that actually could be something that could be pretty big if you could develop the talent and get people excited about signing up for it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, we need to get that Jake Paul Tyson fight on social. Let's go.
Yeah, are you able to? Have you ever done one of those live streams, like screen mirror thing?
No, I haven't done that yet, but I'm working on it. Though. I'm gonna have it done before, because I think it's July the 20th or something like that. So I got a moment. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get this money right.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm telling you, got to get this equipment right. Go get that new phone, my knock in real shit, bro. Because shit about to change, bro. You know what I mean?
Shit about to change. Yeah, no, I feel you. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. It is what it is. I guess Monday is Memorial Day, so for those who I guess have people that they memorialize on Memorial Day, prayers, of course, for family and folks who do commemorate things on that day. So Tuesday, I'm gonna try my best to get super hyper focused on things that I gotta get done, and because it's like one of these situations where life has changed, and you know how that is. You just try to figure it out. And always God is good. God is good all the time. All the time God is good, and we just keep moving forward in life. But yeah, some opportunities will pop up, and see where it goes. But I definitely am going to grab a new phone. I got to figure out what type of music system I'm gonna use. Every time I go out to eat, people are using this Toast restaurant system, but I think I could use that Square tab. And I know T-Mobile a few years ago they had like
about the purchase orders, POS system.
Well, just swipe cards, and get people to sign on the screen. Like a handheld device.
Right. Just to keep it simple on some real shit, you can skip all that and start using the QR code system, bro, and tell people to pay like that. You know what I'm saying? Because again, when you think about these third-party vendors like Cash App, PayPal, everybody's using them. You see what I'm saying? That's how most people exchange money, pay for stuff. And then you got the Zelle thing. You can turn your Zelle into a QR code. I got that. You know what I'm saying? So that way, instead of saying, "Hey, DJ, what's your Zelle?" or just scan my QR code. Oh, and you ain't even got to scan it. As long as you got a picture of the code, you go turn your camera phone on and go to the scanner part of it. Now, see, this is why you got to upgrade your phone. Go to the scanner part of the camera phone, and you can search for photos now that could be scanned automatically, and it will automatically go to the whatever website. Technology, man, let's go. Upgrade.
Yeah, no, I feel what you're saying, but this is more or less, to get people. Well, they're not going to pay at the door. There's not going to be a need to scan, but I will actually need ID scanners to verify that the ID is real at the door. And then once they get inside and they order drinks or whatever, they'll have to scan their card or tap their card or something. I don't know if these handheld devices will accept the Apple Pay, Google Pay.
Yeah,
whatever.
they got. See, look, this is what I'm saying. Like, you really don't even need that, bro. Because look, I'm on this shit, bro, 100%. So that's what I do outside. I don't have a credit card machine in the sense that you would think that I like one of them professional POS ones. You could get them, but you really don't need it, because 9 times out of 10, if you're doing business on a day-to-day basis, like the same way when you Cash App someone, they have you in there as a contact. You feel what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying. Like, a lot of this digital stuff we were saying before about not needing money, I've been living this way for well over a decade, what I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
So when you look at any of these like PayPal, like I said, Venmo, they give you a POS system for free. So some of the systems they do have, they do charge you for them, but they don't. Sometimes they'll force you to pay up front, but you can work that out with them. You know what I'm saying? On a back end, because once you start making transactions through their system, you see what I'm saying? They're going to charge you whatever 2.7% or whatever the charge is anyway per credit card. So you can save your customers money by completely skipping that feature and just say, do the normal pay goods and services through PayPal or Cash App it. You see what I'm saying? Venmo, you can do business on Venmo, business on Cash App, business on PayPal. Set up a business page, which you need the POS system for. When we got phones and you can scan this QR code or scan the link or type in the link to pay or whatever, how you want to look at it. So basically, that's how folks will pay, but just by scanning the QR code. And obviously, you will probably, you wouldn't really need it, you know what I'm saying? But to make sure someone paid, is obviously going through one system. You feel what I'm saying? And even on the back end of that, you can still send a person an invoice or a receipt or whatever it is. Yeah, skip the hardware, bro. It's kind of over with in a way. But obviously, for those that do want to tap their chip card, yeah, they have readers for that, bro. Where it ain't gonna cost you an arm and a leg. We talking like $50, bro, and the shit work flawlessly, and it's Wi-Fi enabled. Go outside with the shit. You know what I'm saying? I've been mobile, bro. I've been doing this vendor shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this shit ain't even needed nowadays. That's why I'm saying nowadays it's a cashless society, but unless you're doing some type of specific business, like you're doing a bar thing or whatever, so people gonna be in your establishment regardless. But my business is not, a viable business in a sense anymore because you have streaming. So being that it's a cashless society already, most folks don't want to give me $1 for a DVD CD, even though they want to support it. I already done made the sale. I sold them. Hey, how you doing today, sir, ma'am? Hey, this is what I got. Whoop de whoop, reparations, Black State. This is the newsletter. Hey, come up to social. I don't sold you and merged you the merchandise. But when you come to think about giving up that $1, you don't got a physical George Washington in your pocket. And the only thing left, well, hey, I did take Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the top services. I'm blue checked on Cash App. I mean, y'all got blue check on Cash App. You know what I'm saying? This is how long I've been doing this shit, bro. So the answer is no, because we don't know each other, and that's rightfully so. And I can't get upset at that because motherfuckers are scamming and hacking people, yo. We don't know each other just to do an exchange of confirmation and information like that. It ain't even that serious. So this is why I got to the point, something? I just give my merchandise away. And in exchange for a donation, you know what I'm saying? If you like the content, hit me on the PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. Sometimes I wake up, my phone be ching, 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 ching. All right, shit, yeah, let's go. Might as well just give it away. It's over, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what's up.
But I gotta leave in a few minutes, but you mentioned about getting some type of driver license reader.
Yeah, to scan to make sure the age is, the person's of age.
Right. America is the only country in the world where you have to be 21 years old to go to a bar or nightclub to purchase alcohol.
Mm.
It's the only country. All other countries are 18. And a lot of countries, they don't even check your ID. So, you have these girls, right? They could be, 16, 17 years old going to nightclubs.
Hey, just let me answer that question too for you, Black Majority, because I've been a bouncer most of my life too, yo. Hire a security company that's locally that has the equipment already, so you don't have to worry about that. And obviously the understanding knowledge how to check a fake ID, handle people when they're drunk. Just go talk to someone that's in the local scene. Hey, you've been doing bouncing at this club. He's well known in the neighborhood, the bouncer. People know who he is. He got his crew already. I know people like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is a part of the entertainment industry. You feel what I'm saying, that we are in. So this is how you make connections with other people. I could call a bouncer and have a crew over here in a minute. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got a gig for y'all. It's paying this much. That's all you got to do, bro. But if you don't want to obviously spend the money on that, or you got whatever security, how you going to do it, you can get a credit card. Not credit card. An ID scanner, more or less used on eBay for probably pennies on the dollar. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. You know what I mean? And with that being said, Black Homeland, yeah, we gotta check these IDs. Because we ain't getting caught up, no Diddy. You know what I'm saying? We've been at this since 17, bro.
Chicago won countless awards. Well, look, I guess what I'm trying to say is, right, these driver's license ID laws and alcohol laws, I think they're totally discriminative because we understand who they trying to limit. They're trying to limit, Black Americans from having nightclubs and bars.
Yeah,
to me, that's what it's all about.
They don't care.
Going through this during the 80s and 90s, this is what, to me, the alcohol laws are very discriminative in all 50 states.
Yeah.
And they don't want Black Americans having bars and nightclubs.
They don't.
I remember, my uncle, when he had a nightclub, the club was owned by this Jewish man. And my uncle was just the front. He told everybody he owned the club, but actually the owner was a Jewish man. He owned he owned the building. And the alcohol license was under him. So yeah, I hated that, man. That was crazy, man.
Yeah, you know what? Ironically, in 2024, you're better off telling people that the Jewish guy owns the building and that you're just a manager or on staff, to be quite honest. Because, and as much as I hated to hear the woman in Chicago talk about crabs in a barrel, there are just some realities in the bar business that are very unique and not like really any other business, because alcohol is a drug, to be quite honest. It alters people's mind state, it alters their mood. Some people get very aggressive, some people get childlike, and if they're mixing other actual drugs along with the alcohol, which a lot of people do, unfortunately, you could be in a really intense situation very, very quickly. And so you kind of got to treat these things almost like a trap house. I'm gonna keep it a buck, man. Unless if it's like a restaurant where you're serving food and you're serving drinks, that's a totally different thing. That's more of like a family environment. But if you're talking about a bar that's just straight up drinks and music, then yeah, and especially in a major city, people who like to fight tend to find themselves inside of bars like that. People who carry firearms tend to find themselves in places like that, or at least try to find themselves in places like that. And so you just gotta treat it totally different than any average or normal business. And you're kind of babysitting adults once they start drinking heavily. And so it's in my opinion, you focus on the prevention and preventing people from coming in that may become a problem. You kind of got to do almost like intelligence on people. You kind of got to study their body language, have a conversation with them at the door. assess whether or not they have been drinking too much, assess whether or not they may be high on something else, assess whether or not they're kind of belligerent and or disrespectful at the door. Like, all of these signs are red flags as to why you would not let somebody in the bar to begin with. But someone can come in sober, smiling, happy as can be. They can have a couple shots, a couple drinks, and then they turn into fucking Incredible the Hulk, literally. And then they're your problem because they're in your establishment. So it's a lot. It's actually way too much, to be honest. But it's one of those things where the environment and the music that we're creating is so relaxed and so laid back that there really is a very low possibility that we'll have issues that are not uncommon in this area of violence inside of bars. There's been a lot of violence inside of bars in this city, and we're going to do everything we can to try to prevent that from happening. Like I said, the mood, the music is really laid back, monitoring the drinks, things of that nature. But yeah, and we're catering to a working class crowd, not thugs, not street hoodlums, not people who got $10,000 necklaces on or whatever, jewelry. We're kind of trying to do something that's very unique and special, at least to this city, and kind of eclectic. So for me, I'd rather have hardworking people who are not the cool kids, but who are the safe kids and the nerdy kids, if you want to call them that, who just want to go somewhere, have a good time, and then make it home safe. Yeah, there's kind of a psychological aspect to it, but in terms of that age thing, if the age was 20, there's some bars, even in my city, where you got to be 25 to go inside, because you can make that as a requirement as a bar owner, and it helps keep out the troublemakers, to be quite honest, because usually the younger people they can't handle their alcohol, and it causes some people to just be overly aggressive for no reason, other than the fact that they've been drinking alcohol. So yeah, but 18, 16 is insane. 18 is, I mean, I guess I could live with that. But yeah, 21, 23, 25, I'd be comfortable with any of those numbers. And I was actually thinking about making it 25 for males and 21 for females, but there is the potential that they would say that's like gender discrimination. There's all this bullshit that you got to deal with when you're like a public accommodation. So, it's like, well, okay, well, we'll keep it at 21 so that doesn't limit our ability to earn income. But at the same time, we'll give a lot of scrutiny at the door to people who, may show red flags at the door. And that's all you can really do. And we should be good with that. You know what I'm saying? We should be really good. I'm actually very excited and looking forward to it, and just got to get through these couple of hurdles. At this point, just need somebody to walk through. What's that?
Welcome me for a party, bro.
Yeah, man. Once we got running, now they're talking about having the NFL draft here next. No, that's 2026, I think, is what I saw. So that'd be almost 2 years from now. I'll be.
Hey, that's the same year FIFA is coming to America, bro.
Is it really FIFA? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they're gonna have it at MetLife Stadium too. So I'm gonna my actual EDC Connect. He sent me the forms to fill out. If I want to be like some type of supplier vendor, but like, damn, I don't really got that type of equipment anymore. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, so many ways in this entertainment game. That's why I keep me out. Go get a better phone, bro. Upgrade your equipment. Make your shit a real podcast shit like you see Joe Budden's got. You feel what I'm saying? Real shit. You know what I mean? Because the mass media, whether it be home entertainment, which is a $400 billion market,
I'm so
or
ready to be
streaming, which is like probably
on to
double
the
that.
next part.
You know what I'm saying? At this point, you know what I'm saying? The game. So you're looking at $1 trillion market annually. $1 trillion market annually. Again, y'all go over the news title, 30,000 articles, plug an article, come over here for 2 hours, talk about it. Take that same video or space, re-upload it to your podcast sites, YouTube, Spotify, Google, whatever. You know what I'm saying? SoundCloud, whatever, right? Make little videos and advertisements for yourself. Get this fucking revenue, which y'all waiting on. Why you still going to work? At this fucking point, it's over. Only thing I wish I would have did, well, again, was focus on the digital side as much as I focus on the physical side. But I still got a digital presence, even when COVID hit. So it's like whatever, but I still don't even care about it because it ain't no money. I just closed out my DistroKid account, F them. I'm about to just start going back old school style, uploading this shit back through SoundCloud and YouTube regularly, yo. Social, man. I got music up there, y'all. Y'all can go download beats up there, everything. Go handle your business, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Tim 4. Oh man, of course. You were saying something that I wanted to tap into.
The pod systems, you was talking about that, the ID card reader, you know what I mean? It's a lot of stuff, security, you know what I'm saying? The Book Me For a show, you know what I mean? Let's go.
Definitely the booking for the show is on anytime. Oh, I was saying.
You in the matrix, bro. You in the matrix.
Damn, I'm in the matrix. Oh.
Social, y'all. Social. SOXCIL.com. SOXCIL.com. Good morning.
What the fuck I go in the matrix? All right, we about the 2 and 2 on the We about the 2 and 2 on the YouTube channel. What do you got? Kyrie Irving. Fan favorites. Yeah, they do. They definitely owe that man an apology. That's my dude right there. That's a good dude, man. That's a solid black man right there, bro. Kyrie fucking
shout out to Daryl Terrence. What's good, family? How you doing, brother? My name's Sweet Tea. How you come up here with the sweet tea? Don't got no sweet tea for no one else.
Sweet
foul
tea.
Foul family. Come up here. Come up here.
Song?
You know what I'm saying? Pull up. You know what I'm saying?
Song?
Martin was good. Benjamin Shiloh. Shout out to you. Mary was good. Word up. Pink Ice Mama right there. Second pieces. Shout out to you. See folks coming up in the room. Share the room, y'all. Share the room. Jericho, make one DL. Chicago in the building now because Devon and Travis was good. Share the room, family. It's the Black State Radio. Y'all missed a good one today. But go ahead, Black, if you back.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the space. That's that Sweet Tea that reminds me of the rapper on the Smooth Tip. That was the joint back in the day. The craziest thing, if you go back in the day and listen to some of them songs, they use the same break beat, you know, over and over and over and over and over again. And that's actually pretty interesting when you're like, oh my God, because it's weird because at the time you don't realize it, I guess. But a lot of that music, especially that New Jack Swing, man, that shit was like, there's probably 1,000 songs with the same fucking New Jack Swing beat.
Teddy Riley, man, he was a genius.
Yeah. But no, I'll definitely be in Delaware. That's what I think I was gonna say. By 2026. Holy shit. I'm ready to go now. You know, I just gotta get this plumber to walk through, put a sticker on shit, then get the state to walk through. Essentially put a sticker on shit, and then we're good to go. So I'm ready to rock, ready to roll. I'm gonna do smoothies during the day at some point, even though people may not understand that.
Smoothie party, that's for sure.
Yeah, I looked at the Smoothie King franchise, and they started in the 70s. They got 1,400 locations. They're global. Their drive-throughs. This is something that's really important for people to understand. If you ever want to do a restaurant,
I make better smoothies though, but keep it real. Go ahead.
If you ever do a restaurant, make sure you have a drive-through, because even in the smoothie business, their average store does between 300,000 and 500,000, but their drive-throughs do as much as 1.3 million. The reason McDonald's is so successful is because of their drive-throughs, not because of their food. It's just because people don't want to get out their car. They want to sit in their car, and they just want to, because some people got kids, whatever, they got dogs, they just can't get out the car. They just want to get through the drive-through, get their food, and go home as quickly as they can. And that's the secret and the key to making money with a restaurant is you got to have a drive-through. I would never start another actual restaurant without a drive-through at this point in life. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna make $1 million or whatever, but it'll be something to do during the day where people could come in, get a smoothie, have a shot or have a beer, and maybe watch.
Make sure you do raffles, bro. Make sure you get them raffles popping. Do raffles for the women, do one for the men. Have a neutral raffle. Trust me, yo, you get that money like that, bro.
Hey, Black Majority, you may want to do some type of targeting smoothies as well. Remember, I think I said this in news sort of space. My brother has glaucoma, and I had him to make a specific smoothie and then take, let me see, was it 2 or 3 supplements? And so once all of that stuff began to build up in his body, his case was so severe, he had to go to he had to get his eyes examined every 3 months. So then the doctor started noticing and said, well, are you doing anything different? He said, no, I'm just putting the drops in. I told, don't tell him a damn thing. Because see, they tell him, yes, things can clash. That is true. But, that I would say that's a decision each person will have to make, whether they want to tell the doctor or not. And so on the next go round, he said, well, look, whatever you're doing, keep doing it because your eyes are getting better. Because that's one way of letting people know that relative to things, other than taking, other than taking the stuff they call medicine, there are other alternatives. If you have someone, that's working there, who's good, who's very proficient in, herbs and whatever, that could be that could be a win-win situation to draw people in, because when people know that they can start doing whatever, and as long, you have to see how you can set that up as far as, that you're not, I guess the herbalist or something will have to be, certified or whatever. See what the, ground rules are and whatever, But that would be something that could be done, because a lot of people, they are suffering from things and they don't know where to go. Some of them do not want to go to an allopathic doctor because they know that what they have ain't real anyway, and so they're trying to find some place to go. Because I tell you, I have a relative whose wife has some form of cancer, and so he and I were putting our heads together. I said, well, juice this, look up what vegetables and fruits and things are good to help, combat cancer, and start juicing. Because see, when you juice stuff, whether it be vegetables or fruits or whatever, that goes into your bloodstream quicker than having to, take a pill or a capsule it has to break down, or you eating whatever. But when you juicing stuff, it goes through quicker and it permeates the bloodstream, and it can help you out a little bit quicker. So you might want to, conduct some research on that and see how that might be able to fit in when you're doing smoothies, because, because a lot of people, especially a lot of young people, they are on this stuff as far as, eating more healthy, doing smoothies and this, that, and whatever. They are on it, not like a lot of the older people. They're like, well, I done been doing this all these years. So I just want to share that with you, whereby that might be, that might be an avenue you want to check out as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I've gotten different feedback from folks. And then I was actually looking on different websites the other day. And I came across a post by a brother who said he had cancer, and he was he did something, whatever, some concoction that he came up with. And he essentially, it was like some type of detox is what the way he described it. And he said his cancer basically did not grow. I guess they check it every I'm not sure if he said every 3 weeks or every 3 months, but he said every time he went back to check it, they said it was well, the first time it wasn't growing, and then it was getting smaller and smaller, and progressively it kind of disappeared. So this is a black guy, black American. So that homeopathic natural medicine is out there, and without claiming to be a cure or anything like that, you certainly can put up. God damn it, bro. With it, bros. Okay, I'm gonna go in and come out.
Yeah, go ahead. Second, Pisces, how you doing, sir?
All right. Greetings, Reparations Nation. Yeah, I was just about to wheel up out of here because we've been in here all night on the YouTuber and on the Funded Socially. And I'm going to they're talking about a tornado, Texas, mass casualties. She driving into a damn tornado, lady. Come on, man. What you doing out here in the dark driving into freaking tornadoes? Goodness gracious, man. People don't even understand. You gotta crack your windows and know what the hell's going on, man. Yeah, but man, thanks for coming out. Well, every Saturday maybe. Until further notice, and then we're gonna have to do something definitely different just because of the schedule. So it says solution: Black Americans must help construct an international Black entity similar to the let me get in this damn space for see how this fucking shit. Oh man, this shit is tripping, bro. Hold up, let me find my way back into the space. God dang it. All right. So yeah, let me see what you're talking about here. I know we got folks over here. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't hear nothing. Hello. Can anybody hear me? Because I can't hear anything in here. I don't know what the hell's happening. It's tripping over here. Oh shit, you see that shit? Oh shit, didn't end it. See? Motherfuckers. Oh, you see that shit? It glitched and then boom, it was done. Ain't that about a blip? Motherfuckers. It glitched and then it was done. It did that shit on purpose. Oh my god, you see that shit, man? Oh, you freakers, freakers, man. Oh, let's see. He's still in the space. Nope. Let me see if he's gonna start a space, man. Damn it. The space glitched. Got it. Yeah, they did that shit on purpose. Man, these fucking people, bro. See how that shit glitched? Oh my god, bro. I was just about to do the thing. The Reese's Pieces. Oh my god, what are they talking about here? Agent Wilson. They balling. Motherfuckers, boy. See these rotten motherfuckers, man. They crashed that damn space for no apparent fucking reason, man. Sons of bitches. Let me see. First, the Black Americans must help construct an international black entity similar to the Bank of International Settlements. Will be able to generate enough power to collect. And this is an international entity, Bank of International Settlements. I'll have to look into that. Bank of International Settler Plan. American D. We talking about here? International Settlements, Bank of International Settlements. What was that? Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Yeah. So we if this damn phone will act right. So what is an American Fed? Bank of is owned by member central banks. We ain't gonna, man. I don't want to do live on social. That's not. I mean, unless you got people coming over there or you're playing a movie, that ain't really gonna get people both. Oh, is it? Oh, is it really? Is X? I don't know what it did. I think I don't know. I'm not gonna say it took. I didn't get in there quick enough. It I got in there. I could see the people in there. It glitched twice, and then it was just over. So I don't know what that's about. I know this BIS. I've seen this building before. I've seen this BIS building before in a post about the crazy shit that they do. They do a lot of crazy shit in that building, from what I understand. Yeah, they do a lot of crazy shit in that building. Matter of fact, they're I think they're involved in some they're involved in some shady dealings over there, man. There's some shady shit that goes on in that building over there. Bank of International Settlements. Yeah, they do some shady shit there. But I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, one bank to rule them all, the discrete power of the Bank for International Settlements. I think that's the bank that they use to funnel, or they essentially it's like a switchboard for these international trades or currency markets or whatever. It plays a real central role. And I don't know if it's just about the US dollar necessarily. They may actually be facilitating a lot more than just US currency with these other foreign banks, but it's the central bank of the central banks. Yeah, so that's interesting, but probably not close to that yet. As much as you would like to be close to that, but I don't think we're nowhere near that yet. Excuse me. Verizon has $100 million settlement. What is that about? Verizon will pay $100 million into a class action settlement. Okay, so this is where you get all the. This is the cost of doing business. $100 million is a drop for these people. Revenue, $100 million is literally a fucking drop. That's nothing to these fucking people. If they're doing 136 billion annually, fucking, you might as well not find them at all. What's the point? It's sad that these businesses can harm customers, and all they get is some very weak, very, very weak fine that does absolutely nothing to disrupt anything they're doing. It's really sad. What the hell? Oh, what is it with this phone, man? This phone is tripping. This phone is really, really tripped out. It's acting nutty lately. But okay, cool. All right, let me see which one. Okay, I'm gonna jump in here. Yeah, and then I'm gonna shut this YouTube down once I come into the space, because I'm ready to kind of lay back a little bit and relax. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. Damn, 100 grand, 100 greasy. They was paying 100,000 to be in that coup attempt in Congo, man. Man, I wish they would have got in touch with me. I could have used that 100 stacks, 100 racks. I would have been on the outskirts, man. I would have been ready to yeah, there you go. That's what happens. Oh, damn, she tried to choke that girl. That old ass lady, she tried to choke. They tried to choke Angel Reese. What's going on, man? They tried to choke that woman, man. What's that about? They tried to choke that little girl, man. Come on, man. They tripping, bro. Why they try to choke Angel Reese out here, man? What they doing? That old ass lady, she tried to choke. They tried to choke Angel Reese. What's going on, man? All right, okay. Peace to the YouTubers. Choke that woman, man. What's that about? They tried to choke that little girl, man. Come on, man. They tripping, bro. They tried to choke Angel Reese out here. Okay, what they doing? Peace, Reparation Nation, and everybody else in the space. We out.